Sunny morning here at Wantage Road. Welcome to our coverage of the third day of this County Championship Division 1 match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. Absorbing contest it's been so far. Another fascinating day's cricket in prospect, we hope. Surrey resuming on 224 for 5 in reply to Northamptonshire's 339 all out. The umpires, Graham Lloyd and Peter Hartley, already out there. The Surrey batters, Hashim Amla and Jordan Clark, making their way to the middle. The Northamptonshire fielders have had their obligatory huddle under captain Will Young, and they're heading out to the middle as well. I'm Andrew Rowd from BBC Radio Northampton. Delighted to welcome on commentary today, as ever, the voice of Surrey cricket, Mark Church, and Northamptonshire's former assistant coach, Phil Rowe. Welcome to you both, gentlemen.
Good morning to you, Radders.
Morning, Radders. Good morning, everyone.
It's going to be an interesting one, and from Northamptonshires' point of view, they need to make inroads early on, you feel?
Yeah, it was an interesting day yesterday, wasn't it? I thought Northamptonshire probably would have gone in after being all out for 339, even though they batted extremely well, thinking we've left a few out there. I think Surrey would have been pleased to keep Northamptonshire down to that 339, and then all of a sudden Surrey were 80 for 4. But as Surrey have done throughout this season, they managed to find a partnership at a crucial time, and Hashim Amla just played, well, it was a masterclass really yesterday from Amla. He's 97 not out this morning, but great support from Cameron Steele. And their partnership of 115 for the 5th wicket, hugely important. And then Rob Keogh bowling Cameron Steele with a ball that interestingly did turn. So that's the other interesting thing. Rob Keogh did get that one to go yesterday. So I think all in all, that we said how crucial that last session would be last night. It sort of put both sides in the game today. But I'll just mention again that stat about Surrey in the first innings this season. Lowest first innings score for Surrey this season, 308. So they've always managed to get themselves past 300 in the first innings.
Well, Amla on 97, so take it away, Mark.
Well, it's going to be Luke Proctor to get us started. From the David Capel end to Amla on 97, and Amla tucks the first ball of the day into the leg side, and he'll come back for 2. It's good running straight away from Amla, and scurries through for 2 to take him to 99. Great to have Mr. Rowe here as well, because, well, with Mr. Amla batting as well, Phil, as we said yesterday, basically you just sit here and purr with Mr. Amla.
He just bats, doesn't he? He just bats, and then he bats some more, and then he bats some more. I think one thing about Hashim Amla is, and young players could learn a lot from this, is that he makes very, very, very few unforced errors.
Yeah, and we were saying yesterday with him, it's how late he plays the ball as well. And we were saying that he's like the Zen master, just very, very calm throughout. He's on 99 as Proctor's into him, and there's the 100 for Hashim Amla. Third ball of the morning, just clipped off his hip, down to fine leg, and Hashim Amla, all the work done yesterday, but second ball of the morning as you join us here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra as well. Hashim Amla moves to his 100, and it's been a wonderful innings this from Hashim Amla. And the worry for Northamptonshire is when he tends to get to 100, he tends to go on, does Hashim Amla, but again, did it when it mattered yesterday for Surrey, coming in with Surrey 20 for 1, and he moves to his 100 this morning, and Surrey move on to 227 for 5. Jordan Clark, who came out late last night on 14, he comes on to strike for the first time today. 2 slips in there for the right-handed Jordan Clark, and Clark is forward and playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. And the other thing I would say this morning, Phil Rowe, is weather-wise, it feels like a nice day to bat.
It's a good batting day, isn't it? Yeah, it's a very, very good batting day. It's a bit of a daunting prospect. We've got to get these 2 out before they get in, because once, particularly Amla, once he gets back in this morning, he's going to take some prizing out, as he makes very few mistakes. I think the other thing is the way that he sets up from a bowling perspective. He's a difficult guy to kind of find sometimes.
Jordan Clark, right-handed, of course. He's forward here to Luke Proctor, plays this one solidly straight back up the pitch.
And what I mean by that the last ball there to Jordan Clark was kind of top of off ball and beautifully defended back down the wicket by Clark. The same ball to Amla can go in a number of different places. So as a bowler, you think, well, what line was that? I thought that was top of off. It's gone behind square. It's gone in front of square. He can probably get that ball either side of point as well if he chooses to. So he's a difficult guy to dot up.
Over the wicket once again goes Proctor to Jordan Clark. That just nips back at him. He turns it off his hip into the leg side. Will take a single out there towards deep backward square. Yes, it's amazing how many times you see Amler play a defensive shot and it squeezes behind square on the leg side for a single. And that's because he's playing it so late.
He plays very, very late. He can just adjust the face very subtly either way. Close the face to get it behind on the leg side and then open the face to get almost the same ball to points left hand. So he can be very frustrating.
Back onto strike here, Amler. As over the wicket comes Proctor to him. Short one and Amler just ducks underneath this. That's into the gloves of Ricardo Vasconcelos, who Andrew Radd would have put his feet up last night, wouldn't he? He had a hell of a day behind the stumps yesterday.
Yeah, it was one of those days for Ricardo. So he doesn't keep regularly, as we know. He's doing the job because Lewis McManus is injured, and he had an awful lot of diving, and it wasn't helped hugely by some of the throwing, I have to say, which was over his head. And it's a good job there were a few people alert and backing up. Just to give you the stats of Amler's 100, he made 100 off 203 balls. It's his 6th century for Surrey. It's his 57th first-class 100. And here's one for you. It's his 150th time past 50 in first-class cricket in his 263rd first-class match.
It's quite good, isn't he?
It's a fairly steady return.
I think I'm right in saying as well, yesterday, and I missed it completely, he went past 39,000 career runs as well.
Well, he's a fine player, and this has been a triumph of patience and of skill. First 50 off 119 balls, second 50 off 84. So just quietly stepping up. But the most important thing is he's still there, and as long as he's there, then there's a good chance for Surrey to get a lead that could be very, very valuable indeed. Lizard Williams to start proceedings from this indoor centre end. 2 slips in place, and he bowls outside the off stump to Jordan Clark, and that's cracked away through backward point for 4. There was a deep third man and/or a deep backward point for a good part of yesterday, but that was a little bit of a loosener, the thing that Phil Rowe hates more than anything else.
I happened to catch you on commentary the other day, Rad, as being the badger that I am. I was up in Scotland, but I had the live stream on, and you described one ball as a Larry loosener.
Yes,
that sounds like a really bad loosener.
That was a sort of king-sized loosener, but that's been flayed away for 4 by Jordan Clark. He goes to 19, 232 for 5. It was very wide. It was short, and unsurprisingly, it was 4 runs.
That's the first ball I've seen live of Lizard Williams.
Well, I think there's better to come, but he is still looking for his first-class wicket for Northamptonshire. Went wicketless down at Southampton in the previous game. In this innings so far, he's into his 14th over now. No wicket for 51. He's down as Safe Zabe on the scoreboard, but I can assure you it's not Safe Zabe bowling. It is Lizard Williams, and he's in again, bowls, and that's cracked away off the back foot into the covers by Clark. No run this time. The field already changed to a slip and a gully rather than 2 slips.
Just to say, Amler yesterday, 34,000 career runs. So that's 19,422 first class, 10,019 list A, 4,563 T20, and that's his 89th career 100.
He's closing in on 20,000 first class, isn't he? Here's Williams in again. Bowls short to Clark, who's pulled it away through mid-wicket, beats the dive of Safe Zabe in there at mid-wicket. Now, he may have done himself not a great deal of good, because I think he got a finger on it and looks to be in a bit of trouble there. It's gone through for 3. There's a long chase there for Jack White out towards the mid-wicket boundary, where the ice cream van would normally be, but it hasn't been in evidence during this match so far. Takes Clark up to 22 and Surrey to 235 for 5. So they are still 104 runs behind.
Just wonder if Surrey as well, after this over, 10 overs till the new ball. So they might just try and up it a bit in these 10 overs.
Williams in again, bowls to Amler, who's playing that defensively up to mid-wicket, fielded there by Safe Zabe, and there's no run.
And by that, what I mean is, you're not going to see Hashim Amler running down the pitch and trying to launch balls over the top, but he'll just play his way. But Jordan Clark's natural way of playing anyway is to be aggressive. And as I say, they know there's a new ball coming. And we've sort of said here that it's been a new ball pitch from day one, really. So Jordan Clark might just look to be aggressive in these 10 overs.
Here's Williams in again. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Amler. Goes through into the gloves of Ricardo Vasconcelos. It is a gorgeous morning here at Wantage Road. Bright sunshine. Forecast is pretty good all day. Yesterday we certainly had the cloud in evidence for most of the day, but I think there's a lot more sunshine forecast for today, and well, who knows, we may even get past 5:45, which has been the time where we've been off for bad light in each of the last 2 days. Still a lot of overs, obviously 104 to try and get in today. Here's Williams to finish this over, and that's forward defensive by Amler back down the pitch. Williams field of his own bowling, 235 for 5. Amler is 100, Jordan Clark is 22.
Yeah, better finish to the over, wasn't it? The last 3 balls were a lot better than the first 3 from Williams, kind of getting into his work. But I think it's absolutely vital that Northants are on it this morning. So far, this is hard marking from me, but so far we've had 12 balls, of which I think 3 have been in the right place. 3 have been top of off balls. We've got to live in that space and own that space and not get bored with it. Keep the run rate down. If Jordan Clark wants to be aggressive and hit us off that, as he looks like he's sort of setting up to do, then we can continue to ask him to do that. Get the fielders in the right place and don't blink. Don't go too daft. Don't go too funky. It's really important we keep an eye on that run rate, so when the new ball comes, if we do go bang bang, then we're still in the game.
Proctor from the David Capel end is in, and forward comes Jordan Clark. Squeezes this one out into the offside. Even that defensive shot from Jordan Clark. I've always described Jordan Clark as an all-action cricketer. He's a terrific cricketer, is Jordan Clark.
He's a handy man to be coming in this situation, isn't he? As you say, batting in partnership with Amler, who will go at a rate appropriate to Amler and the game, and he does that brilliantly. So Clark will have some ability to be aggressive, which he looks to be doing.
Proctor is into him, and he's forward and just nudges this one in towards mid-wicket. The field at the moment, slip gully, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, short straight mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket as well, and then a man down at long leg. Just to say, of course, that all the bonus points are going to be very, very important. So, Surrey 15 runs away from a second batting point. Northamptonshire a wicket away from a second bowling point. As forward comes Jordan Clark. It's good from Proctor and pushed away by Jordan Clark out there towards Rob Keogh, who batted beautifully yesterday. Rob Keogh, 123 for him yesterday. Just a reminder, all out for 339, Northamptonshire. And Surrey now 235 for 5. On this third day, sun shining at Wantage Road as Proctor right arm over the wicket he comes. And Jordan Clark's up on his toes, plays this one up towards mid-off. I suppose these two will know each other pretty well from Lancashire days.
Yeah, absolutely.
Proctor and Clark.
Played a lot of cricket together. I'm just interested in gully, the state of the game, the state of the ball. We've had a gully in from the start. Has it been a gully pitch? It doesn't generally get...
There's been an awful lot that's been run down through that area for runs, hasn't there, Radders, in this game?
Gay and Amler in particular playing the ball late. They've certainly been in business.
As Proctor is over the wicket, and forward comes Jordan Clark.
I guess, sorry, Mark. I guess that's my question there is, he's going back now. That's the earpiece into Will Young working a treat. It looks like more of a rundown pitch, so you miss that gully, you get 4. Yeah, which is a cheap boundary at this state of the game.
There's only been one catch there, hasn't there, which was Luke Proctor.
Yeah, and that just sort of hopped a bit on him, didn't it, and got big on him. But of course, left-handed Luke Proctor when he bats, as up on his toes goes Jordan Clark, punches this one out towards cover. It's a good over from Luke Proctor, the maiden, and the score remains 235 for 5, but the ground looking gorgeous this morning. This is what we want in September, isn't it? Some good weather.
It couldn't be better. And Northamptonshire. Well, we're here tomorrow, of course, and then Northamptonshire venture down to the West Country next week for 4 days down at Taunton against Somerset, and finishing off here with 4 days against Essex. We'll, of course, keep you up to date with what's happening in the other championship matches today, because, as we keep saying, every point is vital, and another game. Points obviously have relevance to this match, both at the top of the table and those sides aiming to avoid relegation. It's going to be Williams to continue from this indoor centre end, bowling to Amler, who's on 100, a slip and a gully, so the gully's still in, at least for the time being. There is now the deep backward point. It's been restored as Williams is in, bowls And Amler just getting on the bounce, steering it down towards the gully, and a super bit of fielding by Emilio Gay, diving away to his right and cuts off any possibility of a single. We were talking earlier on off air about Emilio Gay and just how much attention he seems to be attracting, and I did notice this morning on social media that even England's Barmy Army were putting up some footage of Emilio Gay's 100 on the opening day, so he's being noticed, and rightly so. Williams in again, bowls to Amler, who's turning that away just behind square on the onside for a single. There are two men back on the leg side. There's a long leg and a deep backward square. The latter is in the action there, but can't prevent Amler coming through for a single. 101 to him, 236 for 5.
I think it's in the Telegraph as well, this one. Quite interesting that Nick Knight and Steve Finn, both sort of in the running for sort of the chief selector role for England as well. Two interesting names.
Both involved with commentary, of course. You might get your chance yet, Churchill.
I don't know.
Get the call.
What to open the bowling?
No, as a selector, you'd be ideal.
Oh dear. I'd be very biased, wouldn't I?
Jordan Clark on strike. Here's Williams in bowling to him, very full, driven out through the covers for 4. Sumptuous stroke by Jordan Clark. Beautiful timing. And fielders just basically standing and watching it as it races over the outfield, goes underneath the covers, over in front of the main scoreboard, and 4 more to Jordan Clark, who was saying a moment or two ago, Phil, is looking full of intent this morning. 26 to him, 240 for 5, and the arrears under 100.
Yeah, a long half volley, tucked away nicely.
Williams in again, bowls to Clark, who drives up to mid-off. This time there's no run, fielded there by Rob Keogh.
What interests me as well is that we saw with Surrey on the first date, they weren't at their best with the ball, but they haven't played for 6 weeks. And probably yesterday with the bat, but they came back yesterday morning much better with the ball, especially the new ball, Messrs Worrell and Roach. And with the bat yesterday, you know, that top order, they've had better days, but again, they found a way of making their runs.
Here's Williams in again, bowls to Clark, short, pulled away down towards deep backward square, and that's gone under the body of Josh Cobb out there in front of the signal box and has gone for 4. So if it had been yesterday, it would have disturbed the Tom Bowler. Oh, the first day, wasn't it? We had the Tom Bowler down there. The Tom Bowler has been and gone, but it's now actually gone over, just hopped over the boundary rope, and it's gone into the back service road, I think. So some helpful spectator has gone to try and retrieve it. 4 more to Clark, 30 to him, 244 for 5.
I think a number of batters would have bought a ticket to face that delivery, to be honest. Just after the second ball of the over, the field was changed. We've now got 5 fielders on the leg side. Slip came out into a catch in mid-wicket. I thought that's quite interesting, so we're probably going to go quite straight and fuller. And so far we've had a wide half volley outside off stump and a bit of a long hop.
Well, Lewis McManus, he summed it up brilliantly yesterday, didn't he? When he said the way that Surrey had bowled in the morning and the way that Northamptonshire started with the field was sort of, you were taking any fielders behind the bat out of the game, really. All the fielders really, apart from a deep backward square, were in front of the bat. So that was going to be full of length, with the odd ball possibly stopping. And when we have had the short, funnily enough, the short ball has picked up 4 wickets on the hook in this game. But the majority of balls that have been short have been either cut away or pulled away to the boundary rope.
Catching mid-wicket for Clark because he punches with the bottom hand a bit, can lift it through that area.
Clark on strike again. Short goes Williams, and he's caught at short mid-wicket. Well, there you go. Lizard Williams getting his man. Phil Rowe called it. That was the place for the fielder. It was the simplest of catches, and Clark goes. Lizard Williams has his first wicket for Northamptonshire in his 15th over, and Surrey are 244 for 6. It is also a second bowling bonus point for Northamptonshire. Well done, Mystic Phil.
Now, if Malcolm Marshall had just performed those 2 balls, we'd be saying the second bouncer was a lot quicker. You've got to look out for that from Malcolm Marshall. But I think actually it skidded. I think the second one skidded at Clark a little bit. And, I thought the catch in mid-wicket was a good position. Not necessarily, I must be honest, for that delivery. I thought for the fuller ball. But nonetheless, he's there, and that means Clark has now gone. So that's got one end open, and it's an old David Ripleyism. You've got someone like Amler, well, let's get the other end open. So we need to take advantage of that and bowl as many balls at the new guy as we possibly can.
Yeah, and Jordan Clark there, 30 runs, but he was looking dangerous, wasn't he? So they'll be delighted, Northamptonshire, to see the back of him, especially with that new ball around the corner. And that brings Tom Curran out to the middle. So he was out there early this morning having a net, Tom Curran. First one in the nets this morning was Tom Curran. This is first bat in the Championship since April 2019. So I think, you know, from what I've seen of him in the nets this morning and just having a chat with him, he's delighted to be back. And he's got a job to do here with Hashim Amla.
Yeah, and it was Emilio Gay that took that fairly straightforward catch. 244 for 6 it is, so 95 runs Surrey behind still.
And another bonus point for Northamptonshire.
And another bonus point. We have to keep...
put that in the bank, Radders.
Have to keep
put that in the bank.
Keep tabs on this. That's 138 Championship points for Northamptonshire this season. It's not that I'm counting or anything.
I know.
That was the end of the over. 244 for 6. Williams has bowled 15 overs, 1 maiden, now 1 for 63. 244 for 6, 95 behind.
So, yeah, so we talked about Gully earlier, and at the end of the previous over, back goes Emilio Gay. When Clark was on strike, and the plan seems to be we don't want to bowl at Amla because they're kind of giving him 1 point, has gone back to the boundary as well. So rather than it being a kind of an attacking move, it's been more of a constraining move, but we'll let him get to the other end when we can.
Well, it makes perfect sense, really, because if you could leave Amla 110 not out and get everybody else out, you'd be delighted. As Proctor is in and Amla is forward, pushing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Still some batting to come for Surrey after Tom Curran. Gus Atkinson, of course, who can bat as well. But I think what Amla's looking for here is Surrey, sort of the way they've manoeuvred themselves at times this season is someone middle order's got 100 and the lower order have all got 30s and 40s. So that's what he'll be looking for from Tom Curran as over the wicket goes Proctor to Amla. Ooh, just turns Amla around a touch. Amla, I think, looking just to go into the leg side there, and it squirts away, but Proctor here has hit that line and length, Phil, that you were talking about.
Yeah, he's very, very good at that, Luke Proctor. He's quicker than most people think. He's got a very strong shoulder, fast arm, and he skids on a wee bit, and he's generally pretty accurate when he's bowling line. He used to want to swing the ball, and he couldn't control that so much, so now he's turning into a line bowler.
He's over the wicket here to Amla. Amla turns him into the leg side. Won't get a run on this occasion. And, well, I was saying yesterday, his action reminds me, and it always has a bit, of a sort of mini Andrew Flintoff. There's a bit of the Flintoffs in there, isn't there?
Double whirl, yeah. And
a lot of people sort of think he bowls off the wrong foot, but he doesn't.
He doesn't, but he used to.
Yeah, I remember when he was playing for Lancashire, he did, didn't he?
That's right.
I remember seeing him at Blackpool taking wickets against Surrey. As he's in again, and this is clipped away by Amla, and he'll get his single out there towards Williams at deep backward square, and Williams, what a great throw, hurries Amla up, hits the stumps at the bowler's end. It's a wonderful bit of fielding from Williams, and Amla saw it coming and did have to just scurry to get that bat down. Brilliant throw from Williams. That was almost from the boundary.
It's fantastic, wasn't it? What was also interesting about that was Luke Proctor was totally oblivious to that as he walked back to his mark.
Well, I think Amla, good job Amla was on his toes, because nobody else was, apart from Williams. And that was a heck of a throw from the boundary rope. Direct hit, and Amla just suddenly just put the afterburners on. First ball then for the right-handed Tom Curran. It's short. That's well bowled by Proctor. That's got big on Tom Curran. He's managed to keep it down, but that could have ballooned towards that gully position. But he's played it pretty well because he's kept it down. But it's a good first delivery, that, from Luke Proctor.
Right on the money, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I saw the ball that Luke Proctor got, the wicket-keeper Smith. That was a heck of a delivery.
Terrific. Absolutely
Pitch
brilliant.
middle and hit off.
Hit it off, yeah. As in comes Proctor again. Forward goes Tom Curran. And that was from this indoor school end.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was a great ball because I don't think Jamie Smith did a lot wrong, to be fair.
That gets everybody
Yeah,
out.
absolutely. So and that one came from nowhere as well, which
Yeah.
was quite interesting. End of the over, and just a single off it here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Radio London. And Surrey this morning have moved on to 245 for 6. Jordan Clark, the man to have gone for 30. Second ball of the morning, Hashim Amla moved to his 100. He's 102. Tom Curran's yet to get off the mark, and it means that Surrey trail by 94.
Just keeping an eye on what's happening elsewhere. Up at Headingley, Yorkshire have lost their first wicket of the morning, 103 for 3 in their second innings against Essex. So effectively they're 12 for 3, having wiped off the arrears first thing this morning. That's Yorkshire against Essex, which is 6th against 4th in the table. The two sides either side of Northamptonshire, as Lizard Williams comes in and bowls to Amler, turns that nicely down towards deep backward square. He's only going to get a single. Takes Amler up to 103 and Surrey to 246 for 6. And at Edgbaston, the other Division 1 match between Somerset and Warwickshire, Somerset are 29 for 2 in their second innings, so they're 52 runs ahead of Warwickshire, obviously with 8 wickets still standing. In Division 2, start delayed at Hove. Got some rain, I think, down on the south coast this morning. Sussex 220 all out, Worcestershire in a good position at 289 for 2. Away on time at Grace Road, where Durham are 258 for 6 against Leicestershire in Division 2, 56 runs ahead. And at Lords, which I'll come onto in a second, because Williams already on his way into bowl to Tom Curran, who's playing that down into the gully. And another acrobatic piece of fielding by Emilio Gay, possibly saved 4 runs, because he got a fair bit of bat on that, running down. I think if he'd not got hold of it, it would have run down to the boundary. It would have been a long chase, certainly, for Gay, but he took that out of the equation by diving away to his right. Very athletic fielder, Emilio Gay.
His fielding has improved so much.
Well, yeah, and we were saying he's also turning himself into a very good slip catcher, apart from anything else,
indeed,
which does augment his value to the Northamptonshire side, as Williams is in again, bowls to Curran on the back foot. Curran playing it back down the pitch for Williams to field. At Lords, Glamorgan 214 all out, Middlesex now 296 for 7. So Middlesex are 82 runs ahead there with 3 wickets in hand. So rest assured we'll bring you up to date with all the other championship matches and what it means for the table. 246 for 6 here, Northamptonshire having removed Jordan Clark already, courtesy of Lizard Williams, who's in again bowling to Curran. Very full on his legs, and he's just clipped that away down to fine leg for 4. That was a little bit of meat and drink there for Tom Curran, just on his legs, had to get something on it, and he did. And it rattled away down to the front of the new pavilion for 4. Curran's off the mark, and it's another point for Surrey, 250 for 6.
You see, with my little chart, I worked out that Hampshire had an 8-point lead going into this, Phil Rowe. That means that Surrey now have 5 bonus points, which means they've cut that lead to 3. Anyway, you see, that's why they get me to these games. Keep everybody up to date with what's going on, eh, Rudders?
It's going all the way to the wire, isn't it?
It is. That's basically what's happening.
Yeah. Here's Williams in again, bowls to Curran, who forces that nicely off the back foot. That's a lovely stroke going out through the covers. It's going to beat the fielder chasing back towards the rope. It does so. And it crosses the rope for 4, and that was a gorgeous shot from Tom Curran. Nothing wrong with that at all. It's almost worth waiting 3.5 years for. Races away for 4. Curran is 8, 254 for 6.
That's a proper cricket shot, that. Back foot punch. It wasn't particularly wide. High front elbow. Stephen Peters-like front elbow. In front of square. That's a proper cricket shot. I would like us to ask him to play some more forward defensive shots early in his innings. It won't surprise anyone if I say that. I don't think he's played one yet.
He hasn't for a while, to be fair.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Here's Williams in again, bowls to Curran, and not that time either, as he just goes on the back foot, drops it out into the covers, and they come through for a comfortable single. Curran to 9, 255 for 6. That is the end of the over. Curran is 9, Amler is 103, 255 for 6. So Surrey still 84 runs behind. Williams has picked up 1 for 73 from 16 overs.
That's a pretty poor over. New batter in, tail up, having got your first wicket for Northants. There were none of those 6 balls really offered any threat. There was a freebie clip off the toes. There was a lovely cricket shot off the back foot. I think the over went for 10 or 11. It was not a strong over, that.
Well, there are 6 overs until the new ball is due. As I say, Tom Curran, first in the nets this week. He's been in the nets an awful lot with the bat in his hand. Because obviously he's been playing a lot of white ball stuff. As over the wicket comes Proctor then to Tom Curran. He's looking to drive, doesn't really time this. Looks at the bottom of his bat as he walks off towards square leg. Of course, Sam earlier in the summer, that maiden first class 100 for Sam against Kent. Sam just been in extraordinary form with the bat in the games that he's played for Surrey in the Championship this summer. But of course, he's heading off to Pakistan now with Will Jacks for the one-day stuff, and the T20 stuff. As over the wicket once again goes Proctor. Oh, and that nips back at Tom Curran. That's hit him in the unmentionables. There isn't an LBW appeal because he didn't get up that much, but that made a resounding thud. And Tom Curran just wanders off to rearrange his furniture, and I think he's okay, but that is not nice when that happens.
Glass of water for Mr. Curran.
I tell you what, that was right on the money, so to speak, from Proctor. But he's okay. Here's Tom Curran. As Proctor is over the wicket once again, and this is clipped by Curran into that short mid-wicket position. And there is no run. Very interestingly poised all this at the moment. Sorry, trailing by 84. 255 for 6. New ball round the corner. Ashley Mamler's still there on 103. Day 3 of this one. Could go anywhere, this, I think, at the moment. As Proctor runs towards us once again. Goes wider of the crease this time. That's nicely bowled and well played by Tom Curran. Gets solidly forward, Phil Rowe. There's your defensive shot.
Yeah, and Luke has asked him to do that a number of times in this over alone, and that's good professional bowling. If the ball does anything from there, then you're in the game. I think that was far too high, the LBW appeal, but it was on line, it nipped back. You've got to be in there, there or thereabouts, haven't you? It doesn't change that. Top of off is a good place to be.
Yep, as over the wicket goes Proctor to Tom Curran. That's nicely turned away by Tom Curran out towards Williams, out there at deep backward square. Well, I'll tell you something, I probably need to lose a bit of weight, but the way we're going in this box today, we'll be about 3 stone lighter.
Yeah, I think we may have to get the aircon on. I must admit, I've spent a ridiculous amount of time this morning, probably about 25 minutes, trying to get the live stream to work on the big screen we have here in the box. It is working now, but it would take any competent person, 30 seconds, but it's taken me 25 minutes.
Done very well there, as over the wicket. Once again, is Proctor looking to pull his hammer. I think he's got a bottom edge on that, and that's hit his pad, and that almost went straight to Emilio Gay in the gully, but I think he definitely got a little bottom edge on that, just looking to hop across and help it round the corner, but it's the end of the over, 256 for 6. Amla has 103, Tom Curran has 10, but I think the weather's meant to be like this all day. The other thing, Phil, that interested me yesterday was Rob Keogh bowling Cameron Steele did get one to go. Now, if there is going to be a bit more turn through this, of course, Surrey, Cameron Steele is their leg spinner, but that could come into play as well, because Surrey, at the rate we're going here, Surrey will be batting last, obviously, on this pitch, so that could be quite interesting as well.
Absolutely, and Rob Kerr really comes into his own, when there's a little bit of wear on the pitch. He does spin the ball big. He's got huge hands, Rob, big fingers, wraps them around the ball, bowls from a lovely position for spin, and he gets over the top of the ball as well, so it bounces and it turns, and let's hope that that's the case, that he comes into his own in the 4th innings. That'd be some finish if that's going on.
I did ask Ben Smith, Northampton's batting coach, about that delivery last night. We'll come on to it in a second, as Williams is in at bowls to Tom Curran, who's in behind that, playing it up to mid-wicket, fielded there by James Sales, and there's no run. The feeling up top, apparently, was that delivery, because I said it did seem to turn, although the odd one was just gripping a little bit, it did seem to turn more comfortably more than anything else. They felt it just clipped the edge of one of Jack White's footmarks, and they felt that had more to do with it than actually coming out of the meat of the pitch, if you like, the centre of the pitch. But there's something to aim at anyway. Here's Williams in again, bowls short, and that's pulled majestically away by Tom Curran. Almost held the pose for the photographers there. Again, it was a bit of a gentle half tracker, and it's pulled away by Curran for 14 to him, 260 for 6. Just going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton in a second or two. But that was another one of those long hops, Phil.
I mean, the word that I'd have to use about Williams so far is inconsistent, and that doesn't usually get the job done with the ball, does it?
Running in again from this indoor centre end, and bowls to Curran, who's worked that away behind square, down to Josh Cobb on the boundary at deep backward square. This time he fields cleanly, sends in his return and keeps it to a single. Curran to 15. And Surrey to 261 for 6, just 78 behind. New ball due in 4 overs' time after this one.
Yeah, the other thing quickly is if the weather's going to stay like this as well, we're talking about Rob Keogh, and if that is hitting the edge of those footmarks and the sun stays out today and they're out there on that, then it's going to be interesting tomorrow.
There are so many possibilities in this match. It's beautifully poised, fascinating game of cricket. Here's Williams in again, bowls much better ball to Hashim Amla, forces him to play defensively. Back down the pitch, and there's no run. Just update BBC Radio Northampton. And Surrey now 261 for 6, so they've made a little bit of progress this morning, adding another 37 runs, but they have lost the wicket of Jordan Clark, who was caught by Emilio Gay at mid-wicket off the bowling of Lazard Williams for 30. That was the South African international's first-class wicket for Northamptonshire, but Hashim Amla is still there, 103 not out, his 57th first-class 100. Tom Curran is on 15, and Surrey now 261 for 6. They're 78 runs behind.
Yeah, I haven't seen that dismissal. So it was, which end was it from? From the far end, and it bowled him through the gate, did it?
Yeah, well, he played beautifully, hadn't he, Cameron Steele?
Yeah, he had.
And he just went back, and it spun back sharply and just went through his defensive shot. So it was a cracking delivery, but it surprised everybody, including poor old Cameron Steele.
Here's Lazard Williams. In again, bowling to Hashim Amla. Very full Yorker and dug out by Amla. Much better ball from Williams. And again, as Phil says, we've seen, well, the highs and the lows of quick bowling in that particular over. A bit of a balloony half-tracker that went for 4 and a couple of decent balls to finish the over with, including a good Yorker off the final delivery. At the end of the over, it's like a box of those chocolates where it's an assortment and you don't quite know what you're going to get.
Oh, yes.
261 for 6, 103 to Amla, 15 to Curran. Northamptonshire still 78 runs to the good.
It's not the orange one. Don't
no.
like those.
No.
I always get a bit disappointed when the old orange one
I
comes
love the orange
out.
ones, Mark.
Really? Do you like those,
yeah,
Phil?
I do, yeah.
I quite like the soft toffee ones, but then the hard toffee ones always cause a few dental issues during Christmas as well.
They're always left over, aren't they?
Oh yes.
Well, we're going to see a bit of Rob Keogh.
Well, he was starting his long warm-up in the last over, Mr. Rad, which you told us to look out for yesterday. So there was talk of Mr. Keogh releasing his own DVD of his warm-up.
Yes, like the sort of Jane Fonda version.
Davina McCall has made a fortune out of them, as we were saying yesterday. So here he is, Rob Keogh, and good timing because we were talking about that delivery he got Cameron Steele with yesterday. So he'll be no doubt looking to hit that spot again, if at all possible, because we haven't been out there that long this morning. But let's see what Rob Keogh can get here with his off breaks. Coming in over the wicket to Tom Curran, and Tom Curran's back, and there you go. That was about that area to Cameron Steele yesterday. There was a little bit there as Tom Curran pushes it away off the back foot. So an encouraging first delivery that for Rob Keogh. As in he comes once again. And that's nicely bowled. Shout for LBW. He's just about got himself outside the line there, I'd have thought, Tom Curran. But that's nicely bowled. And again, there's a little bit there for Rob Keogh.
Yeah, that definitely turned, and that was straighter than footmarks. Unless Jack's done a great job.
Yep.
Oh, that's tight.
That is very tight.
I think it's a fair, from the replay, the benefit of that with the batter, absolutely fine, but it was tight.
Nice start from Keogh this, as Tom Curran just plays this one off the back foot and pushes it away out into the offside. There is no run once again, but straight away Rob Keogh hitting a very good length. That second ball, lovely flight on it as well as he's in again. Here goes Tom Curran, though, down the pitch. That's great batting. And he has lofted this away for 6. Straight down the ground. That's a terrific bit of batting from Tom Curran, almost saying to Rob Keogh, right, I'm not just going to let you come in over the wicket and pump it on a length to me. And he has absolutely middled that down the ground for 6. 267 for 6.
Fantastic cricket. Absolutely great cricket. Tom Curran's seen a couple turn, he's seen Rob Keogh's in form, and he's saying, I've got to attack him. I can't let him bowl at me. I've got to attack him, and he executed that beautifully.
He certainly did.
It's a tough shot, that, wasn't it?
Yep.
Didn't
Especially
get right to the pitch of it.
Especially with what's happened with those 3 balls beforehand. This one's a little shorter from Keogh, and he cuts it away out towards the sweeper, Josh Cobb on the cover boundary rope. One more to the total. And Tom Curran moves on to 22. But he wasn't quite to the pitch of it, but still just went straight through with the shot.
Didn't overhit, didn't panic, did he? That's some batting, that.
Soared away towards Kevin Howells, actually.
It did,
over
yes.
there. I thought we might see the great man leaping forth to take an excellent catch.
Does he do much leaping these days?
Yes,
Okay.
he did at the Carvery last night. I have to admit, let forth towards the carrots and broccoli. As this one's cut by Amler behind square on the offside, and he'll get a couple here. Will Hashim Amler as Cobb comes round to do the fielding again. Hashim Amler with those 2 runs always conserves his energy. So I was saying, Phil, that Amler, and I bored everybody with this yesterday, but Amler in sort of the tests is top 3 over 25 metres for Surrey sprinting, which, as we were working out, is about right for a single, isn't it? So he's still got the pace when he needs it for the run in between the wickets. End of the over, and it's 270 for 6.
Strikes me that if he wasn't a cricketer, he'd be an accountant.
Yes,
Ridiculous. You know,
and accumulating a lot of numbers as well, wouldn't he? Well, it's fascinating. We were saying yesterday, and Lewis McManus was saying he's played with him, but the number of players, and Cameron Steele said it last night, he went, it's great to bat with Hashim as well. And it's the number of, those big stands and Amblers at the other end.
We were saying, Phil, he just seems like a very generous cricketer, and do you find that? I have to say, with a number of the top overseas players, I think Will Young, you put in that category as well. He's just very generous with his time and his knowledge. Now Slipper's gone back to third man as Williams comes in and bowls to Curran, pushes it out into the covers. Certainly a single for him there as Rob Keogh has to make ground to his left from mid-off. One more to Curran, who goes to 23, and Surrey to 271 for 6. Another 17 deliveries before that second new ball is due.
Well, again, the way that Tom Curran's played it here is perfect in the fact that he's got 23 out of 27 of this partnership. It's just allowing Amler just to play Amler's way. That was always going to be the game plan here for him, sorry.
23 off 21 balls for Tom Curran. Perfect start. Here's Lizard Williams in bowling to Amler, who's onto the back foot, playing it out to the covers. And there's no run, fielded out there by James Sales. Thinking, Phil, from Northamptonshire's point of view, and it would have been interesting to get your take yesterday, obviously full of praise for Emilio Gay, made 145, Rob Keogh 123, that's 268 runs, 71 for the rest, and next highest score Will Young with 20. Get your thoughts on that in a second as Williams comes in, bowls to Amler, very full, driven away out through the covers. There is a man back there sweeping on the point boundary, safe save, sends in his return, keeps it to 1. But Amler up to 106 and Surrey to 272 for 6.
Yeah, I think I was very envious when I heard Mark reading out the Surrey first innings scores. I wanted him to stop, actually, as he was reading the list. I thought, I can't keep going, please. Throw 150 in there, And I think it's been historically something that Northants have not done well, is score big in first innings. I think also when guys do get 100, we don't get many big hundreds.
Here's Williams in again, bowling to Curran, short, very short. Good take by Ricardo Vasconcelos, who had to leap up goalkeeper fashion to save it going for buys, but he did so effectively enough. Stays at 272 for 6.
You're not going to see, I hope this is wrong what I'm about to say, but you're not going to see Hashim Amler throw it away. You're not going to see that. You're not going to. If he gets out, you're going to see him probably got out. He won't make a mistake. And I think once the 3 figures come, reset and go again, turn it into 150 or 180 or 200, really match-winning innings, match-winning contribution.
Williams in again, bowls short to Tom Curran, who pulls it away down to long leg.
It's a no-y.
And it's a no ball as well, which adds another 3 onto the total all told, 275 for 6.
I think there's something about depth as well, in terms of depth of the order. Mark mentioned earlier the contribution from kind of 4 down, 5 down, number 5 down, the card from Surrey this season. And that's about depth of resources, ultimately, I think, over a period of time.
Yeah. I think back to the first meeting between these two this season down at the Oval as Williams comes in, bowls short again, pulled away by Amler, down to long leg for another single. fielded out there by Ben Sanderson.
The interesting thing really is, and this is a very odd thing to say with the Hashim Amla batting at the moment, but for him he's had a pretty quiet season really.
Right.
But everybody else has contributed, so that when Amla does do this, then actually you tend to sit there and go, yep, this is Amla doing what Amla does. But actually round him this season, everybody's contributed at some point. You know, Jordan Clark's got 100 this season. Gus Atkinson 60 odd, wasn't it, against Northampton?
37 averaging Amla this year going into this match, and that's another ball just short of a length, punched away out to mid-wicket, crisply played by Tom Curran. It looks to be striking.
That was a phenomenal
striking the ball beautifully. It deserved runs. It didn't get any because it just found the man at mid-wicket. End of the over. 276 for 6. Amla is 107. Curran is 24. You look at that game at the Oval when Surrey turned over Northamptonshire in 3 days, and we did touch on this yesterday. You look at that first innings card for Surrey. They were 271 for 8. Yeah. And Northamptonshire then, we were saying on commentary when we were together, you know, they've got a good chance to ball them out for under 300. And then you had Gus Atkinson coming in at number 8, 66 not out. Jamie Overton at 10 made 59, got up over 400, and that basically was the game.
Yeah. The other one was the Essex game back at the Kia Oval, as Rob Keogh will come in over the wicket to Hashim Amla, who's turning this one into the leg side. Surrey were in bother, in real bother, and then Will Jacks played out of his skin, 150 not out from Will Jacks, but then down the order with him, Tom Law's 19, Kemar Roach 29. It doesn't sound a huge amount, but actually that got them up to a pretty good total, as this one's tucked away by Amla into the offside. So they've always there's been games where the game at Beckenham was ridiculous. You know, I think that was 671 for 9 declared, but nobody got 100. Okay. You know, it was one of those. Yeah. As Tom Curran always looking to push this off the back foot and gets nothing on it, and it's taken very well by Vasconcelos away to his right-hand side. But yeah, they've always sort of managed to manufacture a good first innings total. As looking to sweep here is Tom Curran, doesn't get anything on it, and the pads of Vasconcelos did a very good job there because he just got a leg in the way of it, because that was going away for 4 byes otherwise.
That's why they wear the pads.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he's done a very good job there.
His first touch let him down. He got away from him.
Well, as a hockey goalie, he's put it round the post. As Tom Curran just nudged this one off the back foot into the leg side, and they will pick up a single. So, you know, all we're saying really is if you can get yourself up over 300 in the first innings in every game, you're in the game. That's the thing. Even if the opposition have got a big total. Keogh is in, and Amla again wristily just working this one out towards deep mid-wicket. And I think I mentioned it, the game at Scarborough was the one for me when Yorkshire 5:21 batting first, Surrey 5:15, then knocked Yorkshire over for 220 and then chased it down in it was about the last over, I think it was. So that was another case in point, really. End of the over. 279 for 6.
Northampton got promoted in 2013, and the contribution from number 6 down that season pretty much matched the contribution from 1 to 5. Yeah. And in terms of depth of resources, I was mentioning earlier, we had David Murphy at times batting number 11. He got his first class 100 at the Oval actually in the year that he retired. But we've got a number 11 in that side capable of scoring first class hundreds against a good attack. James Middlebrook, who went on to open the batting very successfully for us, was batting 8-9 in those sides as well. Andrew Hall at 6.
Well, Trent Copeland, of course, when he was here. Yeah. Do you remember the partnership between him and Stephen Crook? I think it was against Essex here. That's when Northamptonshire were in deep bother and they put on over 100 for the 9th wicket and turned the game around. Now, Saif Saib coming into the attack will be the last over potentially with the old ball. Bowling left arm spin from this indoor centre end. First one short of a length, worked away into the onside for a single by Hashim Amla out to Cobb in front of the west stand.
I think the other thing for Surrey as well is obviously no Pope and no Folks here because they're playing test match cricket, but I think they'll probably be available for the last couple of games. But it's who's slotted in as well. Have all made contributions this season.
Slip in place. Saib round the wicket bowls to Tom Curran, who's pushing defensively forward, back down the pitch. Saib to field off his own bowling. Must say good morning to Our friend William C., regular listener, tweets as at fourth slip. Had a message from him this morning, which I'll share with you in a second as Abe comes in. Flighted up, just pushed out into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket there by James Sales, and there's no run. Says it could be my last day of listening in the garden this year. Well, I hope it's not, William. There's a couple of weeks left in the season. X-ball finds Curran coming down the pitch to Zabe. Once he gets there, he just plays defensively. And Zabe fields off his own bowling, stays at 280 for 6.
He's not going to block another one if he comes down. He's not going to block a third time if he comes down.
Here's Zabe has come down. He isn't blocking it, and it's gone for 6, as you probably heard. That may have been targeting our effects mic, which is on the camera gantry down to our right, just out of our commentary position. Well, you called it again. We're having a good morning, Phil. He came down the pitch, hit through it, glorious hit, clean as a whistle, 6 runs, 31 to Curran, 286 for 6. And Jack White is now coming down with the air of a 14-year-old saying, please, can we have our ball back, when it's just gone over the privet hedge into next door's garden. He got the ball back. I think it dropped down into the seats below us, into the sun trap.
Well, A lovely shot, B, a lovely bit of commentary from Mr. Rowe there. Away to our left, but what a gorgeous shot again from Tom Curran.
Cricket, wasn't it?
Here's Zabe. What's his response? Short of a length. Cut away by Curran. More runs for him here. It's going down towards the boundary. It's a chase down there for Emilio Gay. He's just about going to reel it in a yard or two inside the rope, but they're through for an all-run 3. It's 34 to Tom Curran and 289 for 6 Surrey. 50 runs behind. The second new ball is due. We await to see if it's going to be taken.
We Northants look at the board. Tom Curran on 34. That's a heck of a contribution, better than a runner ball. And obviously in partnership with Amla, who's just turning the strike over and enjoying watching Tom Curran bat. And Curran has played very well. He's hit the bad balls for 4. He's hit some decent balls for 4 as well. But we made it too easy for him to get in. We didn't bowl enough balls in the right area in his first sort of 10 balls. Let's make him play 4 defensives for the majority of those balls, and we didn't ask him to do that. We gave him some easy runs early on, and he's making Northants pay for that.
Just looking at it, that's 65 off 12 overs this morning from Surrey.
Yeah.
With now the new ball's available, so
it has been taken
exactly
as well.
what we were talking about, wasn't it? Amla's just played the Amla way. Jordan Clark and Tom Curran have both looked at. They played their way. They haven't taken any risks. But Surrey managed to add 65 in the 12 overs before the new balls arrived.
Can I tell you a little story about Trent Copeland, who was a fantastic all-rounder for Northampton, not single-handedly, but without I'd say this, without Trent Copeland in 2013, I don't think Northampton get promoted, to be honest. That's the impact he had. I was running the second team away somewhere, and the first team were at Cardiff. I'll come back to that.
Ben Sanderson has the new ball in his hands. Then from the David Capel end, Tom Curran is on strike, and hello, first one keeps a bit low outside the off stump as well. Tom Curran's looking to punch that off the back foot, almost ended on his knees, and it bounced once into the gloves of Vasconcelos away to his right hand side.
So I called. It was Trent Copeland's debut for Northants, and I called Rips up and said, as Trent arrived late, went straight to Cardiff. We hadn't seen him. He said, Trent Copeland's not speaking to me, Phil. So what have you done? He said, I told him he was batting number 11.
In over the wicket comes Sanderson, and this is covered up by Tom Curran, plays it up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
But with Rip's usual charm and style, he clawed that relationship back, and they got on fabulously well. He's not talking to me, Phil. I love that.
Well, welcome to the club. You're batting 11.
Now does quite a lot of TV, doesn't he? His big commentary and presentation as well out in Australia. Many parts.
He could play cricket, that guy.
Yeah, there are some good ones out there, aren't there? As over the wicket comes Sanderson then to the right-handed Tom Curran, and Curran will just turn this one into the leg side. Wants 2, hammers the first, comes back for the second, and they're back for 2. 291 for 6. So Surrey now are within 9 runs of a third batting point, and they trail by 48. Just getting back to what yourself and Phil were talking about the Gay 145, Keogh 123, not a lot else. And we were talking about the 2 big opening partnerships at the Aegeus Bowl. Surrey will have spotted that as well. They want to get as close here and try and go past Northamptonshire. As looking to cut here is Tom Curran. Again, that doesn't really bounce on him, does it? And it's taken low down by Vasconcelos. And the only reason I say that is that they know with the new ball they've got Worrell and Roach, and they'll want to put Northants under pressure second time round. No doubt whatsoever about that. So that's why this getting as close to Northamptonshire or even going past is so important. And they've got a back last on here as well, as we've been talking about. As forward goes Tom Curran. That's a very solid defensive shot.
That's a textbook forward defensive shot, wasn't it? Beautiful forward defensive shot. And if I was out on the field, I'd be saying, I want to see more of that, please. Let's keep asking him to do that. He likes to strike the ball, doesn't he? He's got lots of good shots. We've seen, a lot of those already, both sides of the wicket, both feet, spin and seam. So obviously he is a talented ball striker, a talented run scorer. Let's just test his defence out.
I should say he hasn't had to do it for over 3 years. As over the wicket once again goes Sanderson. This is tucked fine on the leg side by Tom Curran. And again, even this first over with the new ball, Tom Curran's had a couple that he can just tuck away off his hip into the leg side and pick up 2 more. And it's the end of the over, and it's 293 for 6, Surrey. Amla has 110. Tom Curran's on 38 out of a partnership of 49. So 38 from 38 deliveries. So he's been ticking along very happily at a run of ball, Tom Curran.
And we talked a couple of times this morning about the partnerships and the batters and the roles that they're going to play. And we've seen that very clearly, the different roles that Clark had first thing, and then Curran has picked up as well, and Amla's doing, as you nicely say, Amla things. And bowlers need to bowl in partnerships as well, and that has not happened this morning. Proctor was there or thereabouts the majority of his spell from the David Capel end, but from this end, Williams was a bit all over the place, really. Bowlers not bowling in partnerships means that the run rate's been around about 5s this morning with no real threat.
Well, Jack White is going to be sharing the new ball with Ben Sanderson. White bowling from the indoor centre end. For my money, the pick of the Northamptonshire bowlers yesterday. 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 34. Accounted for Ryan Patel and Ben Geddes. And, well, all season, I mean, he's been excellent. 24 championship wickets at around about just a touch under 21 at the moment, as White comes in, bowls to Amla straight away on the money. Amla playing it up to mid-on.
Sorry, Randers. That was the thing with him yesterday. Exactly what Phil has been talking about this morning. He was bang on the money straight away, just on a length outside that off stump, and didn't move from that at all, did he? Apart from that odd short one, and that picked up the wicket of Ryan Patel. So and for a captain, that's an absolute dream for Will Young at first. So you don't have to think about anything now, Will Young.
2 slips in place. Young at first, Gay at second, as White comes in, bowls again very full. Whipped away by Amla for a single down to deep square. Josh Cobb fields in front of the signal box, and they're through for 1 more. Takes Hashim Amla to 111, and that is the 50 partnership for the 7th wicket between these two. They've only been together 10 overs, so even I can work out that's 5 and over since they've been in. So Tom Curran's contribution to that 50 partnership is 38, 50 off 57 balls, in fact.
Played very nicely, isn't he?
Amla has scored 10, Curran 38, a couple of extras. Here's White in again, bowls to Curran, beats him outside the off stump. And that was what he was doing time and again yesterday. Going into this match, 22 wickets at 22, including that 5 for 14 against Lancashire. His first 5-wicket haul after a few 4s. Finally got the Michelle.
I wonder where Jack White would have been, had he come into the game in his late teens.
It's worth mentioning again. I mean, he hadn't played first-class cricket until he was 28. He's now 30. Here's White in again, bowls to Amla, to Curran rather, who's on the back foot, just playing it round the corner for a single down to Josh Cobb, coming in off the boundary again. 1 more to.
I'm absolutely convinced. I've always thought this. I'm absolutely convinced that out there in club cricket, there are some exceptionally good cricketers who would make runs and take wickets in county cricket. But there are other things, and they might not get that opportunity, when they're younger. But they're still very, very good cricketers.
Amla back on strike. White bowls to him, and he cuts that away down to White down to third man, who's fairly wide, just has to take a few steps to his left to field. And there's another easy single for Hashim Amla, who goes up to 112, 296 for 6. Surrey 43 behind. Well, I know, Phil, when you were obviously assistant coach here for a number of seasons, you were always studying the league scores very closely and seeing who was doing what.
Well, yeah, we picked up Jack White from club cricket and from national county cricket, and Sanderson and Gleeson as well.
Here's White in again, and that's a beauty to Tom Curran. It's just bounced a little bit. It's gone off the seam. It turned Tom Curran round to the extent that he was always playing French cricket, facing both shoulders facing the bowler. Lovely way to end the over for Jack White, who's bowled 17 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 37, and continues to impress. 296 for 6 at the end of the over, with Surrey 43 behind. Hashim Amla is 112 not out. Tom Curran on 39. And just to go back what we were saying about those opening partnerships, Mark, down at the Aegeus Bowl against Hampshire. Yeah, 68 for the first wicket between Emilio Gay and Will Young. 68 for no wicket became 175 all out. Yeah. Second innings, 98 for the first wicket between Gay and Young. Both successively the highest opening partnerships against Hampshire in the championship this year, but 98 for no wicket became 221 all out.
And that was a pitch that was doing quite a bit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just seeing that delivery there as well. Surrey won't mind seeing that with the new ball either from White.
Tom Curran's obviously been away from the game, from the red ball game for too long, because he's supposed to nick those.
I think it was too good. And we saw a couple of those from Roach and Worrell. There was one to Will Young that he was never hitting with the new ball. As over the wicket comes Sanderson, then to Amla. That's nipping back at Amla. And again, the new ball. Get it in the right spot. There's something there. Got a little inside edge on that. I think did Hashim Amla, and he'll pick up a single. That'll move Surrey on to 297 for 6. But the thing here as well is Tom Curran is an exceptional cricketer. Now, OK, he's not played Championship or first class for 3 years, but this is a lad who's played a couple of tests for England. He's an exceptional cricketer, this boy. As in over the wicket once again comes Sanderson, and he's checking this off the front foot up towards mid-off. And there is a single for him. He moves on to 40. 298 for 6. So, personally, it's great to see him back playing in the championship, and he bowled very nicely in the first innings. I think he was, bat doing that job on a slow pitch of just banging away at the top of the off stump. But again, here with the bat, he showed all the talent he's got. Everybody knows about it. So over the wicket once again comes Sanderson, and right in behind this goes Amla. Pops it down into the leg side, and there's no run.
Why didn't they run there?
Yeah,
it was a definite single there. I think they just forgot to run.
I think they're discussing that at the moment,
I
actually.
think they are.
Yeah, I think there's a nod back from Amla towards Tom Curran, as if, actually, probably is one there if we want it.
I can't see who's going to run them out.
No, but there's no one there. There is a vast acreage.
Unless Pete Hartley gets on his bike from square leg and comes in and does a jaunty Rhodes and takes the stumps with him.
Can't see that happening somehow. As over the wicket once again goes Sanderson, and Amla again. Yeah, here we go. Tom Curran's taking the single. Brilliant from Phil Rowe again. It's almost like, Phil, could you tell me what the lottery numbers are going to be this Saturday, please? Single for Hashim Amla. He's on to 114, and it's 299 for 6.
The other one was easier, wasn't it, actually, the one they turned down?
It gets Tom Curran on straight. They're having a discussion about it again. Here are Amla and Tom Curran. Right old natter about this, those two. In deep discussion about running between the wickets at the moment.
Hashim Amla is probably saying, did you know that in the 25-yard tests I was the third quickest?
Yeah, I can get down the other end. 299 for 6. So one run away from a third batting point, Surrey. As Tom Curran thinking about a single here. There definitely isn't one there as he pushes that out towards extra cover, and there's no run. But it's great to see Tom Curran back playing championship cricket for Surrey. Of course, Sam's had an exceptional summer for Surrey, with the bat mainly, really, in terms of championship cricket. He just made runs every time he walked to the middle. Played beautifully this summer. 299 for 6. And as I was saying, that maiden first-class 100 against Kent, and typical Curran style, straight over the bowler's head for 6 to bring it up, as this is cut for 4 by brother Tom, and that will bring up the 300 for Surrey. So again, Surrey past 300 in their first innings. Done it every time they batted this season. They bring up a third batting point. Tom Curran moves to 44, and it means that Surrey trailed by 36, 303 for 6. And for those that want to know, Surrey trail Hampshire by 2 points now in the first division. But yeah, that's a remarkable record, really, if you think about it. That Surrey first innings every game this season they've gone past 300.
Yeah, I'm very jealous of that. That is some record. I'm really enjoying the way Tom Curran's gone about his business there. He kind of drew an error from Ben Sanderson. He's just so busy at the crease, looking to get off strike, looking to pinch singles. Just puts the bowler under pressure.
Amler on strike now. Jack White in again to start a fresh over on leg stump. Turned away, out through mid-wicket. Couple of runs for him here. Bit of a chase for Josh Cobb around the boundary in front of the west stand. Sends in a decent return to Vasconcelos, but 2 more to Amler, who is 116 in Surrey, 305 for 6, just 34 behind.
But again, there's plenty of ways to sort of get these runs. And again, from Surrey here, Amler, 116. Steele, 48. Jordan Clark, 30. Tom Curran, 44. So again, it's that batting all the way down, isn't it?
Here's White in again. Bowls, and that's a beauty to Hashim Amla, considering how long he's been out there. That has done almost, well, it's an identical delivery to the one that he bowled to Tom Curran at the back end of the previous over, in that it straightened Amla up, went past the outside edge, zipped into the gloves of Ricardo Vasconcelos, and well, it just proves the point. Jack White really has been outstanding in this innings. He's been head and shoulders even above Ben Sanderson, and that's usually saying something. Here's White. In again, bowls to Amler. Forces a defensive stroke, just pushes it up on the onside for White to field off his own bowling, and there's no run. You picked him up, you saw him in Australia, didn't you, I think, Phil, with Jack White?
It's a long and very boring story. But that never stops me telling it.
Good, excellent. That's why I've built a career on that.
But to cut that long and boring story short, yeah, I'd known Jack from many years previously when I tried to get him into some second-team cricket.
Here he is, Jack White in again, bowling to Amler, very full on leg stump, worked up to Emilio Gay at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
He came down on trial. He was about 19, 20, something like that, and came down on trial, and I really liked the look of him, and tried to get him some second-team cricket, and tried, but I couldn't get hold of him. He was just absent, basically. He was up a mountain. He's an outdoors type, and spent winters doing ski seasons and trekking across Europe and all sorts of things. So his mind was not on professional cricket at that stage.
As you do. Here's White in again, bowling to Amler. Another defensive stroke back down the pitch. White fields off his own bowling.
And then actually wind the clock forward. And we were just chatting on the balcony one day, and Ben Duckett said to me, have you seen the 2 English lads tearing up the grade cricket in Sydney? So I said, yeah, Pope's going well. He said, yeah, do you know this guy White, Jack White? He's at Parramatta. I said, well, I think I do know Jack White, yeah. And I got in touch with the coach over there, and the rest is histoire, as they say in Dagenham.
Here's White in again, turned away behind square by Amler, and Jack White, such are the standards he sets himself these days, that he's annoyed that he's just given Amler a little bit of a release ball there to pick up a single off the last ball of the over. 117 to Amler, 44 to Tom Curran, 306 for 6, end of the over. Surrey 33 behind, and White 18 overs now, 3 maidens, 2 for 40.
Well, the other thing I like about him from a distance is he looks a really good character as well. You know,
yeah, he's uncomplicated.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's not, you know, the hair and the headband, and you know, there's obviously a bit about him, and he looks like he's enjoying it, and he bowled beautifully yesterday. He really did.
He's not a big fan of the south of England, is he really? Jack White, is probably fair to say.
It's a bit flat. He likes a mountain, Whitey.
Sanderson is in to Hashim Amla, who's almost looking to work that leg side, actually, and it flies off the outer edge of his bat to cover. Just sort of going back to that last over from White as well. Sorry, Radders, that ball that he bowled to Amla, you can't help but just think ahead a bit in the game. And, you know, we're talking about Warrell. Warrell would have seen that and thought,
no,
yeah,
absolutely.
thanks ever so much.
No, the reason I say about not liking the south of England was after he bowled really well against Warwickshire here, the next match was down at Canterbury, and I said he must be looking forward to playing down there. And he said, It's a long way south, isn't it?
What does he not like going past the Watford gap? As in over the wicket once again goes Sanderson, and this is punched back up the ground by Hashim Amla up there towards mid-on, and there's no run. Although Ollie Pope, of course, his first 100 north of the Watford gap was in the Test match at Trent Bridge.
Is that right?
Yes. He liked scoring his hundreds down south, did Pope. So he's got that one under his belt now. But I'm sure there's some hills down south.
South Downs.
South Downs, the Surrey Box Hill. That's quite steep. As over the wicket once again comes Sanderson forward. Goes the right-handed Amler and plays this one straight back up the pitch. Good length out from Sanderson
Was
again.
a great length. Just keep bashing there. I'll tell you what is steep, chaps. Ben Nevis.
Oh, you've been up there?
I was up there
You've been up
a couple
it?
of days ago, yeah.
Well done.
Ouch.
Did you mean to, or did you just got lost?
Yeah, just took a wrong turn at the fish and chip shop. Yeah,
Well done. That is it's a good effort.
that was an effort as well. Crikey.
Ben Nevis to Ben Sanderson.
Oh, Radders.
Brilliant. Take it
As
out.
in over the wicket once again comes Sanderson. This is turned by Hashim Amla down into the leg side. I did walk up Box Hill once because, of course, that's where the Olympic cycling
wasn't it?
was.
Yes.
Oh dear. And then when I watched the Tour de France on the old telly, some of those hills they go up are ridiculous.
They're crazy.
They're almost coming back down on themselves. They're that steep, aren't they? Cool. Well, there you are. Well done to you, Mr. Rowe, for getting up Ben Nevis. Sanderson gets the ball back in his hands once again. Sorry, 306 for 6. So trailing now by the 33 runs as Sanderson is into Amla. Amla whips it leg side off his stumps again there. He's probably taken that off the top and middle and off, I would have thought. It's Hashim Amla and picks up his single again. He moves on to 118.
Yeah, I said earlier on, so the first thing this morning, he's a difficult man to find. And well, what I mean by that is from a bowling perspective, there are most batters, you can see the stumps, you know where the top of off is, you're feeling for it, and you're hitting that kind of area, and you get the response that you expect when you get the ball in that kind of area. Amla doesn't allow you to do that.
He's got that. The thing I've always noticed with Hashim is he's actually his feet together in his stance are very, very close, and then it's a big step back and across. As here's runs for Tom Curran, nicely played, just nudging this down towards third man. Will pick up a single. Tom Curran moves on to 45. End of the over, 308 for 6. But because I'm really dull, I've watched Amler in the nets from side on. And actually, those feet are very close together in his stance. Then the bat's just up, and then it's just a big step across, back and across. That's it.
And then from there, it doesn't really go
Doesn't
again.
go
does it?
again.
No, it
No,
kind of
not
just
at all.
shifts his weight.
And he plays so late.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's not a huge amount of moving parts.
And that actually, Mark, is exactly what I mean by difficult to find, because if someone's on the front foot, you generally see a front foot movement, and ditto on the back foot. With Amber, you see a shift of weight, which is more subtle. Yeah. So you kind of think, was that a half volley? Has he hit me on the up? I'm not quite sure what length that was.
He's just a fascinating player to watch, isn't he? 308 for 6 is Jack White bowling to Tom Curran. And Curran edges down towards third man. Again, it's a super bit of bowling by Jack White. Finds the outside edge. There's only one slip in. It goes down to third man. And they keep it to a single. Takes Tom Curran up to 46. And Surrey to 309 for 6, just 30 runs behind.
Yeah, in other circumstances, I know it's a stupid thing to say, but that's picked up at third slip.
Third slip, yeah.
Just a cracking ball, that.
Interestingly, he's getting the ball to go predominantly away in this spell. He's been working hard with Chris Liddle on a wobble seam ball, which generally runs back into the right-hander, so he's getting it the other way now.
Here's White in bowling to Amla, who's on the back foot. The straightest bat you'll ever wish to see. Plays it back down the pitch for White to field, and there's no run. We were talking about wobbly balls yesterday with Lewis McManus, weren't we? And the joys or otherwise of trying to kick wicket to them.
Yep.
Hardest job in the world, did he tell you that?
Well, we were talking about, and I did mention, you come on conversation and saying what you always said about mitting with some of the when it wobbles around, you can be made to look very silly as a coach. White, and again bowls to Hashim Amla down the leg side. Now, has he got anything on that? It's gone away. No, it gone off the thigh pad. Just wondered if it was Off glove, maybe. It was a big dive from Ricardo Vasconcelos. He didn't manage to get anything on it. It's signalled as leg byes, and it's run away for 4, so 4 onto the total. And 313 for 6. Rare loss of direction for Jack White. 313 for 6 now, the deficit just 26.
Yeah, 89 they've added this morning, sorry, for the loss of Jordan Clark.
It really has been a very, very good session for the visitors. Northamptonshire just the 1 wicket to show for their efforts so far. Jordan Clark out to Lizard Williams for 30. That was 244 for 6. It's now 313 for 6. 69-run partnership. White in again. Bowls to Amler. What a gorgeous shot. That's just the most delightful flowing cover drive you'll ever see. It's raced away for 4. And, well, I've seen less attractive oil paintings than that. That's gone away for 4 more runs. 118 to Amler. And Surrey up to 122 rather to Amler, 317 for 6. The deficit 22.
Classic overcorrection, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Previous ball was a hit ball. He hit the thigh pad and went for 4 leg byes. He's thinking, I'm not going there again. Let me get my, and he's overcorrected and has bowled a long delivery. I was talking earlier about the wobble seam. Predominantly the wobble seam for Jack will come back into the right hander,
Yeah.
but it does have the ability sometimes with the wobble to go the other way as well, and it is doing mostly that.
Here's White in again, bowls to Amler, stock still while the bowler's coming in, and that's again a much better ball from Jack White, honing in on off stump, doesn't bounce a great deal. Amler just slightly caught on the crease, pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run.
He's looking quite suspiciously at the pitch there, isn't he? Because that ball wasn't miles away from from a ball in the previous over from Jack White that kind of took off and left him and bounced and fizzed. So as the sun has got onto the wicket, there is a bit of variable bounce.
Did notice the odd one yesterday from Luke Proctor, didn't we, that just bustled through a little bit at sort of third stump height as White is in, bowls again to Amler, plays it out into the covers. And James Salesfield's no run, end of the over, 317 for 6. Amler is 122. Tom Curran 46, partnership now 73 for the 7th wicket. They've been together just 14 overs.
I used to have this thing with Sangakkara that he'd play a drive or something like that, and I'd say, oh, I would like to take that cover drive out for a romantic meal this evening. Well, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind taking that cover drive to the Carvery tonight.
Wasn't that,
what a shot
wasn't that
was.
lovely?
God dear. Just leant on it. Absolutely whistled away. And again, Phil, the thing there is it's a minimum of movement.
Yeah,
really,
there's very little movement. Very little movement. It's a lot easier for bowlers if you can see exactly where the batter is at any point. And he's a different. He reminds me. I mean, obviously his record is his record, and I'm not comparing in terms of records, but in terms of the way he goes about his sort of physical movement at the crease, he reminds me of Rob Newton, who played here for many years very successfully, who was again a very difficult guy to find. Just as likely to punch you all off the back foot as he was to get over the top of it and knock it down the ground with minimum foot movement. And I guess there are 2 other examples for listeners that would spring to mind would be Marcus Trescothick, played in a similar way, and Graham Smith, two left-handers there. And Amler is not dissimilar. There's more movement before the ball is released than the others from Hashim Amler, but after it's released, he doesn't really bother moving again. Doesn't need to, he's that good.
Yeah, it's going to be Sanderson from the David Cable end. Oh, and a top-edge hook from Tom Curran will bring him his 50. So Tom Curran moves to 50. What a good innings this has been. So wonderful to see him back playing championship cricket. And a 50 for Tom Curran's played exceptionally well this morning. And Sanderson with the short ball, had a hook at it, top edge, flies over Vasconcelos and away for 4. And Surrey move on to 321 for 6.
47 balls, 2 sixes, 5 fours.
And in the context of the game, that is a massive contribution. Not only the number, but actually the rate as well. Because there's been time lost, hasn't there? And he's moving the game forward for Surrey.
Well, he's looked like he's not been away for 3 years with a bat in red ball cricket, that's for sure. As forward he comes again, Tom Curran plays this one back up the pitch and there's no run. But I think it just shows again what an exceptionally good cricketer this lad is. And, I think because everybody's seen him doing it for England in the white ball stuff and all around the world in franchise cricket, I think people have tended to forget that he was, and he still is, a very, very good, very good longer form
Yeah,
cricketer as well, is
serious
Tom
cricketer.
Curran. And it's been very nice to watch him this morning. It really has. 321 for 6. Over the wicket goes Sanderson. Oh, he's had a nibble at this one. That's nicely bowled by Sanderson.
I think one
Beats
thing
the edge.
about Tom Curran, the way he's approaches, and this won't surprise anyone who knows Tom Curran, and particularly the Surrey supporters, I guess, is that he looks like he's scored 500s back to back as he walked out this morning. Not a guy who hasn't had a bat
Yep.
for 3 years in red ball cricket. It's I'm here. I'm going to entertain you. This is what I'm going to do. I'm coming at you.
Yep. But his work, he was the first one here this morning in the nets again this morning. As in over the wicket once more comes Sanderson, forward goes Tom Curran, plays this one down into the legs. And I've seen him sort of even ahead of T20 games and whatever else. And last week, he would have practiced and practiced and practiced and practiced. So, there's no luck here from Tom Curran.
No, there's a real strong work ethic. Yeah, he's got a bit of a swagger and he's got a bit of confidence, but the work has been done.
Absolutely.
Very much like his brother, who's sadly just moved on from Northampton.
Yeah, of course, with Ben, as this one's turned into the leg side by Tom Curran up towards mid-on. And there is no run. He's a talented boy, though, Ben, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. He did quite well for us in the T20 comp this year when he got his chance. When Vasco was out of the side, he came in and opened the batting quite nicely on occasion there. Just didn't really make it. It's one of those things where you get in the side, make it impossible to be dropped, And he didn't quite do that. Didn't really cement a place in any format. But yeah, very talented lad, nice lad, and he'll be missed.
321 for 6. Forward goes
That's
Tom Curran.
close.
Shout for LBW. He's gone across his stumps.
That's close. He's turned that down very quickly. Is that Graham Lloyd, isn't it?
Yeah,
He's given that not out very, very quickly.
going to see it again on the replay now. Leg by was the signal. So, yeah, I think just about going down. Had we been on TV, if he'd given it out or not given it out and it'd been umpire's call, I think that would have been with the old
Yeah, I'd agree with
tracking, I think. Umpire's call, that would have been. But leg by is a signal, and it's 322 for 6.
I have a question for you, Phil, from mentioned William C earlier at Fourth Slip, who's been on to me on Twitter. If you want to get in touch with us, incidentally, very, very interested to see and hear your views at either at Back and Across for Mark, at Old Man Rad for me. I'll come on to it in a second and keep you on tenterhooks as Jack White starts a fresh over in bowls to Curran outside the off stump. Curran lets it go through to Vasconcelos. William says, does Phil have any views on Northamptonshire's troubling propensity for no balling this year? 14 runs conceded, 7 actual no balls in this innings already. They bowled 18 down at Cheltenham in the championship match, and I did ask Chris Liddell about it, and he said, yeah, it's obviously something we need to address. And even Ben Sanderson, and I haven't seen him bowl many over the seasons, has had a little bit of a rash this year, so your thoughts on that in a second as White comes in and bowls once again to Curran, just takes him on the pad, drops down on the onside. They'll trot through for a leg by as Vasconcelos retrieves. One more onto the total, 323 for 6. Surrey just 16 behind.
Are they? I mean, one question I'd ask is: are they shared out rudders, or is there a bigger offender?
It has been shared around, but Ben Sanderson has probably been the biggest offender.
Okay.
Actually, Rob Keogh bowled a few as well down at Cheltenham.
Well, that's kind of unforgivable. But I'll forgive him.
Here's White in again. Bowls to Amlo. Comes across his stumps. Another appeal for LBW. More interest from Jack White than from anyone else. Certainly from Vasconcelos or from Will Young at slip. Again, it drops down on the onside and they come through for another leg by. 324 for 6. 15 behind.
I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? What I would say is, you cannot allow people to bowl no balls in practice.
In practice, well, that was what I was going to say, and it's something you do hear coaches, and I know we've spoken about it in the past about particular bowlers, and you say about when they're out in the middle, and you used to see it in indoor school, they'll be trying to bowl off 16 yards. Here's White in again, bowls back of a length, and just off the face of an angled bat from Tom Curran down to third man for a single. It goes to 51, 325 for 6.
When I first got involved in the professional arena, as it were, the coaches generally would not pick up bowlers for bowling no balls, and I just couldn't understand it. And I thought, well, I'm new to this environment, but that's just a nonsense. You don't watch dart players standing close to the dartboard, do you? So I had a couple of chats with the guys. Look, you're quite a long way over here consistently, and the answer was, well, I don't bowl no balls in games. And I said, yeah, but you're practicing the wrong length.
Here's White into Amler, who's on the back foot playing it up to Proctor at mid-on, no run.
And that incredibly logical response was well adopted, and we never bowled any more no balls. And that's not exactly how it went.
No.
But I think I had to be quite careful. But it was a mission of mine that we would not allow consistent no balls in practice, because for obvious reasons, you are practicing the wrong length. It's just a bad discipline to get into as well.
Here's White in again and bowling to Amler, who's coming across his stumps, playing it up to Emilio Gay at mid-wicket. That's the end of another over from Jack White. 325 for 6. Amler is 122. Curran is 51. And Jack White's picked up now 2 for 46 from 20 overs. The no balls in this innings, of the 7, Lizard Williams has bowled 3, Luke Proctor 2, Sanderson 1, James Sales 1.
Okay, so it's shared around. So oftentimes that won't be the case, actually. So I'm really glad I asked, because it didn't make my argument any stronger. But Rory Kleinveld was a shocker. And I remember Rips coming to me one day and said, Phil, you're going to have to talk to Rory about these no balls. And, oh, yeah, I am. I know I am.
Good
luck.
Actually,
yeah, it was. But Rory, he bought in, and we got some specific drills in, and it did improve.
David Capel end, and driving is Tom Curran off Ben Sanderson, and away for 4. It's a lovely shot again from Tom Curran. It's not a bad delivery, that, from Ben Sanderson. It's just a good shot from Tom Curran. He moves on to 55.
I'm just going to look at the replays from fine leg. It didn't look to have a great deal of width about it, did it?
No, it's just a great shot. I think on the up shot. And punched it through the covers for 4. I've just got the vision of Gerwyn Price now from 300 yards with his dart. Trying to hit double top.
Unlucky legs.
It's the same kind of thing.
It is, absolutely. 100, absolutely.
It's like a snooker player perhaps on a pool table.
Yep.
So, it's easier, but...
Over the wicket once more is Sanderson. Turning this one into the leg side is Tom Curran. He'll pick up a single. So Surrey now just trailed by the 9 runs. 20 runs away from 350 now, Surrey. Now they're going to be thinking about, let's get a big lead if we can. Their first port of call would have been this morning, let's just get up to that first innings total of Northamptonshire and see where we are. They've only lost 1 wicket so far. And they're squeezing this game back to parity at the moment, Surrey. 330 for 6. Back onto strike comes Hashim Amla. This partnership is now worth 86 as Sanderson's into him. Short one, Amla's having nothing to do with that at all. It's just swaying inside it. And that's taken by Vasconcelos, moving away to his left-hand side.
It's a perfect storm, really, for Northampton, isn't it? We had Jordan Clark, who's an aggressive player, and on the back, he gets out, and we look up, and in comes Tom Curran. And you know what he's capable of, and he can just, in this situation, he can just play the way that he chooses to play, which is to be positive, solid in defence, but really looking to score off every single ball, because he looks up and he's got Hashim Amla at the other end. A rock.
Yeah, that constant throughout this is Amla at the moment. He's turning this one into the leg side off his hip, Hashim Amla. That rolls out there towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So we were talking about Surrey having to bat last on this pitch. That's what we were talking about. With a bit of turn, what Surrey will be thinking now is if we can get ourselves a fairly good lead on this, then we can put Northamptonshire under some pressure second time round.
I think 100% that's what they'll be thinking.
It's the way they've done it at times this season, really, is Amla's up on his toes to this one, looking to punch through the offside. It was almost as if he was through that a little bit early there, Hashim Amla, and it's actually squirted up towards mid-on.
It's a little too paced, isn't it? We've seen that a few times this morning, a little too paced, and there's been a bit of variable bounce. More from this end have gone, more from the indoor centre end have gone steeper, and more from the David Capel end have gone lower, but there is a little bit of up and down, which means you have to bowl straight to take advantage of that.
I was thinking actually Wendell's been quiet today. Of course, the the Northamptonshire supporter who's made it onto social media, I've noticed, as this one's pushed by Amler straight back up the pitch, and there's no run for signalling a 4 for an Emilio Gay boundary on the first day. I don't think he's here today, actually, yet.
No, there was a certain amount of mischief making, I think, from one or two Northamptonshire supporters who were suggesting that we were going to have him on commentary.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Which, well...
Probably be an improvement on me, I would have
Well,
thought.
effectively, he is on commentary.
I was going to say,
Anyway, down
just,
there, absolutely.
just doesn't need a
He was
microphone.
coaching as well, and he was warming up bowling the other day.
That
wasn't
was
he?
the highlight of the
Yes,
season, I think,
yes.
from when he was going through his warming up routine.
Yeah.
It almost put Rob Keogh's to shame, if you can imagine.
I think we thought he was trying to catch Rory Burns' eye, just for a bit of a bowl.
It's going to be Jack White to continue from this indoor centre end. Those no balls you're talking about at Cheltenham, the 18 Northamptonshire bowler. I've had a quick check through my notes. Is White in, and that's pulled away dismissed from his presence by Tom Curran. It's raced away through mid-wicket for 4. It was just back of a length, and Curran is onto that so quickly. Pulls it away through mid-wicket for 4, and Surrey now 334 for 6. Curran is 60, and the deficit just 5 runs.
Radders, you'll have watched a lot of this guy. Not this guy, but the guy I'm about to mention, who played that shot. Wayne Larkins. That was a
Yes.
Wayne Larkins shot.
It was, wasn't
it was
it?
that good.
He's following me on Twitter now.
He is, I know. You're
Very
saying
excited.
Well, high praise if anybody gets likened to the great Ned. Here's White in again, and that's driven up over mid-on this time by Tom Curran. 1, 2, 3 bounces, and over the rope for 4 more. And that takes Surrey to within a single run of Northamptonshire's total, 338 for 6. Curran up to 64. And just looking to see how many balls Tom Curran has faced now. 59 balls. And he's hit now 8 4s and a couple of 6s. And they were big 6s as well. One at either end.
I wonder if there's any extra incentive for Tom Curran, given that Northampton have just released his brother. There's a little bit of that in there as well.
Yeah, once more with feeling. 338 for 6. White in again, bowls to Curran, and he just stands tall and punches that down to deep cover. There is a man out there sweeping James Sales, so it keeps it to a single. But the scores are now level on first innings. Curran up to 65, 339 for 6. Yeah, those no balls at Cheltenham. Ben Sanderson bowled 6. Simon Kerrigan bowled 6. Rob Keogh bowled 3, and Tom Taylor bowled 3. That was the 18.
9 no balls from spinners.
Yep.
Wow,
It was a
that's
little-
just amazing.
It was a little bit strange. Here's White bowling to Hashim Amla, who's quite happy to watch from the other end as Curran goes about his work, and Amla just runs that down into the gully, and there's no run, fielded there by Will Young.
The fascinating thing here is this is now Tom Curran's highest first-class score.
Extraordinary.
65. His previous was 60.
That is interesting, isn't it? 60 for Tom Curran.
Yeah, so 65, highest first-class score this for Tom
Wow.
Curran at the moment. So again, as we've been saying, he hasn't played much over over the last 3 years. But again, he's just showing the talent he has with the bat.
Yeah, first innings in red ball cricket for 29 months. Here's White in again, bowling to Amla, who plays it up to mid-wicket, fielded there by Emilio Gay, and there's no run. I'll just be updating BBC Radio Northampton into their midday news in a moment or two. 1 ball to go in this over. Well, all you can say is Tom Curran's making up for lost time.
Yeah.
Hasn't he played well?
Oh, he's played beautifully here, and I'm just looking at sort of his number of first-class games now, and this is number 59 for him, so 59th first-class game. Of course, a couple of test matches in there
Yeah.
as well.
Here's Jack White, this rocking shoulders as he runs in, bowls to Amla, who's across his stumps, plays it again up to Gay at mid-wicket, and there's no run, end of the over. 339 for 6, so the scores are level. Hashim Amla on 122, Tom Curran on 65, and the partnership between these two now worth 95 for the 7th wicket.
Yeah, and that's 115 for 1 today. 115 for 1 today. They've got themselves to parity as well.
Something for Tom Curran now to think about is just staying in his lane now. I've just got a sense that he's just going to extra gears that he doesn't need to go to. And I guess the Surrey bench up in front of the field will be thinking probably very similarly. It's, Tom, you're scoring at a great rate. Don't go to another gear. You don't need to.
I think the Zen Master, Mr. Ambler, as well. Have a quiet word.
Yeah, that's helpful, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
Hasn't been a great morning for Northamptonshire so far. We've had an hour and a half's play, and Surrey have already added 115 runs for the loss of just one wicket. They're 339 for 6, so the scores are level on first innings. Hashim Amla's been going about his business very calmly. He's 122 not out, but the innings of the morning so far has been played by Tom Curran. His first class match, first red ball match for 29 months, and he's moved on already to 65. 339 for 6, the scores are level.
Beautifully done there, as always, Mr. Rad.
Well, as we used to say in the old days, they must have a very good copy taker on the other end to note it all down. But
wonderfully done.
That would confuse me.
What's that?
A voice coming in your ear, and you don't get a cue, and off you go, and you time your bulletin beautifully.
Well,
very good, Radders. You could do this for a living.
Yeah.
It's a misspent youth, isn't it? That's the trouble.
Talking to yourself for so many years. In over the wicket once again comes Proctor, and a short one, which Tom Curran was, I think, thinking about having a hook at, and then it was actually a very well-directed short delivery, that, and he's ducked underneath it. Ended up playing it slightly awkwardly, but well taken by Vasconcelos. And the field now, well, there's a gully, and a sweeper on the cover right. There's a cover mid-off, deepish mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backwards square and a long leg. So there's a lot of space out there, with Tom Curran earning this space with his 65 as he settles himself down over his bat once more. Proctor is over the wicket to him, and he's punching off the back foot out there into the offside, and there's no run. The other thing the word I've used a lot with Surrey, with the bat and the ball at times this season, more with the bat in sort of first innings or when they've got into this position, is they've been utterly ruthless, absolutely ruthless in these sort of situations, and haven't really sort of got themselves to this position, and then haven't really given the opposition a sniff. So,
well, it was another R word we used at the Oval, wasn't it? Relentless with the way the bowlers went about their work.
As forward goes Tom Curran. He's turning this one into the leg side. That rolls in there towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
The way with Colin de Grandhomme in that match as the fifth seamer, and they were just able to keep rotating, rather as Hampshire did, to be fair, against Northamptonshire last week down at the Aegeus Bowl.
What I've liked about Surrey this season in their first innings is they've actually at times just put batting points completely out the window. As not quite ready here is Tom Curran. So they've sort of said to themselves, listen, if we don't get maximum batting points, it's not the end of the world, but we're just going to keep going and keep going and keep going.
Bigger picture.
And that's very much a Division 1 mentality. It's a good team Division 1 mentality. And yes, it is about mentality. I think that's fundamentally right. But it's also about being able to apply your skills for a long time.
Over the wicket again goes Proctor. That's very short outside the off stump this time. And Tom Curran just sways inside it. And the interesting thing here is, it's exactly what you were talking about, Phil. Tom Curran had sort of played a couple of lovely shots, obviously, but he could have gone after those two, and he's actually decided not to. So I wonder if Amla has had a quiet word with him.
I think he was just ticking away. The adrenaline was going a little bit.
Yeah.
They're now saying bat once, aren't they?
Yeah. As over the wicket once again comes Proctor, and this one's pushed by Tom Curran up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So end of the over, 339 for 6 Surrey. Amla has 122. Tom Curran has 65. Yeah, I think they're probably saying to themselves now, let's take batting again out the equation if we can.
And there's still, 177 overs left in the game. There's a huge amount of time left in this match. It's closing in on lunch on this third day. I'll just update you what's happening elsewhere in the County Championship in Division 1 up at Headingley. Yorkshire 151 for 5 in their second innings against Essex. So Yorkshire 60 runs ahead, but 5 wickets standing. So that's a fascinating one. Yorkshire need a bit of a partnership there. And at Edgbaston, Somerset are 57 for 2 in their second innings against Warwickshire. So Somerset are 80 runs ahead. Warwickshire looked as though they were on for a first innings lead and then got rather blown away last night. Jack Brooks.
The boy Brooks again.
The headband warrior picked up 4 wickets in very quick order.
Well done, Jack Brooks. Good man.
Great man.
So that game again is fascinatingly poised. Still nothing doing down at Hove, where they haven't managed to get any play today so far because of rain. Worcestershire 289 for 2 in reply to the Sussex total of 220. I'll go through the other Division 2 scores in a second, but we have a change of bowling from this indoor centre end. James Sales is coming back into the attack. Bowled 4 overs for 28 yesterday, a little bit costly. Here he is again, bowling to Amler at the start of a fresh spell, and Amler's playing forward out into the covers. Rob Keogh, with extra cover, does the fielding. At Grace Road, Durham had just been bowled out by Leicestershire, 296 all out, so they've gained a first innings lead of 94, having bowled the Foxes out for 202 in their first innings. And at Lords, Middlesex building a big lead, 354 for 8 against Glamorgan. Here's Sales in again, driven by Amler up to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. So Middlesex now 140 runs ahead there against Glamorgan down at headquarters.
You know what my next question is going to be.
I know what your
Are they in
next question's
action
going to
again
be.
today, the England legends?
I think today it's India against the West Indies. In the,
Did they? I don't even know if they managed to defend 78.
I'll have a look in a second. Here's Sales in again, bowls very full again to Amler, who drives back down the pitch. Sales fields off his own bowling, and there's no run.
I did notice on social media that scorecard from the England legends did do the rounds last night. Yes.
Yeah, you're ahead of me here. So there's
a tournament going on at the moment out in India where it's great. You know, Tendulkar's playing, but the England legends team, well, we were surprised they got to the ground.
Here's Sales in again, pulse to Amler, who runs it down to Gully. It's not fielded cleanly there by Will Young, and the result of which they're able to go through for a single, and that takes Surrey into the lead, 340 for 6. Amler up to 123. England lost yesterday by 7 wickets with the best part of 6 overs to spare, so it's a bit of a thumping in T20 terms. Their next match is on Saturday, a day-nighter against West Indies.
Long way, isn't it?
Here's Sales in again, and Curran has just check-driven that up over mid-on, 1 bounce, 4 runs immediately down below us. Another glorious shot from Tom Curran, and it takes him up to 69, 344 for 6, and that is the 100 partnership for the 7th wicket between Hashim Amla and Tom Curran. They've reached that milestone off 120 balls, so 5 and over in 80 minutes. Tom Curran has made 69 of those 100 runs, and Amla just 22. And he won't worry one little bit about that, and that's outside the off stump, and again cut away by Curran. He's going to pick up 2 more runs here, scoring almost at will at the moment. Good bit of fielding down on the boundary out there by Lizard Williams, but strong finish to the over by Surrey and by Tom Curran in particular. Curran up to 71, 346 for 6, 4 runs short of another batting bonus point. Sales has bowled 5 overs for 35 in 3 spells, this being the 3rd. And Surrey now 7 runs in front.
Do you remember for a while one of the broadcasts, I don't know, I think it was probably Sky, did this thing where they counted up the number of sessions that were won by each team in a test match, which was completely pointless, really. And this is why, because you can lose a session very marginally and it has no real impact on the balance of who's ahead. This session has been dominated and is a key session. So this is worth about 2 or 3 sessions, really.
Luke Proctor from the David Capel end, and into Amler he comes, and Amler's just pushing this one away into the offside, pick up a single, and the way that Tom Curran's gone about this just allowed Amler just to play the Amler way. 124. So Amler this morning, that's the fascinating thing with this. Amler this morning has scored 27. And Surrey are now in the lead, 347 for 6. As Tom Curran settles over his bat once more on 71. Proctor's into it. He's solidly in behind this, playing it out into the offside. So yes, the England legend, Mal Loy's playing that.
Okay.
So I saw a couple of photos of the sort of the first training session, the aftermath, the aftermath of first training session. They seem more excited about having their photo taken sort of in their new kit than anything.
Mal was doing some fielding up here, I think, on Wednesday with Kevin Innes before they flew.
Yes. As over the wicket once again comes Proctor, and this is cracked off the back foot by Tom Curran out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up another single, 348 for 6. But
Strong Surrey contingent.
very,
out there,
very
isn't
much.
there?
Mika, Dernbach,
Schofield.
Tremlett, Schofield, Clark. Yes. Didn't make a huge contribution yesterday in the opening game. But I'm my only fear there for them is with a day-night game and a day off as well. God, dear, they got a bit of a wait for their next game, haven't they?
Let's hope they're hydrating
Yeah,
well.
so they will be well, I would have thought. As forward comes Amler, and this one's pushed into the offside. And there is no run. I should think there'll be a couple of team meetings, wouldn't you think?
I would have thought so,
Yeah,
yeah.
get together,
Yeah.
boys. Talk about how we're going to go about constructing more than 78 in 16 of our 20 overs.
There's extraordinary figures from Jai Surrey. It was
Yes.
4 overs, 4 for 3, I think.
Yeah.
Bowling is,
Well, as I said, because we
left
said
arm
that, a
spin.
lot of them played PCA stuff, but that would be slightly different to a nice sunny afternoon at Wormsley or wherever it is they play. But great tournament, great fun. As forward comes Amner again, plays this one out into the offside, and lovely for those lads to all get together again. It really is.
I'm sure they're taking full advantage of the opportunity. Is there a coach? Has anyone got the gig as coach out there?
I'm not sure.
I don't think so. I think it's sort of a player-led. Well, it's certainly that from the England point of view. Yes, I don't know who's in charge of that player leading. As over the wicket once again comes Proctor, and that's cracked off the back foot by Amler. Out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And they'll pick up another
that's a
single.
terribly scruffy bit of cricket from Northampton.
Yeah.
It was, the over was done. It was a single out to deep point. It was a terrible throw from save, I think it was, that ended up two wickets short of the strip in the middle of the pitch. And Vasconcelos didn't make the catch, and it fell out of his glove. It was all very scruffy. Didn't enjoy that, as you can probably tell.
Yes. Mr. Rowe
Standards,
there.
boys, standards.
Yep, 349 for 6. So, sorry, 1 run away from a 4th batting point now. So they've gone about this brilliantly this morning, sorry.
Well, we've still got another 17 overs in which to get 51 runs for maximum points. Here's James Sales starting a fresh over to Hashim Amla, who's playing defensively up to save at mid-wicket and no run. But no, it's England-West Indies on Saturday. It should be entertaining.
Is it televised?
I don't think so. I haven't spotted it. Simon Kerrigan will know, because Simon
Yeah,
Kerrigan,
he knows
Northampton's
everything.
left arm spinner, is if there's any cricket anywhere in the world of any description, he will know, and he'll know exactly what's happening in it as well. Here's Sales in again, bowling to Amlo, just stands tall, punches it up to Proctor at mid-off for a single, brings up the 350, so another point in the book for Surrey. 4th batting bonus point. Amler up to 126. And now, well, at the risk of stealing Church's thunder, just 1 point behind.
That's the great thing about Hampshire not playing this week as well.
No, just a
Does
point.
make the maths a bit easier.
Just a point behind. So if Surrey do get the 5th batting bonus point, they will level on points with Hampshire at the top of the table. Here's Sales in again, bowls to Curran, who stands tall, tries to smash it back past the bowler. I think Sales just gets a hand on it, takes a little bit of the way off it, and it's going up to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. Umpire's now chugging across from square leg to point.
Yeah, well, I think he's got his eye on Josh Cobb at deep square leg to make sure that he doesn't sneak behind. Oh, he's not looking. The umpire's not looking. He's now looking.
Here's Sales in again, bowled short and whipped away by Tom Curran, and that's gone so quickly down behind square for 4. It's bounced off the boundary board and it's come back into the playing area about 5 yards. He's hit that hard.
Tell you what, there's a bit of the Viv Richards about this, isn't there?
It's extraordinary stroke. It wasn't that short, and it's smashed into the boundary board, and so it's come back onto the field about 5 yards. 76 to Curran, 354 for 6. There are 3 men back on the boundary, as Phil was saying. There's one just in front of square, one just behind, and a long leg, all back on the fence. As Sales bowls again, and that's flayed away through the offside by Tom Curran. Good tumbling stop on the boundary.
He's ticking.
And he is seriously ticking by Lizard Williams. 2 more to Curran, who goes up to 78, 356 for 6. And I think the most contented man on the field at the moment must be Hashim Amla,
Well, yes.
because he's 126 not out, and nobody really is taking the slightest bit of notice of him. He doesn't need to do anything very much apart from take one and let Curran get on with it. 17 the lead now. Sails in, bowls short, pulled away by Curran, down to one of those three men down on the boundary, the middle of the three, Will Young, who's just behind square, sends in his return. It's a single, so Curran keeps the bowling, 79 to him, 357 for 6. The lead is 18, and poor James Sales has gone now for 43 in 6 overs.
And it's worth remembering that the ball is only 14 overs old.
Yes.
And we've got no catches. We've got 4 or 5 men on the boundary, 3 of whom are at various leg positions, long leg, deep backward square and deep square leg. We've also got 2 men out on the offside, I think. So the question is, how are we going to get a wicket, and what's the plan?
Yeah. Well, what I would say here is, I was saying that Tom Curran's ticking. The fact is, he's actually picking his balls to go after as well.
He
And
is.
with the field that's set, he's got a little bit of leeway, hasn't he, at the moment?
Well,
Unity, really.
And talking of picking balls,
Oh, we're getting a change.
they're going to have a change. So
We have a
the
white one.
Simon
Well,
Simon
to be
Kerrigan's
fair,
got the box and he's trotting on again.
this one's had a bit of tap, hasn't it, from Tom Curran?
I think it was that one that smashed into the boundary boards the
Yeah.
previous over and bounced back on. Phil, you've been taken to task by one of our regular listeners, Nathan Thadani, is at I Want to Say. He says to me, can you please tell Phil to stop bigging up the Surrey innings? I hasten to add Nathan is a Northamptonshire supporter. Everything he's predicted so far today has come true. So there you are.
It is all my fault. It's
It's entirely
it is.
your fault.
I think if I've had this view for many years that most things are my fault, actually.
Well, it's easy if you acknowledge it. It saves a lot of time.
Apologies to the Northamptonshire supporters.
What I would say as well is that sort of what you're seeing here, and I've been fortunate to see it this season with Surrey, is this is a side that even with a 6-week break, he's very confident about the way they go about their cricket. And as I say, they've sort of done this already this season, where they've got to the ground and sort of said, right, this is the big one, big session for us this, and they've just gone about it in a terrific manner. And they've always found a way to make these runs. That's the thing. They've always found a way of making these runs. And this morning's just been sort of Hashim Amla playing his way, and then Jordan Clark got it started. He was pretty positive when he started, then went for 30. And Tom Curran's just played some sublime cricket here. He really has. And on to 79 he goes. And Northamptonshire here at the moment, sort of Surrey not just edging themselves in front, they've seen the door and knocked it down at the moment. So Northamptonshire have to desperately here try and knock one of these 2 over before lunch if they can. Otherwise, Surrey are looking at not trying to bat again in this game at the moment. As they have changed the ball. Oh dear, what's happened here with Tom Curran? Something flown into his eye. No, his bootlace is undone. He suddenly, as he was settling over his bat, Tom Curran's realised that his bootlace is undone, and of course they've been scampering some singles, so the last thing you want to do is trip over your shoelace.
Perhaps one of the Northamptonshire players undid it.
Yes,
in that drinks
we'll
break.
tie them together. I'll do
Yeah.
that for you, Tom. Tie them together. But no, he suddenly shot off towards square leg. I thought maybe an errant fly in the eye or something there, but just his bootlace had come undone. So he's back on strike. Proctor has another ball in his hands now, and the first one with this ball they'd have had to have found one that looked about 14 overs old, and it's pushed away by Tom Curran out into the offside. He's on to 80 here, his highest first class score, 358 for 6, but the way he's played, it's not the highest first class score of a man who doesn't know how to bat.
I was just getting exasperated, as you may have seen, about the token gully position. He's just gone back to an orthodox backward point. It was either get in at slip or get at backward point. Token gully.
Over the wicket goes Proctor, and this is just helped off his hip by Amla, who's in complete control of that pull shot. Just helped off his hip. The fielding is brilliant down there. And Mr. White just throws himself across the turf and keeps it down to a single, because Amler was definitely thinking about coming back for two there. But White sprinted round and got the throw away very quickly, and it was a terrific throw to Vasconcelos, who spent a lot of yesterday sort of taking balls on the half volley and in the dust in front of him.
We had a few teapots, didn't we, yesterday?
Yes, as Proctor is into Tom Curran, solidly forward goes Tom Curran. In the field at the moment, there are plenty of singles, of course, with this situation. So there's a lot of green space out there for Tom Curran and Hashim Amla. But yeah, Amla's sort of, with the way that Curran has played, he's sort of just been sat in his armchair, had the best seat in the house as Hashim Amla. 127 not out.
I think Tom Curran's also benefited from the new ball as well.
As over the wicket comes Proctor, that's short, that's pulled by Tom Curran. Fine on the leg side. White's trying to get round to this. White will get round to this. And he actually gets a ripple of applause for the fielding from Ryan Patel and Cameron Steele, who are down below us, having a watch from the boundary rope. Of course, Cameron Steele, very important 48 yesterday. And he did the really tough yards yesterday to Cameron Steele with Hashim Amla. Tom Curran's on to 82 now. 361 for 6. Proctor is in over the wicket. Short one again, hooking, and he's got it up and over the top of Vasconcelos and away for 4 more. So Tom Curran moves on to 86, 365 for 6. But you're mentioning that new ball there.
Yeah.
So obviously, harder ball coming onto the bat.
Coming on faster. And, you know, for a shot maker as he is, that probably is not a bad thing for him to come on and the ball sliding onto the bat nicely.
Lunch 12:40, Radders?
12:40, yes.
It's not beyond the realms of possibility here.
It isn't, is it?
Not many come along before lunch. As over the wicket comes Proctor once again, and he's hooking again to another short one is Tom Curran. He's got a fair amount of this. White's been exceptionally busy in this over and does really well again down there at long leg. But he'll pick up 2 more, will Tom Curran. He moves on to 88 now. 367 for 6. So he's a chance of doing it before lunch. And as I say, hundreds before lunch don't come along terribly often.
No, not many at all. I'm just doing a little bit of looking up. I can't think of... I mean, I know in terms of Northamptonshire's list, you're looking at the likes of Colin Milburn and Wayne Larkins and those sort of batters who've done it, but this has been an extraordinary, and James Sales has been pulled out of the attack, which is perhaps not a huge surprise. Ben Sanderson is going to replace him from this indoor centre end. We have, as you say, around about 16 minutes to go until lunch. I was looking at the record 7th wicket partnership for Surrey against Northamptonshire. A little way to go yet. 181. Adam Hollyoake and Brendan Julian at the Oval in 1996. Well, here is Sanderson. No slips, gullies or anything of that nature as first ball of the over finds Hashim Amla playing it down to backward point. Will Young makes a tumbling stop, but they're able to come through for a single. So Hashim Amla once again resumes the best seat in the house at the non-striker's end. He goes up to 128, 368 for 6.
Difficult this, isn't it, really, now for Northamptonshire, because you've got a bloke on 128, but you're actually trying to keep the other guy off strike.
Yeah.
It's a very awkward situation for Will Young, this.
Here's Sanderson running in again to bowl to Tom Curran, and that's flayed away up to mid-off. It's a really good stop by Luke Proctor, because that had 4 runs written all over it, and it's a really good stop to keep it to 1. Diving away to his left. Takes Curran, though, up to 89 and Surrey to 369 for 6. 30 runs ahead. They've added now 145 runs this morning. It really has been, apart from the wicket of Jordan Clark, pretty much one-way traffic. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls to Amla. Again, stands tall, punches it off the back foot down through point for a single. Fielded by Lizard Williams out there on the boundary in front of the old scoreboard. Amla to 129, 370 for 6. Sorry.
Radders, have you got the spells this morning? Have you got Jack White's figures from this morning?
I haven't, but I can find them in a moment. It would be, he would stand I suspect, head and shoulders above.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was headed.
Head,
really.
shoulders, and everything else, I think, ahead of everybody else. He's Sanderson in again, and that's flayed again through the covers by Tom Curran. They're going to come back for 2. There's more work for Lizard Williams to do out there, sweeping on the boundary. It's 2 more to Curran. He goes into the 90s. 91 to Tom Curran. 3.72 for 6. Yes, I think in those sort of, to use that sort of metaphor, Jack White's been standing on a box this morning, hasn't he, really, or on the top of the step ladder. The others
I was just wondering whether that might be the product he uses on his magnificent hair. It flows beautifully, doesn't it?
Well, the resident rocker. He's a fine bowler, but I say this morning he really has been playing almost a lone hand in terms of the batting partnerships. Next ball is short of a length, cut away again by Curran. 3rd ball in a row. It's work for Lizard Williams to do out on the cover boundary. 1 more to Tom Curran, goes to 92. 3.73 for 6. 1 ball to go in the over.
Well, this is again why, Ben Curran. I know. Not that Northamptonshire next season, but he's a very good player as well. The Curran boys are just good to watch. They're just exciting players.
Yeah. Amler on strike as Sanderson bowls to him, and he does the unthinkable, nudges it into the leg side for a single down to Josh Cobb at deep square and nicks the bowling. It's not what the punters came to see. 3.74 for 6. End of the over. Amler's 130. Curran is 92. Ben Sanderson 21 overs, 1 for 69. Partnership now 130, and we've got certainly 3 more overs to go until lunch, maybe 4.
But they're just exceptionally entertaining and good cricketers.
Just make things happen.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're always in the game. They're always in the game, and Sam loves it. He loves the game of cricket, and Tom here as well. Is just this is an exceptional innings now. 92 with 10 minutes to go till lunch. And as I say, they don't come along terribly often, the old hundreds before lunch. So it's going to be Rob Keogh. We're going to have some spin into the attack again now for Northamptonshire. As Keogh is into Amler, who's reverse sweeping straight away here. Hashim Amler, oh dear. And the fielding from the skipper's not the best. It's dived straight over the top of that, but it will just be a single. But he's got a fair bit on his mind here as Will Young. Amler will get a single, but it brings Tom Curran onto strike. Now, of course, we did see him come down the pitch to Keogh and plonk him straight back over his head for 6.
This is going to be fascinating. How he plays this.
It is. They've got long off and long on, obviously. He's on 92. There are singles everywhere for him. Keogh is in. Here he goes, straight away, down the pitch for 6. He has lofted this straight over. A straightish mid-wicket position. And, well, there's your answer. First ball from Keogh, straight out the traps. Picks it up, swings it, leg side. He's got all of that. And Tom Curran is on to 98 here. And Surrey are 381 for 6.
Well, that's probably the longest boundary on the ground today, I would think. He's cleared it by some distance. With 2 men back as well.
Yes. What an innings. 98 not out. He's down the pitch here, just pushes out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, takes his single. So Tom Curran, this is his highest first class score. He's 99 not out. It's 382 for 6. Surrey have turned this game around in one session this morning. As forward goes Amler. Nudges this into the leg side. They're thinking about 2. It's Tom Curran is saying, do you want to? Amler says, you stay where you are. You're on 99.
Just looking at the balcony, it looks like there's about 500
the
members of the Surrey staff.
Every single member of the squad and Surrey staff are on the balcony because Tom Curran is 99 not out here. And this is before lunch.
Is he going to come down the wicket? They've brought the straight men in.
They have indeed. There are singles there if he wants them. As over the wicket goes Keogh to him. And there he goes. Tom Curran has 100 before lunch. Here at Wantage Road, he's danced down the pitch to Rob Keogh and has smashed him straight down the ground for 4. Every single member of the Surrey squad and backroom staff are on their feet. Tom Curran signals up towards the balcony. That has been an exceptional innings from Tom Curran. It's a maiden first-class 100. It's come before lunch. And Tom Curran, back here at Wantage Road, is 103 not out. Surrey are 387 for 6. Rob Keogh is into him again, and he's pushing this one back up the pitch. There is no run. And Phil Rowe, what can you say about that innings from Tom Curran?
It's exceptional, wasn't it? You know, it's just a pleasure to be here. I'm a lover of cricket first, and very quickly behind that, a lover of Northants cricket. So as a lover of cricket, you've got to love that. If you don't enjoy that, then you're watching the wrong game, really. Really positive, really skillful. Both feet, front foot, back foot, both sides of the wicket, seam and spin. He has had the answer to any question he's been asked, and he has dominated. He's dominated pretty much every bowler that's come down at him. He's just got on top of them with proper aggressive cricket. There's been no slogging. There's been very few false shots. He's had a flap at a couple of bouncers, but he deserved any slight sort of fortune that went his way with those, only a couple. That's been an exceptional innings, and has really turned the game round so that Surrey are now very much ahead of this game and looking, they've got power to add and take the game right away from Northants in this session.
Yeah, they have, and as we've been saying, they just want to bat the once now. As forward goes Hashim Amla, and this is turned into the leg side, and there's no run. Now, my apologies to Hashim Amla here, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but we've almost forgotten about Hashim Amla. He's on 133, but it's Tom Curran, and they don't, as I say, I'm trying to think, I don't think I've ever commentated on 100 before lunch. I don't think I've ever commentated on someone scoring 100 before lunch. And if I have, it isn't as memorable as this one. And it's a maiden first-class 100 as well. So both the Curran boys, Tom and Sam this season for Surrey, maiden first-class 100s. And much like Sam danced down the pitch and put Linda into the pavilion for 6, back at the Kia Oval, and there was Tom Curran dancing down the pitch and smashing Keogh down the ground for 4 to bring up his maiden first-class 100.
People will say, yes, but it was a long session, but actually he got it within 2 hours as well. So it was in a session, in a genuine session.
As in over the wicket once again comes Sanderson. And that's a single for Amla, running it down towards third man. Well, of course, he came out in the 74th over. Mm-hmm. That's the other thing with this. Yeah. He came out to bat in over 74. Yeah. He went to his 100 in over 97. Cool.
So I've enjoyed it.
You've had enough now, Phil.
Thank you. Yep. Thanks, Tom. Well played.
389 for 6. But I think for anyone who loves their cricket, if you've been here today, you just have to sit and say that has been pretty special stuff from Tom Curran.
Agreed.
Surrey were 11 runs away from maximum batting points as well now, as Tom Curran is forward, punches this one up towards Luke Proctor.
I love that as well, you know, Mark. I love that because for all money, he's been lofting that ball over mid-off all day long, and now he's saying, actually, I'm going to get more.
Well, and
the
also,
message that sends to Northants as well.
And also, you know, as I say, that he knows what the game plan is here from Surrey. And he's 104 not out, Tom Curran. As Sanderson is over the wicket to him, and that one's down the leg side. He gets nothing on this.
Slower ball, I think.
Yeah, and well taken by Vasconcelos again. But the partnership is now, it's 104 as well out of 145 for the partnership. So there you go, that tells its own story. And it's come in under 2 hours. So it's certainly, for a third morning, it's certainly been an entertaining morning here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Northampton and BBC Radio London. As Sanderson is in again, and this is off the back foot, hammered, with great fielding by Rob Keogh. Sort of throws the ball away as if to say, get off me, because that was a brilliant bit of fielding. And that one was timed beautifully again by Tom Curran. End of the over, 389 for 6.
Well, I don't know if listeners could hear the sound of the bat onto the ball there, but that was, if you could, then that's how Tom Curran's been striking the ball pretty much all morning, right out of the middle of the bat. And I think Surrey have played this absolutely beautifully. They've got themselves into a position, managed their innings really brilliantly so that they can accelerate and have accelerated as they've been able to do. So getting yourself into that position is one thing, but then maximising and optimising that position takes real skill, and that's what we've seen today.
Yep. As Rob Keogh is into Hashim Amla, or he's got him LBW. Hashim Amla's just looked to work round his front pad. And, well, Hashim Amla's wonderful innings goes and comes to an end on 133. And that might be the biggest surprise of the morning, but it's out.
It's out, yeah.
It is out because he's bang in front of his middle stump. He's just missed it, really, trying to turn it into the leg side. But what an innings that has been from Hashim Amla. He goes for 133. The partnership is broken with Tom Curran. It was worth 144, but Amla's innings has put Surrey in a very good position here. 388 for 7 they are, and Amla out for 133.
Yeah, a high-class innings from one of the very best, and he played the innings that was appropriate and that was needed from his team. He's, when you get to the level that he's at, he can play a variety of innings, and he's just played the innings that his team needed, which has allowed other people to come in and play around and play to their strength. So a great contribution and a selfless innings in many ways.
Partnership worth 144 in 27 overs. Amla's innings, 278 balls and 8 fours. And I haven't disappeared, but I have been trying to list instances of centuries before lunch for Surrey in first-class cricket. There are quite a few, and I haven't gone through the whole of the list yet. I'm probably about 2/3 of the way down through it, but I'll tell you that Jack Hobbs did it 6 times so far, but he's in some incredibly illustrious company. The likes of VFS Crawford did it 3 times. Ian Gregg, Ernie Hayes, Andy Needham did it in 1985. Errol Holmes, Freddie Brown, Bobby Abel did it multiple times. The most recent instance I've found so far, bear in mind not all of these are from 0 to 100. There might be 100 runs added in a session. Jason Roy against Lancashire at the Oval in 2015.
Oh, did he?
But Mickey Stewart did it as well at Guildford in 1970. But some great names that Tom Curran is now joining.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's made this one extra special is, yes, there are players who may have been 10 not out overnight, and then, but he's walked in there after half an hour of play today, and has hit 100 before lunch. So Gus Atkinson is out there in the middle, and his first delivery from Rob Keogh. He's pushing this one out into the offside, and there is no run, but wonderful innings as well. And it's really Hashim Amla who set all of this up. As Keogh is in again. Gus Atkinson, he's bowled. That changes things now. Gus Atkinson has looked to drive, has got a bottom edge, and it has just pottered back onto his off stump. So Gus Atkinson goes second ball. That might be lunch, I think, because the players, we're in the last over before lunch. So Gus Atkinson has looked to drive that ball, has got a thick inside edge. It's rolled back onto his off stump. Gus Atkinson has gone without scoring. And, well, Tom Curran will make his way in. 103 not out, but that will give Northampton a bit of a lift going into lunch, because Surrey go to lunch at 388 for 8. They lead by 49. But Rob Keogh in and over has got rid of Hashim Amla for 133. Gus Atkinson without scoring, but Tom Curran will get a huge round of applause here. 103 not out, Phil Rowe.
Well, it's a bit of a damp squib from a Surrey perspective at the very end there, from a session they've absolutely dominated. They've come out with a clear game plan this morning and executed that game plan beautifully. From a Northamptonshire perspective, the game plan wasn't as clear as was Surrey's, and certainly the execution of the plan was not up to scratch. By far the best bowler on show was Jack White. He had no support really from any end to put to. We didn't join dot balls together. I don't think there was a maiden this morning. I may be wrong. Runs were scored both sides of the wicket. Yes, there were some drive balls, but most of the boundaries were short wide balls. To be honest, at this level, they're going to get punished. In came Tom Curran, and just took the game completely away from Northamptonshire with positive, authentic, high quality cricket shots and a sparkling innings, which those who have been lucky to have seen it will talk about for many years to come. Actually, that was exceptional cricket from Tom Curran, and credit where it's due.
Yep, great privilege to be able to watch that innings from Tom Curran this morning. Terrific stuff. So 388 for 8 Surrey at lunch. It means they lead by 49 so far. For listeners to BBC 5 Sports Extra, we'll hand you back to the studio and Kevin Howells. And for everyone else, we'll be back with you when play resumes in around about 35 minutes' time. I hope you enjoy your lunch. We shall go and do the same. For the second session on this third day's play in the County Championship Division 1 match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. We have had an extraordinary morning's cricket here at Wantage Road. It has been a terrific morning's cricket, particularly if you're of the Surrey persuasion, because Surrey this morning added 164 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. They are 388 for 8, and we've seen an extraordinary innings from Tom Curran, 103 not out, so he made a century before lunch. We'll note this over the course of the afternoon, talk about some of the other great players who've done it for Surrey in the past. I'm Andrew Rowd from BBC Radio Northampton. Alongside me is Mark Church. Our colleague Phil Rowe will be with us very shortly. Churchy, what a morning.
Well, it just an exceptional morning of cricket. I don't think it matters who you support, really. I just think for cricket, that was just a wonderful morning. And Hashim Amla, 133, but at one stage, when Jordan Clark was out, that was 244 for 6. And then Tom Curran came in, and 103 not out. Tom Curran at lunch. And it means that Surrey, 388 for 8, lead by 49, 12 runs away from maximum batting points. Although Rob Keogh, in the last over before lunch, had Hashim Amla LBW with the first ball of the over, and then bowled Gus Atkinson with the third ball of the over. So a couple of wickets there. Otherwise, it would have looked horrible for Northamptonshire. If it had still been Amla and Tom Curran wandering out there after lunch, that would have looked horrible. But now they have Kemar Roach to bowl at and Dan Worrell, and there are 3 balls of this Rob Keogh over to go. And it will be the right-handed Kemar Roach on strike, and Roach is forward and pushes this first ball out into the offside. But Tom Curran is up there at the non-strikers and his maiden first-class 100. That's the other thing. It was a maiden first-class 100 in his first championship game since April 2019. So it's been worth the wait as forward goes Kemar Roach. There's a short leg and a slip in there. What Northants would have said to themselves, I'm sure, at lunch is, this is our chance to get this done as quick as possible and get out there with the bat ourselves, as Kemar Roach looks to drive a ball that's just tossed up a touch more there from Rob Keogh. Rolls up there towards a deepish mid-off. That's the end of the over from Rob Keogh. And the score remains on 388 for 8. But as I say, had it still been Amla and Tom Curran at lunch, I think the Northamptonshire players might have had a bit of indigestion. Phil Rowe is back with us, which is terrific news. But we were just saying, Phil, just for cricket, that session this morning was unbelievable, wasn't it?
That was fantastic. High quality from both Amla and Curran. And they've just kind of just taken the game completely away from Northampton. I was thinking just now about the pitch as well, particularly with the new ball. You might look at that session and say, well, that's obviously very flat. Day 3, Northampton's very flat, fast scoring ground. No real problems for when Northampton get in. I don't necessarily see it that way. With the new ball, there were a few balls that really did misbehave, particularly from Jack White from this end, from the Lynn Wilson end. He got the ball to bounce and move away from the right hand a few times. And with the quality of the Surrey attack, Northampton nick a couple of those, it puts a very different complexion on things.
Here's Lazard Williams starting proceedings from this indoor centre end, short of a length, pulled away by Tom Curran, who is just basically going to carry on where he left off this morning. That's raced away for 4 through mid-wicket, so 1 ball faced by Tom Curran after lunch. It's gone for 4, 107 not out, 392 for 8. It wasn't that short of a length, but he's just whipped it away for 4.
I mean, that's an extraordinary cricket shot. Having just had a sandwich and a glass of whatever, and come out and first ball play that shot.
And time it like that as well.
Just been an extraordinary innings, and power to add is Williams in again, and this time he's gone over the top. It's gone 1 bounce, 2 bounces over the boundary at long off for 4. So 2 balls faced after lunch, 2 boundaries. Curran on to 111, 396 for 8.
And again, talking about plans and execution, there are 3 men back on the leg side. The job here is to get Curran off strike and bowl at the other guy. So you bowl straight and you bowl back of a length, and he tucks it off his hip and everyone's happy with the outcome. What you don't do is bowl a long, floaty thing outside off stump that he's going to put his hands through, because you've got no fielders there.
Well, borrowing from John Arlott, there are a few fielders in Wantage Road, but only just at the moment. Fielders all over the place as that's short of a length. Cracked away through the covers by Curran. That's going to be 4 more. There is a man out there sweeping on the cover boundary, and he stood absolutely no chance. 3 fours of the first 3 balls he's faced this afternoon. It brings up the 400 for Surrey. Maximum batting points secured. And, well, Curran on to 115. And those of us, as I say, lucky enough to have seen this innings today, whoever your support, wherever your allegiance lies, we'll be lucky to say that we've seen this. This has been extraordinary. He's gone aerial again. Now, has this got enough on it to clear the fielder? It's Luke Proctor has taken a stunning catch. Running back towards long off. That is an amazing catch by Luke Proctor to end an amazing innings from Tom Curran. It was up there a long time. It was coming over his shoulder. Proctor has taken a storming catch. It's given Northamptonshire the 3rd bowling point. 400 for 9. But a round of applause, I'm sure, from all around the ground is going to greet Tom Curran as he heads off out for 115 off 93 balls. And just listen to what the crowd thinks of this. But it took a catch right out of the top drawer to dismiss him. He goes for 115, it's 400 for 9.
Good camera work, whoever's operating the camera. So if you're watching on the live stream, you'll have seen the replay by now and see what an outstanding catch that was. For those on the radio, Luke Proctor was fielding at a kind of deepish mid-off position, and the ball was hit over his head away to kind of deep extra cover, and he ran full pace as the ball was coming over his shoulder. And when he caught it, his both feet were off the floor, diving away from the pitch, and he held on as he hit the ground pretty hard. That's a fantastic catch to end an absolutely incredible innings. I mean, I've very rarely seen an innings of that quality.
Yeah, I was saying to Radders at lunchtime, that's the first time I've ever seen anybody get 100 before lunch starting their innings. And then, well, he's come out after lunch and gone boundary, and then that was an exceptional catch from Luke Proctor. He had no right to catch that, really. Running back over his shoulder. He was up there a long time and then diving full length. And what he did brilliantly was hung onto the ball when he hit the ground as well.
Well, we welcome once again listeners to BBC 5 Sports Extra with us for County Championship cricket this afternoon from Wantage Road. And what a start to the afternoon. We were saying this morning was spectacular cricket, largely due to Tom Curran. Well, this afternoon we've seen Curran hit his first 3 balls for 4 and then get out to a stunning catch by Luke Proctor, coming over his shoulder, diving full length. It means that Surrey have got maximum batting points at 400. Northamptonshire have got maximum bowling points with 9 wickets down. Now, what can Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell add to the total? 400 for 9 it is. Lizard Williams has taken his 2nd wicket, 2 for 96 in his 19th over. He's running in now to bowl. First ball to Dan Worrell, who was driven up to Jack White at mid-on, and there's no run.
I think I know how Worrell's going to play.
I think it's.
Yeah. Well, he's a very good player, is Dan Worrell, but he tends to, if it's anywhere near him or in his half,
yes,
he's going to have a go, which is probably exactly the right way to do this. Now they've got the maximum batting points. Just to say, everybody, of course, now it's all square. Hampshire and Surrey
level on 217 points. Here's Williams in, bowls to Worrell, and he just edges that down to backward point where it's fielded by Rob Keogh. End of the over, a successful one for Lizard Williams eventually, and also for Northamptonshire. 400 for 9 it is. Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell, neither of them off the mark yet. And apart from anything else, I mean, there's so much to talk about already today, but good old county championship is reasserting itself, isn't it? I mean, the quality of cricket that we see day in, day out, those of us that are lucky enough to be in a position to watch it every day. And I can't think of a better morning's cricket than we saw this morning. It was amazing.
The other thing that's done, the way Surrey have gone about it with Tom Curran as well, is it's sped the game up as well. That's the other thing. It's moved the game on very, very quickly. There's still an awful lot of cricket to be played. There's a whole day tomorrow, and we're only after lunch on this 3rd day. So huge amounts of cricket to be played. Rob Keogh from the David Capel end into Kemar Roach is pushing this one. out into the offside, and it rolls there towards Luke Proctor, who took that wonderful catch at cover. But by scoring their runs as quick as they have this morning and getting a lead of 61, there's still a lot of time in this game as forward goes Kemar Roach and pops this one down into the offside. So
Like a military operation, really, wasn't it? They got themselves into a position, and then the next stage of the attack is to play Tom Curran in that way.
Keogh is in. Forward goes Kemar Roach very studiously. As well, Kemar Roach coming in at number 10. He's a pretty good number 10, is Kemar Roach. Looks like he's just going to play fairly sedately. Worrell's already looked like he might play a few shots. As he's sweeping here is Kemar Roach. That's one area for him to go, and doesn't really get anything on that. And Vasconcelos again gets something on it, moving away to his left. Keogh is over the wicket once more, and there goes Kemar Roach again, just pushing this one down in front of him. Of course, it'll be Roach and Worrell that will take that new ball for Surrey as well. That'll be fascinating to see those two with the new ball, but they've still got a bit of work to do with the bat here, as Keogh is in and Roach is forward once again. So I think that's the way Kemar Roach is going to go about this, and then Dan Worrell will do it his way. Maiden over from Rob Keogh, and Surrey 400 for 9, so that is a lead of 61.
Just going through some of the other notables who've scored a century before lunch in first-class cricket for Surrey. There are quite a number of instances, obviously, over many years. I think the first one I could find on the list was Monty Bowden, who actually captained Surrey Club and Ground in the very first match ever played on this ground. In May 1886, he captained Surrey Club and Ground against Northamptonshire, but on this occasion he made a century before lunch for Surrey in 1888. But any number of other instances since then. We'll talk through one or two of them in a second, as Williams comes in, pulled away by Worrell out to deep square, where Josh Cobb is grazing in front of the signal box, sends in his return, and Worrell is off the mark with a single, 401 for 9. Going way back, the master, Sir Jack Hobbs.
This is ridiculous.
Did it on no fewer than 11 occasions for Surrey. Did it for England as well, but just for Surrey. I've found 11 instances. It's conceivable there may be others, but I found 11. Here's Williams in again, outside the off stump, left alone by Izzard. Williams goes through to Vasconcelos.
That's just amazing.
It is. The likes of Andy Duckett did it, I think, 5 times. Bobby Abel did it 5 times. Tom Haywood certainly 3. VFS, known as Very Fast Scoring Crawford, he did it a couple of times in 1901 and once in 1899. Billy Brockwell, way back in the 1890s, did it 4 times. Here's Williams in, bowls to Roach, who times that beautifully away through the covers for a couple of runs. So Roach is off the mark as well with 2, 403 for 9 Surrey. Of the more recent ones, found Mickey Stewart did it at Guildford in 1970, John Edrich in 1972, Andy Needham in 1985, Monty Lynch in 1987, Ian Gregg during that huge innings of his against Lancashire in 1990, Alan Butcher in 1980, Darren Bicknell at the Oval against Essex 1989. Come back to that in a second, as Williams is in bowling to Roach, who's playing defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. And as I think I mentioned just before lunch, the most recent instance for Surrey that I've managed to find, and I'm sure the Surrey statisticians will be listening in, and if you can find a more recent one, then please do let us know. The most recent one I could find was Jason Roy in 2015 against Lancashire at the Oval. Now, obviously, some of those were starting at a score overnight and going or scoring 100 in the session, rather than as Curran did, actually starting from scratch and getting 100. Williams goes short to Roach, who ducks underneath it, goes through to Vasconcelos.
Just with the master there, 11 times.
11 times. And over a long period of time, obviously he had a very long career, but he did it the first time in 1905, which I think was his first season, and did it, and I think the last occasion for Surrey was 1926. Of course, 1925 was another one of his huge years when he went past W.G. Grace's record. Here's Williams in again, bowls short, and Roach just swaying out of the way, goes through to Vaston Sailor, so they make sure that they'll be bowling at Dan Worrell for the start of the next over. 403 for 9. Surrey's lead is 64. Must mention also, just Northamptonshire supporters will be interested to see Freddie Brown on that list, who of course captained Northamptonshire from 1949 to 53 and really brought about the post-war revival in Northamptonshire cricket, but started his career at Surrey. And he did it in 1932, the summer before he went on the Bodyline tour with Douglas Jardine in 32-33. But that's the best list I can come up with at shortish notice.
Brilliant
anyway.
work from you there, Mr. Rad.
Good work, Radders. There's going to be fireworks, I predict.
Well, Worrell against
Yeah.
Keogh. Yeah.
I want a man on the coffee van, which actually I got a coffee from at lunch and it was very nice. But I'd like a man protecting that coffee van so that it can come back another time.
That is where he'll be aiming if he tosses one up. Here he goes, straight away down the pitch. He wasn't there for that. And he swung himself off his feet there as Dan Worrell got a thick inside edge. And it's rolled down into the leg side and there's no run. So yes, Dan Worrell, we know what's coming with D. Worrell. He's gonna eye up the right delivery or the wrong delivery and still get down the pitch here as Keogh's in. Oh, he's going back, and nice little paddle down towards backward point by Dan Worrell. He's got some super shots in his locker as Dan Worrell. He really has, and he's scored some valuable runs for Surrey this season. As over the wicket goes Keogh, flatter, quicker. It's not a shot from Dan Worrell. It's just driven that out towards deep mid-wicket area, and he'll take a single. So Dan Worrell moves on to 2, and Surrey move on to 404 for 9, and that will bring Kemar Roach back onto strike onto himself as Keogh is into Roach, looking to cut his Kemar Roach. Doesn't time this at all, comes off the toe end of his bat. Potter's in there to Luke Proctor. There at extra cover, he took a wonderful catch to get rid of Tom Curran. As forward goes Kemar Roach, just smothers this down in front of him, rolls there into the leg side, and there's no run. He's got his long on in there as Rob Keogh for Kemar Roach. Roach is driving, nice looking shot for a single from Kemar Roach. All these runs important because it adds to that Surrey lead as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps from Josh Cobb. End of the over, 406 for 9. So, Phil Rowe, that's now a lead of 67 for Surrey, and it's handy.
That's very handy. Yeah, it sort of feels like almost 1.5 times the score in a way, you know, when you've got to come out and you're currently 67 behind, who knows where it's going to finish. It's interesting that the two guys batting now, Roach looks like he has got pretensions to be a proper batter. And so I had a little look at his numbers, and they're quite modest, actually, for a guy who shapes up as nicely as he does.
Yeah.
Whereas Worrell seems to be a guy who, yes, of course he can play, but he knows he wants to make a score as well. He's going to, if the ball's in his area, as you said earlier, he is going to have a go at it.
Well, Lizard Williams is now having a chat with Luke Proctor before he resumes the attack from this indoor centre end. Williams into his 21st over, 2 for 99, just missed out on the 100 at Southampton. I'm not sure he's going to do so this time. We shall see. He bowls that ball. No, he's not, because it's edged away for 4 by Dan Worrell. I say edged, maybe doing him a disservice there. I think he may just have opened the face and run that down. There's no slip, so it's a perfectly safe shot. There is a third man, but third man was fairly wide, and it's run away for 4. 406, 410 now for 9. Worrell to 7.
Yorker, Rudders.
I think
He bowled a very good Yorker at Hashim Amla, didn't he?
Yeah, I think that might be the option.
Certainly to Worrell, maybe also to Roach. If he does bowl a good Yorker, I wouldn't be ashamed to get it out.
Well, Lizard Williams, 20 overs and 1 ball to get the ton up. Here he is again, bowling to Worrell, who's just pushing that out into the covers. Easiest of singles. There's a man out there sweeping in front of the old scoreboard, where the ground staff camp now, and there's one more onto the total. The board has gone slightly haywire. I think it's now 411 for 9.
Just looking that Kemar Roach made a valuable 29 against Essex at the Oval. And then the one contribution from Dan Worrell. It's another important contribution as well from him. So they both made contributions with the bat this season.
Kemar Roach on strike. And that's a dot ball played back down the pitch. Just looking at Lizard Williams' figures, they just had a theory that they were actually very similar to the figures down at Southampton. And just checking up, Williams at Southampton the previous match bowled 20 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 98. Here it's 20 overs, going into this over at least, 20 overs, 0 for 99. 2 for 99 rather, but he has of course got the ton up now. Here's Williams in again, bowls short, and that's pulled away by Dan Worrell for half a dozen. It was a short ball. He tried Kemar Roach out with a couple of short balls in the previous over that Roach didn't take on. Worrell has taken it on, and he's hit it into the family stand for 6. 416 for 9. Memo to bowler, not a good idea. 8 to Worrell, 416 for 9.
And it's the shortest boundary there. If you're going to go short, we need to be doing it from the David Capel end, really, because you've got another sort of 15 metres to play with.
Well, here's Williams in again, bowls to Worrell, who's gone with a sort of aerial cut, uppercut almost, down to wideish third man for 4. It's raced away for 4, takes Worrell to 12, 420 for 9, 10 runs off 2 balls. I'm trying to think who that reminds me.
It reminded me of Wendell with his flag.
Well, there's a bit of Wendell. I was also there was a little bit of the Robin Smith about that.
Oh, yeah, there was.
Little sort of
yeah.
That rather flamboyant cut of his that used to go in the air down to third man. Very effective. Here's Williams in again. Bowls to Worrell, who steers it to backward point, where it's fielded there by Northamptonshire captain Will Young, who must be wondering quite what the next move is. 420 for 9 at the end of the over. Worrell is 12, Roach is 8. Williams has now bowled 21 overs, 2 for 114.
And these runs are important. It's got that lead up to 81. Worrell made 26 at Scarborough as well,
right,
which was a good innings from him. Now, if I suppose if those two could both make 20s here and get that Surrey lead up to 100, and that is really good from where they were, Surrey. So I think we've seen the way they're going to go about it. Roach is just playing very sensibly, and Worrell said, if it's anywhere near me, I'm after it. As forward goes Kemar Roach, pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. A gentleman at lunchtime, I couldn't quite believe this, but he asked me, do you think Surrey will declare? And I was, well, I'd be surprised.
I'd be very much
But where we are in the game, as well as here is Roach looking to drive, thick inside edge. That runs away down towards long on, because every single one of these runs, Phil Rowe, is still very, very important. Plus, it's leaving Northamptonshire out there, which is the last place they want to be at the moment. They know what's coming as well. These two. They know these two are coming at them with the ball as... Oh, that's bowled through the inside edge. Looking to drive was Dan Worrell. A little bit of turn there for Rob Keogh. And Keogh there's finished with 4 for, I think.
He has.
Which is good from him. But Dan Worrell's sort of looked to go through extra cover there. And that's gone spinning back past his inside edge. But valuable runs from Dan Worrell. He's made 12. Roach has made 9. Surrey are all out for 421. And it means Surrey lead by a very handy 82, but well, Rob Keogh finishes with 4 for 51.
Did a good job, didn't he, Rob, there? Really, really good contribution that year. Without that, then, those 2 wickets he got just before lunch and then that one there, then it could be absolutely disastrous. There are some, I think Lizard Williams is probably the happiest man to be walking off the field. I mean, it's the end of his spell. And I think there'll be some trepidation in the Northants ranks, because they have seen runs scored, no doubt, and runs scored very quickly and very attractively. But they've also seen, when the ball was very new, that there is still something in this pitch for bowlers of the class of Worrell and Roach and others. So here comes the cliche alert. In the first hour, getting through that new ball, getting through the new ball, getting it slightly softer is going to be so important.
Well, we'll stay with you, because there's quite a lot to talk about. I'll go through all the bowling figures and the stats of the innings in just a second. We'll also, and I'm conscious we didn't do this an awful lot this morning because there was such a lot going on here, but we will, of course, bring you right up to date with what's happening in the other county championship matches. But I have had an email, thank you very much indeed, to Brian Cowley, who's one of the Surrey statisticians, knows a huge amount more about Surrey cricket than I do. Brian has confirmed and is very kind to say that we just about got the list right, and Jason Roy was indeed the last to achieve it for Surrey back in 2015, 7 years ago. So a little bit of history made that we've seen today, courtesy of Tom Curran. I just wish, I don't think I've sort of got access to it today, but we did mention it, I think, earlier in the game, Mark, about when Tom and Sam and indeed Ben's late father Kevin was captain here in 1998 and was here for a year or two after that, and they had the family fun day here in 1999. And somewhere I've got this wonderful photograph, at 2 or 3 photographs of Kevin with the two boys in their little matching duffel coats here when they were obviously very young, and I do wish I'd got those knocking around somewhere. I don't think I've got them with me, but anyway, as we were saying, it's a wonderful innings here from Tom Curran. The Northamptonshire bowling figures, those of a nervous disposition might not want to hear all of this. Ben Sanderson, 22 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 70. Jack White, the pick, without a doubt, 21 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 55. So in the midst of all the carnage, he was still only going for, 2.6 and over. Lizard Williams, 21 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 114. Luke Proctor, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 52. James Sales, 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 43. Rob Keogh, he'll be happy to see these, 13 overs and 3 balls, 2 maidens, 4 for 51. So the next question that I'm sure somebody will ask is the last time for Northamptonshire in first-class cricket somebody scored a century and took 4 wickets in an innings. We'll perhaps get onto that one later. And Safe Zaid bowled 4 overs for 19. There were 31 extras. Surrey all out for 421 in 104 overs and 3 balls. And as you say, Phil, I think really, notwithstanding the onslaught that came from Tom Curran this morning, I thought Jack White stood up to it really well. He was excellent.
Yeah, he was. He didn't do anything kind of particularly extraordinary. What he did was he made it difficult to score, and said, if you're going to score off me at the rate you want to score at, Tom Curran and Hashim Amla, then you're going to have to take a little bit more risk. And it was a really good little passage of play there. It was a fair contest. In every other contest, it was overpowering. Really, the Northampton bowlers were overpowered by Tom Curran in particular. Jack White stood up, and what that meant was he bowled with real skill and hit an area consistently, and that's professional bowling. That's what you got to do. As Mike Hendrick once said, your job is to make the ball bounce there as often as you possibly can, and that's quite a simple method, and that's what Jack White did with skill. So he got movement into the bat. He certainly got movement away from the bat, and another day could have picked up a couple of additional wickets, and that won't be lost on the Surrey attack. They know there's still something in this wicket if they get it there or thereabouts with the new ball. But yeah, Jack White, he just continues to improve.
It's interesting you mentioned Mike Hendrick there in connection with Jack White, because so often when we've been talking about Jack White in the course of the season, and it's useful, particularly for older listeners who may not have seen Jack White, perhaps have been watching on the live stream, may not have seen Jack White before. If there's one bowler that he constantly reminds me of, less the action but more the approach, so much like the late great Mike Hendrick, that sort of rather rocking shouldered approach. And as we've said, I'm sure before, if he becomes half the bowler that Mike Hendrick was, he'll have a pretty good career, albeit obviously from a late start. Now, as promised, I'll just run you through what's happening elsewhere in the County Championship, with some other very important games going on, not least up at Headingley, where Yorkshire are playing Essex, and it's a terrific tussle up there. Yorkshire are 222 for 7 in their second innings, so they're 131 runs ahead with 3 wickets standing. So, and obviously, as with this game, basically best part of 5 sessions to go. So if the weather holds, there's definitely going to be a result. So it's a question of how many Yorkshire might feel they need to be ahead to put real pressure on Essex in the second innings. In the other Division 1 game at Edgbaston, Somerset are 90 for 3 in their second innings against Warwickshire. Fair to say, the scoring rate there doesn't exactly match Tom Curran this morning. 90 for 3 in 51 overs.
Ooh.
So they've been making...
A bit like the England legend.
Yes, they've been making steady progress, it's probably fair to say. But nevertheless, the main thing is, Somerset are 113 runs ahead. So But again, a very important game. Two teams down at the wrong end of the table, and Northamptonshire will be looking over their shoulder at that one because, of course, if there's a result in that game, then it means that one of the teams certainly will make up points on Northamptonshire, assuming they don't win here, which they might, but I say probably odds against at the moment. In Division 2, they still haven't started down at Hove, where they've had some fairly unpleasant weather down there this morning. The rain that was in evidence yesterday really hasn't gone away from the south coast, as I'm sure you'll be aware if you happen to be listening down there at the moment on 5 Sports Extra. But there's no play yet there. Worcestershire still 289 for 2, replying to the Sussex total of 220 all out. Just up the road at Grace Road, Leicestershire in a spot of bother against Durham. They're 48 for 3 in their second innings, Leicestershire. So they're still 46 runs behind, and they've already lost 3 second innings wickets. That's against Durham. And Middlesex have been bowled out at Lords for 390 by Glamorgan. Glamorgan in their second innings are 32 for no wickets, so they're still 144 runs behind, but still have all their second innings wickets intact. So that's where we are as far as the other matches are concerned. Obviously, we'll continue to keep you up to date with those throughout the day. And I just noticed Mark making a list, another entry in that list of Surrey first innings totals in the championship this year. It does make fascinating reading.
It does. It is interesting, actually, because I'll whiz through them again because they are exceptional.
Don't read them out.
All right. What I'll say,
it's a good list.
Phil, what I'll say is their lowest is still 308. There you go.
It's just a good list.
Still 308. There's a couple of 600s in there as well for them. Three 600s. But I think the point we were making this morning is that yet again that they came this morning and overnight they were 224 for 5, and they've managed to get up over 400, get a lead, get maximum batting points, and now they'll be looking to try and put Northamptonshire under pressure here. They've got 82 runs to play with, and as we've all been saying, really, this new ball is going to be absolutely critical with Roach and Worrell. And then, of course, well, Tom Curran's probably feeling pretty good about life at the moment. Jordan Clark as well, of course, and Gus Atkinson. But it will be your normal suspects to get us started. And Dan Worrell and Kemar Roach it will be with the new ball. Worrell, of course, started from this indoor school end. In the first innings, Kemar Roach was from the David Capel end, and that'll be the same again. And, of course, Roach picked up 5 and they did damage with the new ball yesterday morning as well, these two. But of course they've got Emilio Gay out there, who played so beautifully in the first innings for 145, and alongside him Will Young, and they put on 77 for the first wicket. So if they could do that again, then they'll be almost up around that 82 mark. So Northampton should just have the bat here. Surrey won't go fully attacking yet because that's not the way they do their thing. The Roach goes with the field he wants, which will be 3 slips basically as the catches, but straight away there's a short mid-wicket catching. As Kemar Roach then will come round the wicket to Emilio Gay, and Gay's first ball, he's up and running straight away. A little bit short and a little bit wide from Kemar Roach and punched by Emilio Gay. So he's picked up where he left off on the first day, off the mark straight away with a couple of runs. And 2 without loss. They've got third man in there as well, sorry. Then there's the cover mid-off, mid-on, but then straight away Ben Geddes is in there in that short mid-wicket. That's a catching position because you've seen it a few times on this pitch. Uppish in front of square. As Kemar Roach is into Gay, that goes away from him, but it's wide outside the off stump. And it's taken by Jamie Smith.
It's called a wide as well.
Yeah.
So it's interesting you say about that fielding position.
Yeah.
Emilio Gay was caught there in the first innings against Hampshire. So again, as you say, Surrey will have done their
many
homework.
times, I think,
Yeah.
as it is.
Yeah.
He kind of just, all left-handers go across it. He falls sometimes across it, which means when he plays the ball there, it can carry a little bit more than he wants it to. And the analyst has done their work there.
3 without loss. As Roach is round the wicket to Gay. Gay lets this one go outside his off stump, taken by Jamie Smith. That slip cordon is Burns at first, Patel at second, then Tom Curran is in there at third slip. No Hashim Amla out there for Surrey. So Tom Laws is out there doing some 12th man duties out there at cover. I think Amla's probably deserved a little break as Gay waits over his bat once more as Roach coming round the wicket to the left-handed Gay. And Gay's letting this one go as he's just trying to get himself towards that off stump is Kemar Roach, and Gay just walks off towards square leg. 79 Northamptonshire trail by. Will Young have a big role to play, the captain, down there at the non-strikers end. You can hear Surrey already. Lots of chatter out there. Jordan Clark is out there, stood at mid-on, and it's Gus Atkinson at deep backward square. As round the wicket goes Roach, and Gay's letting this one go again. Outside his off stump. Worrell is having a stretch as well, so he'll be down Worrell to get us started. You'd have thought from the indoor school end, he's just going through his repertoire. I'm always quite glad when I'm sat behind Dan Worrell when he's bowling, because you get to see what he's doing with it, and he does do a bit. He's an exceptionally skilled bowler, Dan Worrell.
Predominantly takes it away from the right-hander. That's yeah,
but he's got the one that comes back as well at pace. Right. As Kemar Roach is in, and Gay, good-looking shot from Emilio Gay, just drives this, lent on it. We saw a few of those in the first innings. He's obviously in good form, and that's the first boundary of this Northamptonshire second innings. And a nice one it is for Emilio Gay. He'll move on to 6. Northamptonshire move on to 7 without loss.
Really enjoyed that shot from Emilio. He'd let a number of balls go that were fairly similar. That one just a little bit fuller, a little bit more in his zone, and so makes the decision to play. And one of the things that is to his advantage there is he leaves the ball positively. And so if he decides to play, he's in a good position to play as well.
Approaches in again to him. Oh, now this one's a bit wider, and he's gone after it, and it's beaten the edge of the bat, and it's taken by Jamie Smith, and Kemar Roach ends up with his hands on his head. He put it out there a bit wider, and Amelia Gay went after it. End of the first over, and Northamptonshire 7 without loss here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Radio London, and it means they trail by 75.
It's a fine line here. Northampton need to play positively in attack and positively in defence. That one was a little loose from Emilio. It looked like a bit of an effort ball as well from Roach. It probably did him a little bit for pace. It skidded through with the brand new Conker. But it's important in these positions that you don't just go into occupy the crease mode. You've got to play. You've got to play positively and leave positively. And so far he's done that. There's a bit of a false shot off the last ball of the over. This for me, I'm looking forward to watching Dan Worrell bowl. I think he's got some skill, hasn't he?
Yep. And he's been very, very good for Surrey this season, Dan Worrell.
In the light of what you're saying, Phil, about the need for Northamptonshire to still try and be positive, come on to that in a second, is Will Young facing Dan Worrell. It's outside the off stump, just shaping away towards the slip cordon. 3 slips in place, but Young not playing a stroke, and it goes through to Jamie Smith. Last 3 innings that Will Young has played in the Championship, 2 at Southampton, 1 here, since the resumption of the Championship. First innings at Southampton, 27 off 52 balls. Second innings at Southampton, 20 off 71, and here 20 off 73. All 3 occasions he's sort of rather been outscored by Emilio Gay early on. He's dug in and not gone on. Here's Worrell outside the off stump, again well wide, and Young not needing to play it, and doesn't do so, goes through to Jamie Smith.
No, I've no great problem with that in and of itself. You know, part of the job of the opener is to get the ball old as well. So I've no great problem with that. But when you do occupy that number of balls, you need to go on, don't you? Yeah. So he's certainly well got himself in, and then hasn't converted that, and he'll know that as well. You get a number of, as an opening batter, you're going to get a number of balls that have just got your name on it. They're just too good for you, and you're going to nick them. And so when you do get in, you've got to make hay.
Young on strike again as Worrell comes in, bowls to him again wide outside the off stump. Once again left alone. Good carry, as you would expect with the new ball. It goes through to Jamie Smith, and there's no run. But that said, as you say, in terms of an opening partnership, these two, the last 3 innings have put on 68, 98 and 77. So they have given Northamptonshire starts. The problem has been what happened after that.
Dan Worrell could be Peter Siddle's big brother. He reminds me very much of the way that he bowls and delivers the ball, what he does with the ball.
Here's Worrell in again, bowls again outside the off stump, left alone by Will Young.
He's just an exceptionally skillful bowler. And I knew he was a good bowler, but I think at Gloucestershire, he had to do an awful lot of bowling at Gloucestershire. I think here at Surrey, with what they've got, it just enables him to sort of not have to just keep bowling and bowling and bowling. So he's pretty fresh every time that he starts a spell, really.
And it's that point about depth of resource again, isn't it? I know Northants were keen to attract him if possible.
Worrell in again, bowls once again outside the off stump, and once again Will Young not being drawn into a stroke. Yeah, bowled well against Northamptonshire down at the Oval. 18 overs, 2 for 32. Nipped out Ricardo Vasconcelos early on, and then Matthew Kelly down the order in the first innings. Second innings, 3 for 37. Dismissing Will Young with an absolute jaffer, if I remember rightly. Caught behind by Ben Folkes. Also got rid of Rob Keogh and then Simon Kerrigan down the order. Here's Worrell in again, bowls to Young. This time he does have to play it, and does so, just opens the face, runs it down to third man, wide of the slip cordon. And so Will Young is away with a single, keeps the bowling as well. And that's the end of the second over of Northamptonshire second innings. 8 for no wicket, 6 of those to Emilio Gay, 1 to Will Young.
Yeah, in terms of the way he goes about it, it reminds me a little bit of Mornay Morkel when Surrey won the championship in 2018. I've said this so many times. Mornay never took a fiver in that season. Never took a fiver, but he always would knock out one of the top 3. And if you needed him in the middle, he'd come and bowl you a spell. And if a partnership developed, get one of those, and then he'd finish off the tail. And Worrell's a little like that. I'm pretty sure if you look down his list of wickets, most of them he'd start with 1, 2 or 3 in an opening spell. And that's why he is so good, really. 8 without loss. Northamptonshire on this third day, of course, here at Wantage Road, as Kemar Roach is into Will Young. Will Young lets that one go outside his off stump, well recovered there by Mr. Rad. Very good hands from you there, Radders.
Phone nearly went on the floor, but you never lose it.
No. There's lightning reactions from you there.
Reflexes are still there.
Absolutely. At least you just didn't throw your phone up in the air in triumph. That would have been annoying. As Will Young, of course, playing against England at the start of the summer, opening for the New Zealand side as Kemar Roach goes wide of the crease turn. That's a beauty. That is an absolute beauty. Will Young has to play at that. That beats the outside edge from going wide of the crease. And then just straightens up a touch on him. Lovely bit of bowling from Kemar Roach. That is the thing about Roach as well. He does use the crease an awful lot.
He does. He's very clever, isn't he? Yeah.
A lot of experience out there at the moment. He's settled into life at Surrey extremely well. He's a very popular bloke, is Kemar Roach. As over the wicket he goes, and this one's left alone by Will Young outside his off stump. Wanders off towards square leg, but it was a shame when he picked up an injury in the second game of the summer this summer and had to head home, but then back he came, and he's certainly made an impact since he's come back. In the first innings, 5 wickets for Kemar Roach, hunting some more in this second innings as the right-handed Young settles himself over his bat once more as Roach is into him, and Young turned around a touch by this one. Again, he's gone a little wider on the crease there as Kemar Roach, and he's just hitting a good length here, isn't he, Phil?
Yeah, he's kind of working him over a little bit, isn't he? He's dragging him across the crease a wee bit. He's gone away from the bat a couple of times, so he's getting the ball to nip. And it's hard to do that. The wider you go, it's harder to get the ball to then nip and straighten, and he's got plenty of skill in order to do that. And I'm wondering when the nip backer, whether he's setting up a little bit for the nip backer. I'm sure that's in his armoury.
He's in over the wicket here, and this one, has nipped back.
That was the one.
That's the one. It's not that far away from the off stump either.
Yes.
And the other thing there is Young's late on that. Cool, that is a lovely piece of bowling from Kemar Roach. And yet again, Phil Rowe has read the future. And,
is it garlic bread?
Yes. I wasn't. That
Is
one.
it garlic bread? That's brilliant. Let's hope so.
But that was not far away from the off stump of Will Young. As over the wicket goes Roach again, left alone this time by Young, but that's a terrific over from Kemar Roach. 8 without loss. Radders.
Just update BBC Radio Northampton. And Northamptonshire have just started their second innings. They're 8 for no wicket, 6 of those runs to Emilio Gay, 1 to Will Young. Surrey eventually bowled out just after lunch for 421. And we've seen an extraordinary innings today from Tom Curran, who made 115 off 93 balls, including 3 sixes and 15 fours. Made 103 of those before lunch. Hashim Amla eventually out for 133 and 4 wickets for Rob Keogh. So Surrey claiming a first innings lead of 82. Northamptonshire have reduced that by 8 without loss. So that's updated BBC Radio Northampton, and we're about to see Dan Worrell start the 4th over of Northamptonshire's second innings, bowling to Emilio Gay. And Gay drives nicely through the covers, runs for him here. Bit of a chase there for Kemar Roach. Comes across from mid-off, and they're through for 2. Takes Gay to 8. And Northamptonshire to 10 for no wicket. I'm just, in between times, just looking down the list of players who've scored 100 before lunch on this ground, because obviously there are rather fewer instances than we were talking about the ones for Surrey. And it's fair to say that Tom Curran, I suppose as with the Surrey ones we were talking about earlier, is in very good company. I'll flesh out the list a little bit later, but some very, very fine players who've done it. Here's Worrell in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. Goes through to Jamie Smith. What an absolutely glorious afternoon it is now. Yesterday was a bit of a cloudy one, wasn't it? And this is just a perfect September day here in Northampton. And, well, there must be a very, very good chance. We've still got 61 overs to go after this. So the last couple of days we've been off at 5:45 because of the light, but there must be a very good chance that we'll actually get through today.
Short legs coming, Geddes straight under the helmet now for Gay.
So we've now got 2 slips, but a forward short leg. Here's Worrell in, bowls just a good length ball, pushed out into the offside by Gay, out into the covers. Tom Curran fields, and there's no run.
I'm waiting for the one that swings. Worrell swung almost every ball to the right-hander. He's deliberately not swinging the ball so far this over to Gay. He's kind of gone across him a little bit, and really he's just trying to get Emilio Gay to just get himself across the crease a little bit, just know exactly where his off stump is, and then when Worrell feels he's got him far enough across the crease, he will swing the one back into the pads, I suspect.
Here's Worrell. In again, bowls to Gay, and that's on the leg stump, and he's clipped it away down to fine leg. I think he didn't get bat on it. In fact, it just came off the pad. Just wondered if he got a little nick on it, but he didn't. Nevertheless, it's 4 more onto the total. It goes down to the boundary in front of the Spencer Pavilion, and Northamptonshire up to 14 for no wicket, so still 68 runs behind.
I like this field from Surrey. I think, Mark, you said earlier they don't tend to overdo things, and I really like that. You know, with a lead of 80, it's probably very tempting to go in 4 slips, no third man, and suddenly there's 30 on the board and you haven't done a lot wrong. Whereas actually what they're saying to Northants is we've got a lead and we're going to protect that lead and we're going to attack you. So I think it's a nicely balanced field.
Here's Worrell in again, bowl short, pulled away by Emilio Gay. It's in the air, but it's bounced in front of the man down at long leg. And, well, we were talking earlier on about Emilio Gay always looking to take on the short ball. He's done so there, but no great damage done. Well, not to him anyway. 1 more onto his total. He goes to 9, 15 for no wicket, but a slightly anxious moment. He didn't feel particularly in control of that one.
No, he wasn't. And we talked a little bit this morning, didn't we, Mark, about one of your questions was to go to the next level. The 2 areas that batters will often need to work on is quality spin and short fast bowling. And Emilio hasn't faced a lot of that in his short career.
Worrell bowling to Young, who is caught at the second attempt at 3rd slip by Tom Curran. Pushes forward, took the edge. It flew to 3rd slip. Curran knocked it up, caught it when it came down, and Young is on his way back. He's gone caught by Curran off Dan Worrell for a single, and Northamptonshire have lost their first wicket. Their captain has gone, and they're 15 for 1.
Yeah, just watching the replay there. I mean, first look, it just looks like a classic opening batsman kind of dismissal in that it's hitting the top of off, you've got to play, and it swung a little bit and then nipped off the wicket with the swing, as it often does. On closer inspection, I'm wondering whether he really needed to play at that. He gets himself across the crease, and maybe I'm being perhaps a little too harsh a judge there, but I do wonder whether he actually needed to play it because the ball was swinging. And when it swings, it generally goes with the swing. You're unlucky if it swings away and nips back, and you've left it. That's very unlucky. That one didn't do that. It carried on with the swing, caught the kind of shoulder of the bat. It flew fast to Tom Curran, who he needs to be on the lottery. I'll give him some of the numbers because he's never dropping that. Although he dropped it, it sort of sat up off his wrist. And he got the rebound, and the important thing there was that he didn't grab at the rebound. He just let it settle into his hand.
Well, it's fair to say Will Young hasn't had one of his probably more enjoyable days on a first-class cricket field. He saw his bowlers definitely under the pump this morning, and it was rather hard for him to probably work out what to do next when Tom Curran was flowing, and then he's gone out, and almost invariably, as happens in that sort of instance, unfortunately for him, he's gone early on, and Northamptonshire have lost one of the men who's certainly capable of batting long. Another one comes to the crease now, Luke Proctor. That was the end of the over. Worrell's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 4, and Northamptonshire are 15 for 1.
Yeah, and again, all I'd say is that there you go, Worrell again, one of the top 3 in an opening spell. It's what he does. He hits that line, he hits that length, and he just makes life incredibly difficult for the openings. Here is Kemar Roach, then round the wicket to Emilio Gay, and that's very wide outside the off stump. And Emilio Gay has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with that, and that's taken by Jamie Smith. What Tom Curran did very well there was he didn't panic.
That's the key thing.
Yes,
It's easy to say that from
absolutely
150 metres away, but you do see a lot of rebound catches dropped when they grab at the ball. Actually, the ball isn't really travelling at that point. So if you're soft into that rebound, you're generally going to catch it. But what you do is panic and grab, and everything goes stiff, and you knock it on.
Round the wicket goes Kemar Roach once again, and Gay, now he's edged it, and it's gone between Smith and Burns. Smith didn't move to his left. Burns then stuck out a right hand, and you have to wonder whether that's Jamie Smith's. Away to the left, and it's gone in between the two of them. Yeah, well, Jamie Smith sort of moved and then didn't, and Rory Burns has picked it up late. I just wonder if Smith put him off a touch by moving to his left. But that is a big moment for Emilio Gay, because that has flown between keeper and first slip and has whistled off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. And Gay moves on to 13, 19 for 1 as Kemar Roach is round the wicket to Gay. He's a little bit late on this, pushes it down behind him. Up comes Tom Curran to do the fielding, but I just wonder, I think Rory Burns possibly just put off a touch there by Jamie Smith moving a little to his left.
Yeah.
And then he was late on it.
As soon as the keeper flinches, first slip is going to just switch off that fraction. It went very fast, I have to say that. It was very catchable, and it was kind of right between the two of them. If the keeper catches that and tumbles, you say good catch, good decision. But once you show an inkling of going as a keeper, you have to go. If he hadn't moved, I think it was probably Burns' catch, actually.
It's round the wicket once again goes Kemar Roach, and that's down the leg side this time. That's hit Emilio Gay on the thigh guard. And Kemar Roach sort of stands with his hands in the air. You have seen it sometimes where that happens and it hits the back leg and just goes straight back onto the stumps. But Emilio Gay's lost a stud here as well, I think. So
Josh Cobb get done like that twice in one season off the underside of the thigh pad behind the legs.
It's no fun, that is it? No, that's no fun whatsoever. So Emilio Gay has to go down as a chance, and it flies between keeper and slip as Roach is into him. That's turned him around completely as well, and that's flying past Tom Curran at third slip down towards third man. Lovely bowling from Kemar Roach here to Emilio Gay. This is a tester for Emilio Gay now. Picks up a couple.
Seam movement, isn't there, Mark? Significant seam movement. And that was quite a full ball as well, when generally the seam movement isn't quite as pronounced. When the ball goes longer along the wicket, it tends to not deviate as much as if it's banged into the back of a length. But that one was very full and did move quite considerably.
Yeah, it's encouraging this for for Kemar Roach. Yeah, he'll be annoyed, but he'll also be encouraged. As round the wicket he comes to Emilio Gay, and Gay is forward, and again a little bit late on this. And that hit the toe end of his bat, went down to Ryan Patel. That's an exceptional over again from Kemar Roach. End of it. This is a real tester. 21 for 1, 2 world-class opening bowlers. And Gay has 15. Luke Proctor's yet to get off the mark, and Northamptonshire trail by 61.
That's 5 overs gone, isn't it? So, and there's been, I think, a wide and maybe no, but there's been 31 balls, something like that. And I contrast the accuracy. Let's just talk about accuracy. Contrast the accuracy of that first 31 balls to first thing this morning and the first 31 balls that Northampton delivered, which was of a different level. Actually, it was not at the right level, and that kind of set the tone a wee bit, which was then taken advantage of by Surrey, and hence we end up where we are. But yeah, using the new ball is a real skill, and these two are very, very good at it, Worrell and Roach.
Just looking at those instances we mentioned about hundreds before lunch on this ground. Come back onto that in a second as Luke Proctor is facing Dan Worrell, bowling round the wicket, 3 slips in place. He comes right across his stumps. And we said once or twice during the first innings that Luke Proctor must be an incredibly awkward and frustrating batter to bowl against. He's come right across all 3. But fortunately for him, he did manage to get some bat on it. It ran out into the onside and there's no run. But for a split second, I suspect Dan Worrell thought he might be in business there. If he hadn't got some bat on it, I think the question might have been asked.
I think Tom Curran's giving Luke Proctor a little bit of advice as well.
Here's Worrell in again, bowls to Proctor outside the off stump. This time Proctor leaves well alone, goes through to Jamie Smith. I reckon, just having had a little check through the book, that Tom Curran might be the 14th to do it on this ground, bearing in mind first-class cricket started here in 1905, so it's not too many. And there are some steady names. There's the Essex Jack Russell, C-A-G Russell. The only other one to do it for Surrey on this ground, Andy Duckett, back in 1921. Here's Worrell bowling outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor, goes through to Smith. Yeah, Andy Duckett in 1921. The other batters to do it, in no particular order, as they say on Strictly, Reggie Santall for Warwickshire, Kenny McEwen, Essex, Zahir Abbas for Gloucestershire, Colin Milburn for Northamptonshire, Mahinder Amarnath for India, Stephen Peters, former captain here, back in 2008, was mentioned the other day, wasn't he? Matthew Hayden, Kapil Dev for Northamptonshire, and I do remember that one very well against Derbyshire here. Here's Worrell, in again bowling to Proctor short, ducked underneath it. Proctor goes through to Smith. Brian Reynolds, back in the 1960s for Northamptonshire. Alan Lamb, Rob White on the first-class umpires list, and I reckon that makes 13, and Tom Curran becoming the 14th. Yeah. So some steady players there.
Rob White sent me a video today, and the videos of the ex-bowling coach, and he played for Essex, Ian Pont, who's now lead singer in a Spandau Ballet tribute band.
Here's Worrell in, and it's hit Luke Proctor, I think, high up on the thigh pad.
I'll share it with you. It's absolutely priceless. I responded with, "Oh, that's gold," and I think Rob White came back and said, "No, I think it's through the barricade."
Well, yes. So he's being Hadley. That is very exciting.
Fantastic.
That's my dream, to be Tony Hadley.
Is it
I have
really?
to say, yes, absolutely. So not only is Mr. Pont sort of doing his fast bowling clinics, he's now a Tony Hadley.
Do you know what?
Spandau Ballet.
I hate to say this, but actually it's not bad.
Here's Worrell in again, bowls to Proctor, comes right across his stumps, nudges it down to long leg for his first run in rather characteristic Luke Proctor fashion. And he keeps the bowling as well. So 1 to Proctor, 15 to Gay. End of the over, 22 for 1. Worrell 3 overs, 1 for 5.
I was mentioning to Andrew Radd that there's been a number of Surrey evenings that I've been at where the great Pat Pocock has been get to the end of the evening, dinner's been served, everything else, and then Perce, do you fancy doing a couple of numbers for us? Oh no, I'm not prepared for that. Oh, hang on, actually, I have got my backing CD with me, and then off we go in New York, and actually, to be fair to Perce, he's not a bad crooner. Yeah. You know, his old Frank Sinatra bit's very, very good. But Mr. Pont as Tony Hadley, that's something else. As Here is Kemar Roach then, coming in from the David Capel end, round the wicket to Proctor for the first time, and Proctor lets this one go. Now, in the first innings, Kemar Roach got rid of Luke Proctor with a ball that just got big on him, didn't it? And it just flew out into the gully region. But they haven't actually got anybody there at the moment. They've got 3 slips, but where he was caught in that first innings, there's nobody there at the moment for Luke Proctor. The name that jumped out at me there, only because my old man used to go on about him a lot, was Kenny McEwen.
Yes,
Dad was a massive fan of Kenny McEwen. As in round the wicket goes Kemar Roach to Proctor, letting this one go outside his off stump, the left-handed Proctor.
Of course, I see there's a new book out about Andy Duckett, isn't there?
There is, yep.
Sadly best known for passing away at the wicket at Lords, but in a match during the Second World War, but a wonderful sportsman, cricketer and footballer, wasn't he? And made a century. So he was the first, and so far, well, until today, the only Surrey player to do it on this ground.
And Tom Curran has joined that illustrious group there. As round the wicket goes Roach to Proctor. Nicely played by Proctor. Just goes across his stumps and then just helps this into the leg side. Takes a single. Proctor moves on to 2, 23 for 1.
Rudders, the list of Northampton Centurions before lunch in a session. Stephen Peters 2008.
Yes, that's
Who
right.
was that against?
I can tell you in a second. Just give me a moment.
I've got a feeling about that innings.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I must have seen it, but
Yeah.
in the way of things, I'm struggling to remember it. But I will. I'll dig it out for you.
The other thing is, that's round the wicket goes Kemar Roach, and Emilio Gay plays this one down into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid wicket, and there's no run. As we were saying yesterday, of course, there's a World Cup final 100 as well, Stephen Peters, for the 19s when they won the World Cup. Great player, Stephen Peters.
Great player. He had hair then when he was 19. He's got no hair at all now.
No, it's a very good book by David Tossell, actually. Went back to that entire group that won that. What they're up to now a few years ago. It's fascinating. As round the wicket goes Roach, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Emilio Gay. Taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his left-hand side.
Stephen Peters joined the staff when Kepler Vessels was the coach here. I think one of Kepler's last signings. Possibly the last non-Colpack signing that Kepler made. But so what a great signing it was. He went on to lead the club brilliantly.
Well, he was very much at the start of his career, the new big thing, wasn't he? Is round the wicket once again comes Roach. Good shot from Gay, straight back up the pitch, 2 straight, because it hits the stumps at the bowler's end, but it's a nice looking shot again, that from Emilio Gay. End of the over, hit it 2 straight, 23 for 1. Gay has 15, Proctor has 2, because of course started his career with Essex. But I remember when he got that 100 in the World Cup final, there was a lot of talk about Stephen Peters, wasn't there?
Yeah,
wonderful
absolutely.
player.
Yeah, he burst onto the scene, didn't he? And he played a lot of cricket around the place. Essex to Worcester to Northants, where maybe he had his best cricket perhaps here, and was a natural captain. Led from the front in terms of opening the batting, and he wore the badge with pride and led his men into battle. He's a good man.
Well, and he's got an exceptionally good record. We were talking yesterday about Rob Keogh inching up the list of Northamptonshire century makers in first-class cricket, and Stephen Peters stands out there, and you notice it on the list, Mark, 22 hundreds for Northamptonshire, which is a steady record. Worrell round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, who it's almost as though he didn't pick that one up. He always let it hit him around about the midriff. He just angled back in, it rather as one did in the previous over, just hit him maybe high up on the thigh pad, maybe a little bit above that.
Well, it's brave from it. It's a bit Brian Closey, this, isn't it? He's just letting it hit him.
He's a tough guy.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. But they've got a man at leg gully as well now, so short leg, and then Cameron Steele is sort of lurking.
That's not a bad position. That it could be finer, I would say. Could be a little bit finer with the ball new. But
we said yesterday that it's got a regular position now, leg gully for Proctor. You see it quite a lot. It's down the leg side, and Proctor trying to clip it away down to fine leg, doesn't make contact. Good diving stop by Jamie Smith behind the stumps, diving away to his right.
I think, Stephen Peters, 2200 for Northampton. And I mentioned earlier, as an opening batter, you're going to get deliveries that just get you out. you're not going to do anything wrong. You're just going to get a good delivery, so you're going to nick it or whatever it is, and you're going to be out. That's the nature of the game. Opening the batting, it's a tough job. But what Stephen understood that. He used to worry about that. What he worried about was when he got in, he had to go on.
Here's Worrell in again down the leg side once again. Same as before, carbon copy as Proctor looking to try and tickle that one down the leg side. Doesn't make contact, taken by Jamie Smith. Yes, it's an interesting little stat we came up with yesterday, Phil, that Rob Keogh, obviously now with 14 first-class hundreds for Northamptonshire, only 28 players in history have made more centuries in first-class cricket for Northamptonshire than Rob Keogh, which puts his position in the sort of the all-time pecking order into quite a sharp perspective, I think, as Worrell is in again outside the off stump this time, left alone by Proctor.
And he's got a lot recently, hasn't he, Rob?
Yeah.
I mean, you may know the numbers or be able to access them, but in the last 2 to 3 years, he has scored a lot more hundreds than he did in the previous 5 or 6. He had a bit of a quiet spell for a while.
Yes.
I think I'm seeing a cricketer in his best form at the moment. He's kind of blossomed. He understands how to go about building an innings. He doesn't worry so much. He's a calmer starter. I think he's benefited as well from working with Ben Smith closely. That seems to have worked well for him.
Yes, I just looked up that Stephen Peters 100 before lunch. We'll come back to that in a second as Worrell comes in round the wicket and clipped away through mid-wicket by Luke Proctor. I don't think it was entirely where he was aiming. I think he was looking to go probably down away through mid-off. There's a long chase out there for Hashim Amla, who has inevitably lost his sun hat, which is Mark Church was saying yesterday almost invariably falls off whenever he's in pursuit. It has done this time. They pick up 3, Proctor to 5, 26 for 1. Yes, the 2 bowlers involved in that 100 before lunch, it was against Essex, were James Foster, wicket-keeper, and Mark Bettini, opening batter or
James
top order
Foster
batter.
bowling.
Yes.
Both good mates of Pedro's.
Absolutely. Foster bowling. That would be something to watch.
So I'm sorry I asked. If you're listening, Stephen, I'm really sorry about that. It sounded good before that.
Here's Worrell in again. Bowls very full to Emilio Gay. Drives back past the bowler. There's just a single for him. I think Worrell may have got just a little bit of something on it as it went past him, just to take a little bit of the way off it. It's Jordan Clark comes round from mid-on to mid-off to tidy up. But that's one more to Gay. Keeps the bowling as well. And at the end of that over, Northamptonshire 27 for 1, Gay on 16, Proctor on 5. Northamptonshire still 55 runs behind. Now, the one of those I do remember vividly was Capel Devs against Derbyshire here in 1982 when Northamptonshire were looking to set up a declaration on the last morning, and it was a proper Derbyshire bowlers. It wasn't joke bowling, and he was quite magnificent.
Round the wicket comes Kemar Roach to Amelia Gay, and now they're going up for something behind the stumps, but it's not taken cleanly by Jamie Smith. Down low to his left. Now, I don't know whether there was a noise there or not, or whether it's an appeal just because the ball went past the edge, but not taken cleanly by Jamie Smith. But there were some oohs and ahs, and we're just seeing it again on the replay, and it's definitely got to him, Jamie Smith, but whether there was a noise there or not, we will never know. But just from the reaction, I wonder if it was just because of the delivery as much as anything, as Roach is round the wicket now. And Emilio Gay just about pulls the ball inside the line of that. He was going to go after that, was Emilio Gay. He was going to have a go at that one and then decided against it. So Kemar Roach is working on Emilio Gay here. This is interesting, actually, because we saw Emilio Gay play so beautifully in the first innings. But he's nicked one between slip and keeper. That one went past his outside edge. So just testing him out here is Kemar Roach. We know he's got a fair bit about him, Emilio Gay. As round the wicket goes Kemar Roach to him, and he's letting this one go outside his off stump. Jamie Smith watches that one all the way into his gloves and then just lobs it to Tom Curran. What would interest me is who he goes to next. Now, he normally goes Jordan Clark, Rory Burns. It just feels today like the tide is with Tom Curran, so he might well be tempted just to bug it to Tom Curran. Let him have a go.
I'm sure Tom Curran is encouraging him to do that.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
As Once more, it's Roach round the wicket, and Gay is pushing this one down towards third man, a little away from his body. Kemar Roach looks as if the entire world's come to an end here, with his hands on his knees and his head down. But they'll pick up two more to the total, two more to Emilio Gay. So he's got to start again here as Emilio Gay. He's on to 18, 29 for 1 Northamptonshire on this third afternoon. Trail Surrey by 53 runs.
I think he's bowled very, very well, Roach. If I was being hyper critical, I'd perhaps want him to bowl a little fuller, just to get him just driving, because the ball is doing plenty.
He's in here. Oh, shout for LBW. Emilio Gay's looked to whip round that front pad, and that's hit him smashed into his knee. Side of the knee. It put him on his haunches. That was a quick ball from Kemar Roach, and Emilio Gay's been moved across the crease by Roach and looking to work it leg side. It looked leg side-y, but I think it was one of those horrible ones as well that sort of smashed him on the side of the knee, and it put him down on his haunches for a second. But as we were saying, he's a brave lad, Emilio Gay, straight back up on his feet again. As Roach is round the wicket to him, a bit fuller this time, but left alone by Emilio Gay outside his off stump. You heard the cry of effort there from Kemar Roach. End of the over, 29 for 1. Northamptonshire, Gay 18, Proctor 5. And whatever happens in this game now, Mr. Rad and Mr. Rowe, we know next week Hampshire and Surrey will be level on points. If Surrey were to lose this game, they are level on points at the moment going into next week. If Surrey win, of course, they pick up the 16 for the win.
It's just absolutely fascinatingly poised, isn't it? The whole championship, both ends of the table, and that's just what you want going into the last couple of rounds of matches. Gorgeous or slightly autumnal light now, but it is beautiful as Worrell comes in, starts a fresh over to Proctor, who plays that well. That bounced on him a little bit, and he just got on top of it. There is a forward short leg in and a leg gully. Proctor just getting on top of that, dropping it down at his feet.
It's quite interesting, Phil. We were talking about this. The way that Proctor sets up, he sort of does that big crouch. So he's to get on top of it, he's got to go even higher in a way, hasn't he, with those hands?
Yeah, and it is a big crouch. You're quite right. It's quite a big movement, and generally with big movements, you get it slightly wrong, it can put you off balance or affect your timing a wee bit.
Two slips in place. Worrell in bowling again to Proctor, drops it down on the offside and comes across from forward short leg to field, and there's no run. Stays at 29 for 1.
It's the most beautiful afternoon, though, isn't it?
There's just something about that light, isn't there, that you do get in sort of heading into September. Rather soft, slightly autumnal light, which we've got at the moment. It is quite beautiful. It's a lovely day.
Bake-off started last night, Radders.
Yes, it's about time to put the sprouts.
Time of the year.
To put the sprouts on now, isn't it? If the
That time of the year.
Bake-off starts.
Be the old Strictly soon as well, won't it?
You on it this year?
No, I missed out again.
Dear, oh dear.
Disappointing.
Here's Dan Worrell bowling to Proctor down the leg side, and Proctor again shaping to try and tickle it down to fine leg. Doesn't make contact. Smith takes behind the stumps, and there's no run. Northamptonshire having lost their captain Will Young early on, caught by Tom Curran at third slip at the second attempt off the bowling of Worrell for 1. That was 15 for 1. It's now 29 for 1. Northamptonshire still 53 runs behind. And Worrell now switching to over the wicket against Luke Proctor. 3 balls left in the over. Worrell from this indoor centre end in bowling again to Proctor, and once again, as earlier in the over, one that just gets a little bit big on him and he jabs down on it, plays it on the bounce to forward short leg, and there's no run. Emilio Gay comes down for a word of advice or encouragement, I'm not sure which.
Like a prize fighter at the moment, isn't he, Luke Proctor?
Bounced a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, well,
One previous at the one earlier in the
comparison
over.
as
The other one earlier in the over did as well.
well.
I
It
think.
did, yeah.
I don't know where his
Both these
ring
guys-
man is, but he's going to have some work after this round, isn't he?
They're both very keen on their boxing, these two, actually. Both batters.
Here's Worrell in again, bowls wide outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. Not a particularly nice one for Jamie Smith to take. It just died on him a little bit, but he took it well down by his toes. Yeah, I know Emilio Gay is very keen on his boxing, isn't he? I didn't know Luke Proctor was a boxing man.
Yeah, he's Like he follows the noble art.
Mm.
Not to the degree that Emilio does. I mean, Emilio is probably his favourite sport behind cricket.
Plenty of encouragement from around the field for Dan Worrell as he runs in to complete his 5th over, bowls to Proctor short, pulled by Proctor, and there's that man at the sort of deepish leg gully, backward square, who dives to field. Cameron Steele there, and that's the end of the over. 29 for 1. Gay is 18, Proctor is 5, and Northamptonshire still trailing by 53 runs. I do remember this thing about that Capel Dev innings in 82. The thing, I don't know whether you might actually, because I remember watching it. You might even have been here watching it that morning. But the interesting thing was that Capel Dev was batting beautifully, as you would imagine, but absolutely the height of his powers. Robin Boyd Moss was in with him, a Cambridge undergraduate, fine player, and they almost matched each other shot for shot. It was a thrilling morning's cricket.
Kemar Roach. Round the wicket he comes to Emilio Gay. He's forward. Pushes this one straight up the ground.
And it's one of those where you'd say if you were coming into the ground and you didn't necessarily know who was the established Test player and who was the students, you would have been hard pressed on that particular occasion to spot the difference. It was a terrific partnership between those two.
He's a fine cricketer, Capel Dev. One of the coolest things I've ever seen on a cricket field was when he hit Eddie Hemmings for those 4 sixes at Lords to save the follow-on.
1990.
Yeah, it's just brilliant from him. It really was. As round the wicket once again goes Roach, and Gay is just about getting the bat down on this in time. He's targeting now that front pad of Emilio Gay, and he's gone fuller, as you said, Phil Rowe.
I think that's where the danger is for Emilio, because he's going full, but he can still take the ball away and get past the outside edge from there. So that's the real threat, threatening both sides of the bat. What I'm pleased to see, I hope I don't do him like a hostage to fortune. Emilio is getting a full face of the bat on these balls. Certainly, he's played a couple up to mid-on rather than coming across the ball to mid-wicket.
Round the wicket goes Roach to him again. Full face of the bat once more, just pushing away into the offside. Yeah, the first ball of this over just checked it with the full face up towards mid-on, didn't he? Wasn't trying to work through the leg side or anything.
And that is an area, and we talked earlier about Emilio before play started. It's an area Emilio likes to whip that ball. You know, he wants to do that. He wants to hit the ball hard through there. And in a lot of cricket, he can do that against the very best bowlers. He can't always do that. So what I'm maybe seeing is a bit of learning going on there.
Around the wicket comes Roach to him once again. Gay forward solidly, pushing this one out into the offside, and up comes Cameron Steele to do the fielding. I think Cameron Steele's 48 yesterday's slightly been forgotten about with the fireworks of this morning and Tom Curran, but that was a crucial knock yesterday, wasn't it, alongside Hashim Amla.
Very important innings.
His birthday yesterday as well.
It was, yes. I saw you wishing him many happy returns afterwards.
Happy birthday, yes. As waiting once more is Emilio Gay. Round the wicket comes Kemar Roach. That's clipped away off his pads by Gay, out towards Gus Atkinson, a deep backward square. And they will pick up a single. One more to Emilio Gay. He moves on to 19. And Northamptonshire 30 for 1, that wicket to go. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Radio London, Will Young called to the second attempt by Tom Curran, who is having quite a day. Here's Tom Curran. That was off the bowling of Dan Worrell as Roach is into Proctor. Proctor's forwards. Good stop by Tom Curran, who dives away to his left. It's if on cue in that sort of fourth slip position, because that flew off the edge, but all along the floor. End of a very interesting Kemar Roach over. Gay has 19, Proctor has 5, and Northamptonshire trail by 52. They're 30 for 1.
Nice cricket that, wasn't it, all round? I've asked Kemar Roach to go a bit fuller. He has done that. He threatened the outside edge. The ball sort of went away off the wicket from around the wicket, which is a hard skill to perform. Very good batting technically by Luke Proctor. Very soft into the ball, not pushing at all. The ball therefore went down, and a great diving stop by Tom Curran, who's been in the action pretty much all day. So a lovely bit of cricket for a dot ball.
Gus Atkinson coming into the attack for the first time from this indoor centre end, and yeah, first innings, Atkinson getting the wicket of Emilio Gay with a short ball, and getting the wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos with a short ball. On this occasion, he starts off with a very full-length ball, almost Yorker length, dug out by Emilio Gay. Out into the offside. Yes, he got Gay out, caught by Tom Curran down there at deep backward square, and then next morning, Ricardo Vasconcelos just helped one really, a short ball down to long leg where Ryan Patel took the catch. So maybe something that will be in his mind and in the batter's minds as well. That's short and is pulled away by Emilio Gay. It wasn't very short. It's just paddled away really out to deep mid-wicket where Cameron Steele fields. And one more run to Emilio Gay goes to 20, 31 for one. Talking there, Phil, about in the previous over about Emilio Gay and part of the sort of the learning process. And one thing that I've been impressed with Emilio Gay this year, plenty I've been impressed with him, but it just seems, you think about the clock motion and the ratchet, and it just seems that Emilio Gay this year in terms of learning is just constantly moving in the right direction. Here's Atkinson in bowling to Proctor, who gets a full-length ball, jabs down on it, takes a thick inside edge and runs away down to fine leg for 4. Rather an involuntary stroke. I don't think there was anything remotely intentional about that, but it's run away for 4. Proctor is 9, 35 for 1. It just seems, yes, that is. It just pushed at it, took an inside edge, just watching on the replay, and ran away for 4 to the front of the Spencer Pavilion. You see what I mean with Emilio Gay, though? It just every match almost now he seems to be improving in some way, and it's just all ratcheting up in the right direction for him. Here's Atkinson in again, bowls to Proctor. Just drops it down at his feet and there's no run.
I was still doing some work in the academy as Emilio was coming through. Actually, yeah, I think I might have put him onto the academy, possibly. Anyway, he was on the academy and he had his academy appraisal and I was involved in that. And he came in with his mother and I said to him, tell me about your ambitions in the game, Emilio. And he told me something that almost every academy player had told me previously. He said, well, I want to play for England. What he said to me was, I'm going to play for England.
Really?
I'll come back to that in a moment.
Here's Atkinson in bowls to Proctor, who turns it just behind square on the leg side, past the man at forward short leg, just past his left hand, and picks up a single. Proctor to 10, 38 for 1.
So he said, he looked me straight in the eye and said, I'm going to play for England. And there was something different in the way that he said it. So I said, look, as you might expect, I've heard that a lot, and you should be saying that. So why are you going to do it when actually the vast majority of people don't do it? What's going to be different for you? And he said, well, I'm going to work harder than anyone else, and I'm obviously good enough.
Wow. Here's Atkinson round the wicket, bowling short to Emilio Gay, outside the off stump, just sways out of the way, goes through to Jamie Smith.
And it was one of those. It was a, whoa, okay, yeah, this kid means this. He feels this deeply inside him. And it reminded me of Tom Curran coming out to bat today in terms of, those guys, they're those rare ability to really back yourself. It's quite helpful in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just an inner belief, isn't it, really?
Still 2 slips in as Atkinson comes round the wicket, bowls to Gay, who steers it wide of second slip down to third man. Perfectly safely controlled stroke down to third man for a single. Gay to 20, and that's the end of the over. 20 to Emilio Gay, 21 rather, beg your pardon. 10 to Proctor, 39 for 1 at the end of the over. So Northamptonshire 43 runs behind. I can tell you at Headingley they've reached the final act there because Yorkshire have been bowled out for 252, rather more than they looked as though they were going to get. Ben Code went in down the order and hit 69 off 70 balls with a 6 and 10 fours to give Yorkshire something to bowl at. It means Essex need 162 for win, 62 to win. They've already lost a wicket, 6 for 1.
Kemar Roach coming round the wicket from the David Capel end, and Gay is dropped by Ryan Patel at second slip. He was trying to pay his favourite shot, that run down to third man. We talked about it in his first innings, but that one bounced on him, and it was a little bit like the catching practice you see in the mornings, and he had 2 bites at it, Ryan Patel, and down it goes. So Emilio Gay has a sort of second life, really, because, of course, there was the edge that went between keeper and first slip. So that's a big moment. And Emilio Gay on 21. Can't take your eye off this for a second, can you? But Kemar Roach does feel like the world's against him at the moment. As round the wicket he comes once again to Gay, and Gay's looking to punch off the back foot. Rolls out there towards Cameron Steele at cover, and there is no run.
the cordon is the slip cordon is probably a little closer than it say were to stand at the oval, but that should have been taken. It was a lovely height, just outside the body, which is a nice place to catch those, and hit him hard on the wrist. But they are quite close. It's not, the carry isn't consistent, but he should be catching that.
Yeah. As Gay waits once again, as Roach is into him, and Gay's forward solidly playing this one back up the pitch. But we mentioned it in the first innings, he does love that shot, does love to just wait, open the face, go down towards sort of a squarish third man position really. But that one probably just a bit bigger on him than he was expecting, and it was a little too close to play that shot, wasn't it?
It was. It's just again about, we talked about the levels that he's playing at, against the ordinary opening bowler in Division 2 cricket, let's say. You can probably just get on top of that and ride it down there, but this is Kemar Roach.
He's in again, Roach. Cool, well played, Emilio Gay. Just banged that one in, and it climbed on Emilio Gay, and he's just dropped the hands. He's played that beautifully, actually, just sways inside it, but it's good bowling from Kemar Roach. He's giving this everything at the moment, Kemar Roach.
I just want to go back to something I just mentioned about Emilio, and he's telling me that he's going to play for England. There was nothing boastful in that.
No.
I wouldn't want that to be taken as the point of the anecdote at all. It was about his inner confidence and belief.
There's a difference between inner confidence and arrogance, and there's nothing wrong with having that confidence in yourself. As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and forward comes Emilio Gay, and I think what you'd say is, if you're going to go to that level, you've got to have it, really, haven't you? Otherwise, you're not going to really make it.
How many times have we talked about cricketers, for generations and after generations, and we say, if only he believed in himself a bit more, well, he could have been.
Yeah.
So if you've got that naturally, crikey, that's a good start.
Absolutely, and he's had a little bit of luck in this second innings so far, as Roach is into him. He's letting this one go. Here's Emilio Gay. I like that from him as well. All right, he's had a chance, he's had a life, but then he hasn't tried anything else after that. End of the over, 39 for 1. Gay has 21, and Proctor is on 10.
The placement of the slips is interesting, Phil, because we were talking yesterday, talking about the slips being a little bit close, because yesterday, do you remember, I think Mark, Hashim Amla early on edged one, I think it was off Jack White, it didn't quite carry to Will Young at first slip. We were saying then we thought that Young in particular looked a bit deep, and I think Eva Gray was on with us and was making that point, and whereas second slip was a good deal closer. Here's Atkinson starting a fresh over to Proctor, who's in behind that one, playing it up on the onside, and there's no run.
We've talked about it over many years here, and we got to the point where we would just almost demand the slips stood closer than they actually really wanted to, and we would accept those balls that just hit you and you drop them. You're going to get those in that situation, but so many just get you on the half volley.
Here's Atkinson from the indoor centre end, and again bowls to Proctor, who's covering up, playing defensively, back down the pitch, fielded by Atkinson, and there's no run.
But I'd be saying another thing with that, Phil, as well, is, and we saw it didn't happen there for Ryan Patel, but if you're there as well and it does hit you, there is a chance it will go straight up in the air and someone next to you can take it, whereas if you're too far back, that's never even going to be an option.
Absolutely. You do, you may well get a second chance. It's the job, in that particular game, into second slip, it's the job of first slip and third slip to turn in and be ready for that rebound.
Atkinson bowling to Proctor, who pushes it out into the covers, and they come through for a single. Tom Curran shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end and hits them. Of course he hits them. It's Tom Curran. Fortunately for Luke Proctor, he had put the hammer down a little bit and had got home, but
Tom Curran is spewing. Absolutely thinks that's out.
Well, to be fair, I think it was a slightly dodgy run, and B, it's Tom Curran.
Well, it was a wonderful piece of fielding, and as you say, it was a slightly marginal run. I think there probably was one there, and they did go straight away. It's a good job they did. But anyway, Proctor to 11, 40 for 1. Here's Atkinson in again, bowls to Gay, who's pushing it out into the covers. This time, well, again, they've taken on Tom Curran. Again, I think it was a fairly regulation single, and this time it was a rather easier one. And although Curran threatened to shy at the stumps on this occasionally just keeps hold of the ball. But you can't keep him out of the game today. I mean, he's got to take 5 wickets, isn't he? Without a doubt.
Rory Burns must be so tempted to get the ball to him because, you know, as you say, he's just having one of those days today, you feel.
Keep him off as long as possible. Rory Burns.
41 for 1, Atkinson in bowl short. Curran pulls him, and he's going to get a single out to Ryan Steele out there at Deep Square.
I remember that ridiculous final that David Willey had in the T20 against Surrey, where literally he did everything in that game, finished it with a hat-trick.
I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Smashed runs everywhere. He get 100 or something along those lines, wasn't it? And then ran Stephen Davis out from the boundary
That's
rope.
right. Yeah, with the fumble.
Yeah, and it was one of those where you just thought to yourself, wow, well done, my friend. You've had a hell of a day there.
But, he's. I mean, he's a very fine cricketer, David Willey, but that kind of accelerated his development on the international stage.
Atkinson bowling short again, pulled away by Emilio Gay, and he's going to get a couple of runs. Good tumbling stop. More work for Cameron Steele to do out there on the boundary. He does manage to keep it inside the ropes, but there's a comfortable 2 to be had, and takes Emilio Gay up to 24. 44 for 1 Northamptonshire, so 38 runs behind. Gay is 24, Proctor is 12. Northamptonshire still 38 runs behind. 9 wickets standing, 51 overs to go today, and another 96 tomorrow.
And it looks like as you said earlier, we may well get a full day's play in because the skies are blue. The clouds are few and far between, unlike the south of France at the moment, where my 2 sons are.
Oh, right.
Where it's raining.
Oh, no.
Unlucky.
It's
lovely
not good,
in
is
Northampton,
it?
lads.
Yeah.
Lovely here. Home of cricket.
I'm a bit like that as well. It's a terrible thing to say, but when people tell me where they're going off somewhere exotic and then we get a heat wave here, you could have stayed here. It's lovely. As it's going to be Jordan Clark from the David Capelin, replacing Kemar Roach, who gave that absolutely everything in that spell. Did Kemar Roach? Little unlucky not to have a wicket, Kemar Roach.
Very unlucky. That was a great spell.
Yeah, but it's going to be Jordan Clark with a first, a second slip and a fourth slip, really. And then coming round the wicket he is to Proctor, and Proctor clips him off his hip into the leg side. And that'll be Dan Worrell there doing the fielding.
That game you mentioned, Mark, the T20, David Willey against Surrey, 60 off 27 balls with 4 sixes and 6 fours. As you say, ran out Stephen Davis direct hit from the boundary, and 2.3 overs, 4 for 9, finishing the match with a hat-trick.
Had a ding-dong with Jade as well,
Yes,
didn't he? So it was all great fun, that. As here comes, Jordan Clark, that's a beauty to Proctor. Just back of a length and climbing, and Proctor's hands went towards the ball. It's a lovely bit of bowling from Jordan Clark. Jordan Clark has been very good again for Surrey with the ball this season. So we get through Roach, look up, and here comes Jordan Clark. But yes, I do remember that was an extraordinary day, that.
He bowled Jason Roy early, back through the gate with a bit of swing.
That's right. Bowling. As round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and just about letting that go is Luke Proctor. Just about getting the bat inside the line of that. Taken by Jamie Smith going away to his left-hand side. It was the run out of Stephen Davis where you sort of just sat there and thought, wow, you may as well go home now.
Because he fumbled the ball,
he did.
didn't he? And actually, you watch it back, Stephen Crook is the bowler who's got back to the stumps. Well done, Crookie. And David, well, he fumbles the ball, and you hear Crook go, "Come on, Dave!" And the next thing, the middle stump is back, and he's got him out.
Absolutely whistled it in, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then finished it with a hat-trick. As round the wicket comes, Jordan Clark. Proctor's playing this a little bit late, but getting plenty of bat on it. But he's got a head of steam up already here, Jordan Clark.
Exactly what I was thinking. He's hit the bat hard. I haven't seen a lot of Jordan Clark bowling. Is this, he's probably a bit quicker than I imagined.
I was saying, going into this, I think it's 26 championship wickets this season, to add to the runs as well. So he really is sort of that always says the glue that holds this side together, Jordan Clark. As around the wicket he comes once again to Proctor, and Proctor just turned round a little bit here by Jordan Clark, pushing that one away into the offside. Round comes Ben Geddes to do the fielding. But yeah, there are just certain days where the power seems to be with a certain player, and it certainly was for Tom Curran with the bat today. you're just tuning in for the first time today, Tom Curran, 100 before lunch, his maiden first-class 100, out for 115 4 balls after lunch, where he went 4-4-4 and then out. As here is Jordan Clark again. In behind this one goes Proctor, plays it out into the offside. Up comes Ben Geddes to do the fielding. Good first over that from Jordan Clark. Testing over from Jordan Clark, and Northamptonshire are 44 for 1.
Well said, Mark. I think that was a very, very good opening over. Every ball had to be played at, although there was one very good leave in there as well. So the challenge, although it was a dot ball, it was a challenging dot ball, so an over of challenging dot balls, which is, it's really important. Kemar Roach had a great spell from the David Capel end, a terrific spell. He's handed the baton on, and that's been taken on and then continued at the same level. We talked earlier about batting partnerships and bowling partnerships, and certainly all of the Surrey bowlers so far have been at it. Superb skills.
Going to be Gus Atkinson to continue, bowling his third over from this indoor centre round, bowling to Emilio Gay, short, not very short again, just pulled away by Gay. Slightly toe-ended it, but he's going to get a single out to steal at deep mid-wicket. One more to Gay, goes to 25, 45 for 1. Older listeners will remember a programme many years ago on the BBC called Ask Aspel, where people used to ask for various clips of television programmes. It's a bit like Ask Rowie today, because I've got another question for you, Phil, from Andy Threlfall, a regular listener who's sent this in on Twitter, so I'll come on to the question in a second. Might take a while to answer. Got plenty of time. Here's Atkinson bowling to Proctor, who's just dropping that one down dangerously close to his off stump. In the end, it just rolled away from the stumps, and man under the lid at forward short leg comes round to retrieve. Andy says some kind things about commentary during the match, and good game in progress. Great to hear Phil back on commentary. Quick question, I'm not sure it is a quick question actually. What type of players would Phil like to see Northamptonshire add to the squad that could help improve them in red and white ball ahead of next season?
Okay, all right.
Here's Atkinson in again, bowls to Proctor, who's defensively back, dropping it down just in front of the man at forward short leg, and there's no run. Go on then.
Okay, that's a good question, isn't it? So I think in T20 cricket, I think the urgent need there, which won't surprise anyone, would be a death bowler, a high quality death bowler, probably someone with an amount of pace, who can go kind of toes and nose really. That would be the first priority in T20 cricket.
Atkinson bowling to Proctor, who cuts away down to the man down there, wideish third man in front of the new pavilion. One more to Proctor. He goes to 13, 46 for 1.
So that would be the addition there. Obviously, we've re-signed the international batter in T20 cricket, so that's taken care of. So the search is probably on, I suspect, for that sort of cricketer in T20 cricket, i.e. a bowler who can bowl the death overs. And probably one who's got a bit of express pace, someone like a Lockie Ferguson. That's someone of that kind of ilk, I would think.
Here's Atkinson. Just one slip in now, but there is still the forward short leg as Gay fishes outside the off stump, and that one again didn't bounce. And we're seeing, as Phil mentioned earlier, the slightly up and down nature of this pitch, and Gay again was looking to just open the face and run it down. It didn't bounce, beat the outside edge, goes through to Jamie Smith.
And in red ball cricket, you know, if Hashim Amla is available, we'd sign him very quickly, I suspect. But that type of cricketer, a red ball batter who will bat.
Atkinson in bowls to Gay, and this time he does just work it down to third man for a single. Gay, as ever, thinking about two, but there's only one there, and it takes Emilio Gay to 26, 47 for 1. That's the end of the over. Gay's 26, Proctor is 13. 47 for 1, Northamptonshire still 35 behind.
Yeah, so a red ball batter who will bat and just get an enormous volume of runs, and not too worried about how quickly they get them. Someone who can just hold an innings together. It's been first innings runs that's kind of propelled Surrey, and some skill with the ball, I would say, but particularly first innings runs, as Mark's talked about a couple of times now, that I'm getting fed up with, that has led them to be where they are. I'm only joking. I'm jealous of that from a Northants perspective. And then there's one more to fill in on.
Jordan Clark comes round the wicket to Emilio Gay, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
I think that Will Young really is that player for Northampton. He hasn't quite fired quite to the level that he would have wanted to so far, but it'd be interesting to see what his calendar looks like next summer. So someone of that ilk, the international quality really is what we need with the bat and a volume of runs, and then some extra resource for our seam bowling attack. Probably a seamer.
Jordan Clark comes round the wicket to Emilio Gay. Has he got a bit of bat on that? Shout for LBW. No, he hasn't. The finger's gone up. And Jordan Clark has got Emilio Gay. And it was a long, hard look from Peter Hartley. And then up went the finger. That is a huge wicket for Surrey. Emilio Gay, he's gone across his stumps. He's trying to whip it leg side. He's gone on the angle. Peter Hartley had a long, long look at that, and then up went the finger. And Emilio Gay goes for 26, and Northamptonshire are 47 for 2.
Yeah, from initially naked eye, it looked, oh, okay, that's interesting. Let's have a look at the replay. Because the ball went very fine off the pad. The ball ran well behind square on the leg side from round the wicket, so you kind of think that's likely to be sliding. But when on replay, it's probably taken a decent chunk of leg stump that. So I think probably one that the batter might have reviewed and stay with the umpire on field, I suspect. That's the way I read that. How about you guys?
Yeah, I think that's not a bad decision at all from Peter Hartley. I think the other thing that's done for Emilio Gay there is it's hit him on the knee roll as well, hasn't it? So it was never going to miss.
No.
I just wondered, as I said, I wondered if he got a bit of inside edge on it, but he didn't. And I think that's a pretty good decision because I think, again, if you'd gone upstairs, it would have been umpire's call and the finger went up.
I think so. I think that's hitting leg stump.
So that's a big wicket. Emilio Gay had a couple of lives, but he's gone now and he's the form player, obviously, from what we've seen in this game with Rob Keogh for Northamptonshire. Now it brings Josh Cobb out into the middle. And there was a bit of chat about what position Josh Cobb should be batting in. He's coming out at number 4 and under a little bit of pressure here is Josh Cobb, and of course he didn't really make much of a contribution in the first innings, out for 1. So his first delivery, it's Jordan Clark, and it's short, and Cobb's underneath this one.
Yeah, we had this discussion, didn't we, in the first innings? I'm very grateful to Mikey Fenn, who got in touch with me, hearing our conversation on air, and sent me some very interesting stats through about Josh Cobb's red ball performances according to batting plays, because I was saying I like him at 6, and it shows that statistically 6 is the best place for him. He averages 38 batting at number 6 in red ball. At number 4, 20.
Over the wicket comes Jordan Clark to Cobb. That's down the leg side, and Josh Cobb will feel he's missed out a little bit there. He's looking for the Yorker, I think, and it's just gone down the leg side. Cobb got nothing on it. That's well taken by Jamie Smith, and Tom Curran is now getting warmed up in a violent manner. He's almost run into us up here through his bowling action as Tom Curran.
He's really running in, Jordan Clark.
Yeah, he is. He's bowling quick.
He's hitting the crease hard.
He's a big, strong fella, is Jordan Clark. As over the wicket he comes once again to Cobb. Cobb's a little late on this. Outside edge, flies away through backward point. He'll come back for 2 as the throw comes in. But definitely a little bit late on that, Josh Cobb. But he's off the mark with a couple of runs. 49 for 2. But I was saying that when Jordan Clark walks out the bat, I always think the grown-ups have turned up. That's the way he sort of walks out. And when he bowls as well, him and Jamie Overton together are a formidable pair, just physically as much as anything.
Yeah, we had Jamie on loan for a couple of games, and he's a good competitor,
he's
that
great.
Isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really enjoyed him.
Absolutely. As over the wicket once more comes. Oh, big shout for LBW. It's a full-length delivery. Josh Cobb's looking to drive that. Has he got an inside edge? I'm not sure he has. But umpire Hartley's given the one for Emilio Gay, not giving that one. If he didn't get an inside edge on it, it was fairly tight.
If he did get an inside edge, yeah.
Oh, it's very, very tight if he didn't get any bat on that. End of the over. It's all go. And 49 for 2. Cobb has 2. And Proctor is on 30. Just on Jamie Overton. Really good today to see him this morning going through his full run-up, getting through the crease, because, of course, he picked up a foot and a finger injury in the last championship game. So great to see Jamie going through his paces this morning as well.
It was. We are going to see Tom Curran coming into the attack fresh from his 100 before lunch, 115 off 93 balls earlier on in the day. His maiden first-class 100. Came close to a direct hit run out already in this innings, and now he's coming on to bowl with Northamptonshire 49 for 2, still 33 behind. 2 slips in place. Curran round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. Yes, with the discussion surrounding Josh Cobb, batted 4 in the last game, batted 4 in this one. The stats show that, say, averaging batting at number 4, just a touch under 21. Even less successful at 5, but at 6 he's averaging 38. At 7, scored a fair few runs as well, and averaging about 26. So, well, they'll be hoping to improve on that average at number 4 today. And that next ball is pushed out into the offside by Proctor out into the covers. Atkinson fields, and there's no run. Josh Cobb, say, batting at 4 in the previous match, out for 2 in the first innings and out for 22 in the second in rather controversial circumstances. One of those occasions where you thought, actually, I think I'll give the batter a few minutes before I go and ask him about that one. But not so much the decision, but the circumstances. I think that's important to say. Here's Curran round the wicket again, bowling to Curran, bowling to Proctor, rather, outside the off stump, left alone, goes through to Jamie Smith. But thank you, Mikey, very much indeed for those figures. It does rather prove the point that we were trying to make, which is that Josh Cobb, I think, has a real value, I believe, certainly in this Northamptonshire red ball side. We'll get Phil's view in a second when I've just updated BBC Radio Northampton, but it remains to be seen whether 4 is the best place for him. Northamptonshire in a spot of bother here, 49 for 2 in their second innings, so still 33 runs behind, and they've just lost the important wicket of Emilio Gay, who batted so well in the first innings for 145. Came across his stumps and was given out LBW by the umpire Peter Hartley off the bowling of Jordan Clark. He went for 26. Ball looked to be hitting leg stump. We watched on the replay, and that was Gay out for 26 at 47 for 2. Earlier, Will Young, the captain, had gone early, caught by Tom Curran at third slip at the second attempt off the bowling of Dan Worrell for 1. All this after Surrey had eventually been bowled out for 421 today. Tom Curran making 115, including a century before lunch. Northamptonshire in their second innings, 53 for 2, still 29 behind. So that updates BBC Radio Northampton. Yeah, Phil, Josh Cobb's batting position, what do you reckon?
Yeah, he's a guy who likes to strike the ball, isn't he? And therefore, if the ball's a bit older, that plays his strengths a little bit more. So 6 sounds about right to me.
Curran hanging that one outside the off stump, left alone by Luke Proctor, goes through to Jamie Smith, and that's the end of the over. Proctor is 17, Cobb 2, 53 for 2. Northamptonshire's trailing by 29.
And I think that's probably backed up, as you say, by the stats. I wasn't aware of those. They're quite dramatic, aren't they? But without knowing the stats, Cobby at 6 is a better option than Cobby at 4, no doubt. The problem for the side is that 4 is a bit of a problem child for us. Number 4, Safe started the season there, and perhaps didn't score the runs that he should have done and lost his slot. So it goes back to the question.
Jordan Clark is in here to Cobb, who's looking to drive with not a great deal of foot movement. That's a thick inside edge. Flies away down towards long leg, and they will get a single.
I can only think that this is all down to Vasconcelos having to keep and they're wanting to drop him down the order to 6.
For sure,
but because, Proctor batted at 4, Luke Proctor went up to 4
Yeah.
and batted successfully there. But it just seems as though, obviously, this is rather mucking up the balance of the batting order. And I think Josh Cobb's maybe the one that's been given the, as you say, the hospital pass here a little bit.
I mean, there's an opportunity here for someone to put their mark on it. Let's look at it that way.
That's true.
Jordan Clark is round the wicket to Proctor, beats him on the outside, and again that doesn't really get up to Jamie Smith, who takes it low down. Well, a couple of outs of Josh Cobb at 4 certainly changed the complexion of this game.
And the thing about Cobby really at 4 is he's a dangerous guy. I've seen him score runs there. What he has to do is give himself a chance. It's about selection. It's 4-day cricket is about applying his skills over a period of time, not just in a short form.
Round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. Slightly reminds me, though, of when I was at school and we used to have numbers on our back. And whatever position you played, you had that number.
Yeah.
And obviously Josh Cobb has number 4 on his back as well.
Yeah.
I used to like it. Well, guys are absolutely terrible at football, but when I got given the number 9 shirt, I was very excited.
Bobby Charlton.
Yes. Well, with piles, I think it was the way I moved there. As round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. Forward goes Proctor, plays this one into the leg side. Well, man used to describe me as the slowest centre forward he'd ever seen. And he said that you weren't even ahead of the game. You were about 3 games behind where you needed to be. I was always caught offside as well.
Oh,
disappointing.
Oh,
yeah, never quite got back to where I needed to be on the offside. I was carrying a fair amount of timber in those days as a younger boy. As round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark to Proctor, who's across his stumps. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
So it was, I mean, the Josh Cobb debate and the number 4 debate and all of that, it kind of goes back to the question that the guy wrote in about, where would we recruit? And in red ball cricket, I think we need a volume of runs to add to what we've got in the batting lineup, and then help with the bowling resources as well. So that's probably an overseas, not necessarily the same overseas for the whole season, but certainly some support for the resources in the bowling group.
Jordan Clark charges in once again to Proctor off his hip. He works this one down towards Ben Geddes. There at long leg, and the throw comes in. Again, it's a very good over from Jordan Clark. Just a couple off it. He's been absolutely watertight so far. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. That big wicket of Emilio Gay. It's a key position, number 4, isn't it, really? If you think that Surrey have had Ollie Pope coming in at 4, that sort of shows you. Obviously bats 3 for England, but at 4, and it was interesting. I was having this chat with someone about sort of, does that make a difference, 3 and 4? As Ricky Clark was saying, well, of course, Ian Bell and Jonathan Trott, Bell batted 3 at Warwickshire and Trott batted 4 at Warwickshire, but they swapped it around for England, and they both did pretty well there, didn't they? So
here's Tom Curran starting his 2nd over, running in from the indoor centre and round the wicket, worked behind square by Luke Proctor. How many times have I said that this season? Goes down to long leg for a single. Proctor to 19, Northamptonshire to 56 for 2. Just keep an eye on what's happening elsewhere. I mentioned the game up at Headingley, where Essex have been left to score 162 to beat Yorkshire. They lost Nick Brown early, but they're now 22 for 1. So needing another 140 to win.
Essex.
And at Edgbaston, yes, I think Northamptonshire definitely supporting Essex in that one. And at Edgbaston, Somerset just lost a wicket, a long partnership for the 4th wicket between Tom Abel and George Bartlett. That's just been broken. We'll come back to that in a second. Curran going over the wicket to Josh Cobb, plays that off the back foot into the covers. Atkinson fields, and there's no run. Somerset now 158 for 4 in their 2nd innings. They're 181 ahead, 6 wickets standing, and well, neither of those games I'd want to put any money on which way they're going to go. But I think from a Northamptonshire point of view, I'd certainly be very happy for Essex to beat Yorkshire. That would be handy.
a tense old end to the season, isn't it?
Isn't it just? Isn't it just? 3 slips in as Curran running away from us, bowls to Cobb, who works that away into the onside. Runs for him here. It's gone past the umpire at square leg. It's going out towards the boundary. It's just pulled in about a couple of feet inside the rope down by the west stand, and they're through for a couple of runs. Takes Cobb up to 5 and Northamptonshire to 58 for 2, still 24 behind. Well, it is, and what's been great, Mark, in the last few days has been people's changing allegiances. Of course, we had down at Southampton when I was on commentary with our colleague Kevin James last week, and I had loads of Surrey supporters saying, "Oh, come on, Northamptonshire, come on, you know, really want you to." And now, of course, it's well, no, want Northamptonshire to lose heavily. You know, it's great. It's all part of the thing, isn't it? Here's Curran in again, bowling to Cobb, who's again on the back foot, plunging it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, but our allegiances change very quickly in this time of the year, and yeah, there's certainly a few now die-hard Essex supporters in the ranks of the Northamptonshire faithful, at least for this one. I don't suppose that the Somerset Warwickshire game possibly doesn't make a huge amount of difference to the points. I suppose Northamptonshire wouldn't really want to have to go and play Somerset off the back of them winning next week. Might be a thought, but here's Curran in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Cobb. Goes through to Jamie Smith. Somerset are 8th in the table, Warwickshire 9th. Somerset are going into this round of matches with 22 points behind Northamptonshire, and Warwickshire 29 points behind.
Just noticing, we talk about Jeremy Overton with the ball, he's just been for a net because he's just wandering
right,
back
yes,
with
there
Gareth
is.
Batty and Jim Troughton, I think that is. Just wandering back after having had a hit.
He can bat as well, can't he?
Oh,
He's a
yes,
good
very much
batter.
so.
Yeah.
Here's Curran. And again, bowls to Cobb on leg stump. Turned away through mid-wicket by Josh Cobb. Should be a couple of runs for him here. In fact, no, they'll settle for one because that's a really good bit of fielding out there by Ben Geddes, who's very quick to the ball. So they settle for the single. Means Cobb keeps the bowling. He's 6. Proctor is 19. 59 for 2. Northamptonshire 23 runs behind on this glorious sunny September afternoon here at Wantage Road.
Of course, on his Test debut, what was it, 94 from Jamie Overton, which actually, I think for anybody at Surrey and probably Somerset, wasn't that much of a surprise in the fact that he's always been able to bat. When he first came to Surrey, actually, it was more his batting than his bowling. But it was Azam Mahmood this season, before the season started, with his bowling, said, cut your run down because you're not going to lose any pace. And he said ever since then, it's just he's been hitting a better length and hasn't lost any pace and got himself in the England team. Here is Jordan Clark then to Josh Cobb, and Cobb is turning this one down towards long leg, pick up a single. But yeah, he can bat, Jamie Overton. So very good to see him sort of going through his paces this morning. And oh dear, Gareth Batty's dropped some balls out of his bag there to scurry back on in
It's not a good place to do
pure
that.
Batty
Right
style.
in front of the pavilion where all your players are, or your staff are sitting. He might get reminded of that a few times.
Pure Batty style, suddenly just sprinting out to get the balls back. There's Proctor. Waits over his bat. Round the wicket again goes Jordan Clark. Proctor's letting this one go outside his off stump. And whatever happens this season, you've got to say that Gareth Batty and Azam Mahmood and Jim Troughton have done a fantastic job, because obviously it was all quite late with Vikram Solanki going off to the IPL, and it was the right decision from Vikram, without a shadow of a doubt, because of course his new franchise went and won the IPL, but you can't turn opportunities like that down. But Gareth Batty and Jim Troughton and Azam Mahmood, especially in the Championship, have done a terrific job this season. As round the wicket goes Jordan Clark to Proctor, and Proctor's forward and punches this one up towards Roach at mid-off, and there is no run. He's targeting his feet there a touch, isn't he, Jordan Clark? That was more of the sort of bottom of the bat from Luke Proctor.
As we said earlier, they'll have played a lot of cricket together, and they'll have netted against each other a heck of a lot as well over the years. Both spent a number of years at Lancashire, so they both will know what the other one is trying to do.
Round the wicket again goes Jordan Clark to Proctor. Proctor's just playing this one behind him. Now on comes Tom Curran to do the fielding. So he'll be pretty happy to have picked up a couple now, both openers. Because we were talking about those opening partnerships from Emilio Gay and Will Young. Just the 22 runs that Northamptonshire trail by now, but we've still got so much cricket. Whole day tomorrow, forecast looks pretty good. Still got a session left after tea today. Jordan Clark in again to Proctor, and Proctor's gone full of a length once more to Luke Proctor. I think actually, to be fair to Proctor, he's playing inside the line of that. Taken low down again by Jamie Smith away to his left. And I suppose also what Northamptonshire have to say, if it's anything like these balls we've seen this season, once you get to sort of that 30th over, life does get a bit simpler. We're in the 21st now. Proctor that crouching stance, then he's forward, and he'll get a single. He just pops this one into the offside. Cameron Steele comes in off the boundary rope to do the fielding. End of the over. Proctor keeps the strike. He's on 20. Cobb has 7. Northamptonshire 61 for 2 then on this third afternoon. And that means they trail by 21, but Proctor here, Phil, is shaping up very nicely so far.
Yeah, it's a good position for Luke. He is a kind of a combative cricketer. He's a gritty cricketer. He's a guy you'd want in the trenches with you, and a rearguard action is what Luke Proctor is all about. So he won't be fazed by that. He'll be enjoying the challenge, and it is a challenge because the bowlers are absolutely on the ball. There's been very few drive balls, cut balls that I've seen so far.
Here's Tom Curran running in from this indoor centre end. 2 slips in place outside the off stump. Puff of dust as the ball lands very full, possibly around those footmarks at the far end. Goes through to Jamie Smith, and there's no run. Not a huge crowd in today, but those that are in, and I imagine, as ever, we say there'll be a few sitting down below us that we can't actually see, but it is where the sun worshippers tend to go downstairs.
Nice day for it.
Beautiful day for it, but those that are here, I think, have been absolutely absorbed by today's cricket. It's been a wonderful day and plenty of time to add to it. 43 overs to go after this in the day, outside the off stump again from Tom Curran, left alone by Luke Proctor, and it goes through to Jamie Smith. Still no play, unfortunately, down at Hove today in the Division 2 match, where they had some rain yesterday, and I'm afraid they've had more today. They seem to be sitting under that little bit of rain, which I'm sure if you're listening down in the south of England, you'll be fed up with hearing about it, the fact that it's how glorious it is here. But it is. Outside the off stump goes Curran again, left alone by Luke Proctor. Sussex hold out for 220, Worcestershire 289 for 2, but they haven't managed to get underway so far today. Up the road at Grace Road, Leicestershire 118 for 5 in their second innings. This, of course, in Division 2 against Durham. So Leicestershire are in the black. They're 24 runs ahead, but 5 wickets down in their second innings. Curran bowls to Proctor, who turns it away just in front of square this time for a single. Cameron Steele comes in off the boundary to field. One more to Proctor. He goes to 21 and Northamptonshire to 62 for 2. And at Lord's, Glamorgan making a good fist of their second innings against Middlesex. They're 122 for no wicket after Middlesex were bowled out for 390. So Glamorgan still behind, still 54 adrift, but they do have all their second innings wickets still standing.
Who's in there, Radders? Who's opened the bat for Glamorgan in that
Let's
game?
have a little look, see who's in there. Curran. 3 slips in place, bowls to Cobb. Rocks onto the back foot, pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. Eddie Byram is 47 not out, and David Lloyd is 70 not out.
So is it Shubman Gill at 3, is it, for Glamorgan?
Think probably, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good signing, isn't he, for this time of the season?
Not bad.
Yeah, he was at 3 in the first innings, made 22. Cleaned up by Toby Rowland-Jones.
Oh, there you are. Of course, the 400 man, Mr. North East, still to come.
Here's Curran into bowl to Cobb, who drives pleasantly enough, but without any great timing. Goes up to Clark at mid-off, and that's the end of another over from Tom Curran. He's had probably his quietest phase in his day's cricket so far. He's bowled 3 overs for 9, 62 for 2. Northamptonshire still 20 runs behind.
But again, there or thereabouts, isn't he? You know, that was nicely played by Josh Cobber. What I saw there is something. I mean, he's into his career, isn't he, Josh? You know, he's probably got less years left than he's had already in the game. But I'm seeing a difference. He's just getting his body weight over his front foot a little bit, which is pleasing to see. If he does happen to nick that, it's more likely to go down than if his body weight is back and he's hitting the ball on the up, which he does really well in white ball cricket. So I'm wondering whether that's a little adaptation.
Jordan Clark from the David Capel end is round the wicket once more to Luke Proctor. The left-handed Proctor just stabs this one off the front foot out into the offside. Blue sky, sun out. It feels September-y today, but it's lovely. I walked in this morning, it felt like, yeah, we're definitely in September now.
You got to walk up from your town centre headquarters.
I did, yes. And sat on the road, well, not actually on the road, by the side of the road, having a coffee and watched the world go by this morning. As round the wicket once again goes Jordan Clark, short ball pulled away by Proctor. Made sure he rolled the wrists and got on top of that. Gets a single, and Luke Proctor moves on to 22, 63 for 2.
I was going to say, I was wondering why the traffic was heavy coming up the Wellingborough Road this morning. They said there's somebody sitting in the middle of the road having a cup of coffee.
You know, I
protest.
sat outside a well-known coffee establishment and watched the world go there. I noticed this morning here in Northamptonshire there is and I won't say the name of it. I think it's you can have your groceries or something delivered by a robot. As over the wicket, I tripped over one this morning. Here's Jordan Clark, and that's a nudge away off the thigh guard by Josh Cobb down to the 5-leg boundary rope. There were shouts to catch it, but it was off the thigh guard, and that has whistled away for 4-leg buys. 67 for 2.
Yes, they actually now have them in. I live out in the east of the county, and they now have them over there as well.
So how does that work?
You place your order with, I think, Phil, correct me if I'm wrong, with one of the supermarket chains, and they send your order along in one of these little robot things.
As in over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. Short, slapped off the back foot by Josh Cobb. I think he feels he missed out a little bit there. It rolls out to Dan Warrell at cover. I felt like I was in Blake 7 or something.
The technology, I think, is fairly well advanced. It does mean that you often see them, if you like, standing at pedestrian crossings.
Yes, that's what happened this morning, waiting to cross. But who's what? Is somebody watching it and remote control?
Somebody inside it.
Well, it's extraordinary. As over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. That's down the leg side. That's well taken by Jamie Smith. Dives away to his left. Gets a good left hand on that. Does Jamie Smith? Otherwise, that would have been away for 4 more.
He's just pressing a bit, isn't he? He's just trying to force the issue a bit, Jordan Clark. Just lost his wrist a little bit.
Yeah.
He'll get it back, I'm sure. I always think that's an incredible kind of infrastructure and expense for such a little space. You're not going to get a lot of shopping in those.
No, that's it. I got the shock of my life this morning. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark. Forward goes Cobb. Punches out into the offside again, and there's no run.
That's a great example there, Mark, of what I was saying earlier about Josh Cobb getting over the front foot. Such that actually when he played that, he was kind of on the walk a little bit, which is not the end of the world there. It means he's transferring the weight over the front foot, which is something he has needed to do in red ball cricket. And it looks like that there is an improvement there, which is great to see. Sort of someone who's so established in the game is still working hard on technical improvements.
Yeah, no, I think as well with Josh Cobb that the longer he's there, the easier it will get for him.
Well, we all know Josh Cobb is a hugely talented player, and his record in red ball cricket really doesn't do him justice so far, at least. Here's Proctor facing this next ball. Appeal for LBW, hits him around the line of off stump. Big appeal by Curran, not out, says the umpire, and he hit him outside the line. I think that was always going to be the thought. He was playing a stroke. Curran coming round the wicket, he's giving it the single teapot, rather. It's not bad upset. It's not the double teapot. It's the single teapot from Tom Curran.
We can't have too many complaints today, can we? It's going pretty well.
But he got a little bit of a stride in Luke Proctor. It looked to hit him outside the line, round about the line of off stump. But watching on the replay, it definitely hit him outside the line. So good decision. 67 for 2. Here's Curran in again. Bowls outside the off stump this time and left alone by Luke Proctor as it goes through to Jamie Smith.
Yes, so I sat there having my coffee, and one of these little on 6 wheels sort of came past me, got to the pedestrian crossing, stopped, waited for the cars to stop, and then it just sort of stopped, turned left, and then slowly made its way down the pavement.
What will they think of next? Here's Curran in bowls to Proctor, who's coming across his stumps, plays it up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I think they've had 1 or 2 problems in certain parts of the county there. They've been used where it's necessary for cars to park on the pavement, and obviously they have a little bit of a problem in getting around them.
Right,
but,
yes.
I'm sure there's ways and means.
Fascinating, but is there somebody then sat somewhere with one of those remote control Ujima flips?
I don't think there is, but I'm not really the person to ask. Curran.
Yeah, there is. He sits in sort of a massive big dome on a big high chair, stroking a white cat.
We've been expecting.
Welcome to Northampton, Mark.
We've been expecting you. Curran, you're not missing anything because Tom Curran was running in and then got to the crease and realised his feet weren't quite in the right place, so he pulled out and he's gone back to the end of his mark. Down below us, and runs in again to bowl to Luke Proctor outside the off stump. Left alone by Proctor, goes through to Jamie Smith. You're talking about Josh Cobb in red ball cricket in his first class career. And 15 years of first class cricket, made his debut back in 2007. 133 first class matches, obviously mostly for Leicestershire and then for Northamptonshire. And averaging with the bat just 26.7 with 400s, which is, for a player of his undoubted ability. Here's Curran in again outside the off stump. It swung back late, but it swung back, I think, up really after it had passed the stumps. And Jamie Smith ends up taking it outside the line of leg stump. But it was a reasonable enough leave from Luke Proctor.
I think there are some youngsters coming through who are going to be pushing, the likes of Josh, and pushing for that number 4, 5, 6 spot, putting pressure on all those guys in the middle order and the top order. There's a good batch of young players coming through the academy at the moment, particularly batters. So the future's looking pretty good there.
Here's Curran in again, bowls to Proctor, who pushes forward. It goes down off a mixture of inside edge and pad, just drops down at his feet, and that's the end of Tom Curran's 4th over. It was a maiden, 67 for 2 at the end of the over. Proctor is 22, Cobb is 7.
There's one in particular who, well, there are a number actually. The one who's closest probably at the moment to making the breakthrough, has played in the first team, not in the championship side, is Gus Miller. You guys have got an Augustus, I think, and we've got an Augustus, and we'll raise you a Horatio. That's his middle name. But Augustus Horatio Miller is close to breaking into the red ball team as well.
Jordan Clark continuing from the David Capel end to Josh Cobb, and he's gone onto his pads, and you heard the cry from Jordan Clark because it's been tucked away by Josh Cobb for 4. So, yeah, annoyed with himself there, but nicely put away by Josh Cobb. He moves on to 11, 71 for 2.
And Gus Miller's sister, of course, is a fine cricketer as well, Flo. We were talking about with Joe Gardner on the first day.
They're a talented family, the Millers. I think Mum's a decent sports player as well. I think I'm going to say England lacrosse. In the hope that might be something possibly somewhere near accurate.
Yes. Well, now Rory Burns has gone to leg slip for Josh Cobb. So into leg slip goes Rory Burns, and Jordan Clark is in, and Cobb's up on his toes, turns this one down into the leg side. Up comes Burns to do the fielding. So Cobb's got 11, Proctor's got 22. They've got it down to trailing by 11 now. Partnership's worth 24. Jordan Clark's marching back towards the sight screen down there at the David Capel end. Now he'll come charging in once again. Over the wicket to Cobb. Cobb's forward again, playing this one solidly back up the pitch.
Others, Churchy, have been bored senseless by my Augustus stat, so I might as well bore you with it as well. It's the first Augustus to play for Northamptonshire since 1892.
That's excellent. That is excellent. Well, he's a hell of a player as well. His name to look out for is Sheridan Gums. Sheridan made his debut for Surrey in the Royal London One Day Cup. He can play. I think he ended up doing some 12th man duties for England in the Test matches. Now he's got himself in a tangle here as Josh Cobb, who's looking to duck that back of a length, and then all of a sudden realised it was coming in at him. That's just hit him straight on the glove. That will have hurt. But I think he started there, Phil, right, thinking I'll duck this, and then realised it wasn't going to get up, and in the end it just hit him.
That's not a good sign, because that says to everyone out there and to us watching, he's thinking bouncer, because that was nowhere near a bouncer, and he started to duck it. I'm glad he didn't continue to duck it, because it would have hit him straight on the side of the helmet.
Yep, as Jordan Clark is into Josh Cobb, and he's got himself forward here, driving, so he's moving into that ball again, and it's a good stop from Kemar Roach up there at mid-on.
I mean, I'm a bit of a cricket badger, as they say. I'm really pleased to see that, because Josh is making moves over his front knee into the ball that I haven't seen before in red ball cricket, not consistently. That's really good, and I'm strongly suspect that he's done a lot of work on that with Ben Smith, the batting coach. So congratulations to both those guys.
Waits again, does the right-handed Cobb. Over the wicket goes Jordan Clark to him. There's the short one again, and he's a little bit discombobulated there. Is Cobb, short ball climbed on. He's done pretty well. He's kept it down. But that was the final ball before tea here at Wantage Road. It's been a very, very interesting little session again there. And 71 for 2. And Phil, I think Surrey will be happy to have got rid of both openers, but then Cobb and Proctor there have played with a lot of discipline and an awful lot of bravery as well to get through to tea just trailing by the 11 runs.
Proper hard cricket, isn't it? It's been proper hard cricket. Every seamer from Surrey has been there or thereabouts. A different range of skills. Worrell with swing, Kemar Roach with movement off the seam, pace from Clark. So there's plenty on offer to trouble the Northants batters. These two guys have got themselves in. The job now is to continue that after tea and try and wrestle something away from Surrey, who have hitherto had all the momentum with them today.
Must just mention in passing, we talk about the wonderful day that Tom Curran has had. According to the scoreboard, he's now bowling at both ends.
Very good effort.
So that's a pretty good effort.
Well, he's having a great day, isn't he? He's cloned himself and he's bowling at either end now.
Well, there's no end to the man's talents. Anyway, 71 for 2 it is at tea. And for listeners to BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, we'll hand you back to the studio and Kevin Howells. And for everyone else, we shall take tea now. We'll be off in search of a cuppa. Trust you'll do the same. And we, of course, will be back with you at the start of the final session in around about 15 minutes' time. Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to Wantage Road for the final session in what has already been an enthralling and highly eventful third day's play in this County Championship Division 1 match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. The players and the umpires taking the field on this glorious sunlit evening. Barely a cloud in the sky here at Wantage Road. It really is a beautiful day. The shadows of the floodlight pylon stretching at least halfway across the field. Northamptonshire resuming on 71 for 2 in their second innings, so still 11 runs behind. I'm Andrew Rowd from BBC Radio Northampton. Joining me on commentary, Mark Church and former Northamptonshire assistant coach Phil Rowe. And well, we've seen pretty much everything today. We've seen wickets, runs, including 100 before lunch. What's the money on in the last session then?
Well, I think Surrey would have been pleased to go to tea having got rid of Gay and Young.
Yeah,
interesting here, they're going to start with leg spin in the shape of Cameron Steele.
Yep, the leg spinner coming on to bowl to the left-handed Proctor with a slip and a forward short leg. First ball is played into the ground by Proctor. Bounces up, fielded at forward short leg. Proctor on 22, Cobb on 11. Will Young out for 1, Emilio Gay for 26. A wicket apiece for Dan Worrell and Jordan Clark. And here's Steele in again, bowls to Proctor, pushes it out into the covers, and he's going to get a single. So that's the first run of the evening session. It's going to be quite a long session as well. 39 overs to go after this one. 72 for 2 now.
Yeah, quite interesting that, because he does bowl a good googly. Does Cameron
Yes,
Steele?
he did somebody in the first innings with it. I'm trying to think who it
and
was.
their Proctor's played for that, and it was the googly, and it's actually squirted out into the covers for a single.
Took the wicket of Saif Zabe in the first innings when he missed the sweep. But at that time he may have been Rob Keogh. I think he didn't get him out, but he certainly didn't read it. Whipped away, and he's caught at mid-wicket, and Josh Cobb falls in the first over after tea. Soft dismissal really, just clipping that ball from Steele straight to Ben Geddes at mid-wicket. Cobb goes for 11, and Northamptonshire lose their third wicket before the arrears are cleared. They're 72 for 3. And Phil Rowe, that is a big bonus wicket for Surrey.
Yeah, I mean, you said it all there, Alice. That is a very, very soft dismissal. I think it's a very good move by Surrey. I didn't have the chance to say what I'm about to say. I think it's a good move to start with Steele. It's harder to start sometimes against spin, particularly for Cobb. Cobb is not a great player of spin, and that was his downfall there. He just pushed through the ball. I think it might have been a low full toss and just chipped it straight to mid-wicket. Strong bottom hand, and he perishes. It's a very soft dismissal. It was important, as we said before tea, that after tea those two got themselves back in and took the Northampton rearguard back straight into the evening session, and perhaps batted for another hour or so as a pair. But that's a very soft and early dismissal.
Well, it brings Rob Keogh to the crease. First innings century maker, of course, one of the two. Emilio Gay has already gone. Keogh made 123 in Northamptonshire's first innings, which, as we were talking about earlier, is his 14th first-class 100 for Northamptonshire, but he's going to need to dig in here, and you feel these two. Still Ricardo Vasconcelos to come, of course. You know, he's a fine player, albeit batting down the order on this occasion. Then Saif Zabe, James Sales, Lazard Williams, Ben Sanderson and Jack White. Do rather feel these two need to put together a bit of a partnership from Northamptonshire's point of view if they're going to leave Surrey a meaningful target in the fourth innings. Here's Steele in bowling the first ball and immediately finds the outside edge of Rob Keogh's bat, runs down to backward point, and there's no run.
I start this from Cameron Steele. Yeah, it was a low full toss, and Josh Cobb, a horrible feeling that just flicked it straight to Geddes. But the key thing here is that Steele is his first four. He's got them in just about the right spot.
Here he is again. Bowl short, and that's cut by Keogh, but only as far as Kemar Roach at backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, that was the Google, wasn't it?
He does bowl a big googly.
Yeah, it did turn.
Did turn.
Yeah, well.
Here is Steele again. Finishes over. First one after tea. Already a wicket in it. Slip in. And that's short again. And punched by Keogh up to Patel at short extra cover, who sends in a return to Jamie Smith. And you probably heard that, as he had to dive for that one. It's not really what you want straight after tea, especially if you had a cream cake. Anyway, end of the over, 72 for 3, successful one for Surrey. Cobb has gone for 11 once again. Well, that'll do his stats at number 4 that we were looking at earlier. Not a great deal of good. Well, 72 for 3, prop to 23.
It's a good move from Rory Burns, but you just feel a bit for Josh Cobb there because he battled away before that tee break, and then he gets his first ball after tee. Low full toss from Cameron Steele, flicked it straight to Ben Geddes. Now, I wondered whether this might happen. We haven't seen Dan Worrell from the David Capel end yet. Straight away after tee, we're going to see Dan Worrell from the David Capel end. So Worrell will also have Keogh, who's just got out there to bowl at. Proctor's got to start again. So he'll be just sniffing an opportunity here. In this final session of the third day, there are still 39 overs to go today and still trailing Northamptonshire by 10 runs. Worrell is round the wicket to Proctor in the first one after the big build-up. He's way down the leg side and Proctor just gets inside it and it's taken by Jamie Smith. But the other thing that does, Phil, is it just gives the fielding side such a big lift straight after tee, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and conversely, there'll be a slump in the Northants dressing room as well. And sometimes it's not just the fact that it's out, it's the nature of the dismissal. Sometimes soft dismissals seem to hurt more than well bowled.
Round the wicket again goes Worrell to Proctor. Proctor's pushing at this, down through backward point. He'll just get a single because up comes Gus Atkinson to do the fielding. I just wonder as well, I'm just watching Kemar Roach going through his sort of calisthenics at the moment, whether now Rory Burns has picked that wicket up, whether he'll think, right, thank you, Cameron, you got me that wicket with Josh Cobb. Kemar, come and have a bowl.
Well, that would be great captaincy if he did that. Knowing when to go back to your main strike bowler, that's a big one in the art of captaincy.
Because in a way, Cameron Steele's done his job there, hasn't he? He's made the breakthrough. He's done it in the first over after tee. He's done his job now. As Dan Worrell will come over the wicket here to Rob Keogh, and Keogh's letting this go. Outside is off stump.
And the analyst, I don't know whether your analyst travels. I guess with Surrey, the analyst probably does travel. We'll be into Rory Burns saying, OK, what are you going to go with? I'm going to go with Steele. OK, yeah, well, that's great. However, Rob Keogh's a good player of spin. Yeah. So if you do get a breakthrough, he'll have had that information, I'm sure. And as you say, the way that Kemar Roach is warming up, that looks like a warm-up ready to bowl rather than anything else.
Yeah, it does indeed. He's doing all these stretches as over the wicket comes Worrell to Keogh, and Keogh covers up, plays this one out into the offside. And the other thing this has done is Surrey are very vocal now after the tea break. Cameron Steele's down there clapping his hands. He's got a couple in the game now, and at 48, that was a crucial innings from Cameron Steele.
How long has he been with you?
He joined on loan last year and then a permanent, if that makes sense. So he came for the one-day comp last year. As over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and forward again goes Keogh. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. He's a hugely popular fella within the Surrey dressing room. He's also a very talented cricketer.
He's been around a lot.
Yeah, he has.
So yeah. He's not really found his niche in the game.
Not as yet.
Yeah.
But I think, the way he batted here as well, and the more he bowls, that's the thing with leg spin, isn't it? The more opportunity you get to have a bowl, the better you tend to get at it. In comes Worrell once more. Over the wicket to Rob Keogh. Keogh's letting that go wide outside the off stump. That's the end of the over. So we'll see what happens now. It does look like Cameron Steele's going to get another one. He's going jogging up to continue from this indoor school end of the ground here at Wantage Road on the most lovely evening here at Wantage Road.
I might just be tempted to attack a little bit more at this stage. Maybe one further, maybe a catching on the offside for the Google if he's trying, because he does play around the front pad. Proctor likes to work with the spin, but if he does get the googly and he's trying to play it into the leg side, maybe a leading edge pops up on the offside or a back pad. I think a man on the offside catching would be my preference just now. Certainly can afford to do it.
Yep, Northamptonshire still behind, still 9 runs behind as Steele comes in and bowls down the leg side.
Lovely
Proctor.
take.
Yeah, it is a lovely take down the leg side by Jamie Smith. Lovely footwork as well as glove work.
He made that look really,
He
really
did,
easy.
he
And
did,
that was
didn't
not
he? I
easy. 'Cause
know.
that bounced and turned. That was a very good take.
Slip and a forward short leg. 73 for 2. 9 runs behind still. Proctor on 24 facing Cameron Steele and nudging it past the man in there at forward short leg. Ben Geddes down to Kemar Roach at backward square for a single. Proctor up to 25 and Northamptonshire to 74 for 3. But one thing you can usually say about Luke Proctor is that he'll sell his wicket very dearly.
He's battling away here, isn't he?
Well, that's what, yeah, as we were saying earlier, that's what Luke Proctor does, really. Here's Keogh. Yet to get off the mark, century in the first innings. Steele bowls to him and he goes for the sweep and he's got hold of it nicely and it's running down to the boundary for 4. Just behind square, runs into the rope just in front of the family stand. So Keogh is off the mark with a boundary, 4 to him. And Northamptonshire 78 for 3, so 4 behind. Fair to say, I think, Phil, the sweep tends to be Rob Keogh's go-to against the spinners.
Yeah, he's a good sweeper. He's a big guy, isn't he, Rob, as well? So he can get really a long way forward. So he's got an advantage there about he can sweep a number of different lengths comfortably. He played that one really well.
Sorry, you'll be aware of that. They've got a deep square just in front of square and also a deep backward square in front of the family stand down to our right, as well as a slip in. The Steele comes in and bowls to Keogh, sweeps again, and this time it's going to be just a single down to deep backward square. One more to Rob Keogh, who goes to 5 and 79 for 3.
Just noticed Gareth Batty has come down from the dressing room and he's stood on the boundary rope with his arms folded. So he spotted something, the coach.
Doesn't look happy, does he?
I mean, he never really does, Gareth.
Well, I said that, I thought, yeah, he never does, yeah.
Slip and a forward short leg in for the left-handed Proctor. As Steele comes in and bowls to him, and Proctor is forward, playing it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Just be updating BBC Radio Northampton in a moment or two into their 4 o'clock news bulletin.
This is brilliant. As you say, Gareth Batty, now he's on the move. So
He is.
people are avoiding his gaze, so he's going to make himself more visible.
Northamptonshire have now lost a wicket after tea, and have they lost a second? No, they haven't. Not out, says the umpire. Appeal for LBW against Luke Proctor, 79 for 3. Northamptonshire now, so they're still 3 runs behind. Luke Proctor is still there battling away on 25. Rob Keogh, first inning century maker, has gone in and has made 5. But in the first over after tea, Surrey turning to the leg spin of Cameron Steele, and the first ball that Josh Cobb faced after tea with a low full toss, and he clipped it straight to Ben Geddes at mid-wicket. Cobb out for 11, that made it 72 for 3. Earlier Surrey piling up 421 all out, 115 for Tom Curran. Not only his maiden first-class 100, but actually made 100 before lunch. 79 for 3, Northamptonshire still 3 runs behind.
Well, Gareth Batty's got his message over to Jordan Clark.
He made sure of that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And now he's making his way back towards the dressing room. One of the best brains in cricket, Gareth Batty. As Dan Worrell is continuing from the David Capel end, and forward goes Rob Keogh. Plays it straight down in front of him. It rolls away into the offside. I always love watching Gareth in the morning. He will stand and chat to anyone about spin bowling. And it's always very demonstrative, you know, it goes through his action and he's all with the hips and everything, but he's fantastic cricket brain, Gareth Batty. One of those that doesn't say a lot, but when he does,
People listen.
well, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And he's done a great job this season. He's kept it all pretty simple, really. As Dan Worrell comes in over the wicket to Rob Keogh, and Keogh, nice looking shot, just punches on the front foot out towards that sweeper out there on the cover point boundary rope as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps from Ben Geddes, who took that catch to dismiss Josh Cobb straight away after the tea break. First ball that Josh Cobb had faced after tea, low full toss, and it just clipped it straight to short mid wicket. And there was Ben Geddes to take the catch. Trail now by just the 2 runs. 2 runs the difference as Worrell is into Proctor, and Proctor's covering this one outside his off stump, pushes it away off a goodish length out into the offside. And there is no run. There's a fairly strong breeze going across the ground. As we sit here, so we're going left to right across the ground. But it's a beautiful day today. And we've not really a cloud in the sky now. It's just a lovely light blue up there. Here is Worrell, short ball. That's well played by Proctor. Gets right in behind it. Plays it down into the leg side. Tom Curran comes round to his left to do the fielding. There's 3 wickets to go for Northamptonshire after Surrey eventually all out today for 421. Tom Curran 100 before lunch. Ashley Mamlett 133, Curran 115, Keogh with 4 wickets, and then Young caught by Tom Curran off Worrell for 1. As here is Dan Worrell coming round the wicket to Luke Proctor, and Proctor's across his stumps, turning this one down into the leg side. Round comes Jordan Clark to do the fielding. Another run to the total, trailing by the 1 run now, 80 for 3. Then Emilio Gay, who had a couple of lives, nicked one that went between Jamie Smith and Rory Burns, and then dropped by Ryan Patel. But then LBW going across his stumps to Jordan Clark for 26, and then Cobb straight away after lunch, just chipping a catch off a full toss from Cameron Steele to Ben Geddes. Dan Worrell over the wicket to Rob Keogh, short one. Keogh just sways inside this, taken by Jamie Smith. End of the over, 81 for 3. So 1 run away from parity. Keogh has 6 and Proctor is on 26.
I kind of feel this is a massive, massive partnership for Northants, these two. They do bat well together, they get on very well, they're good buddies. And I feel that Northants' chances in this game are kind of really, however successful this partnership is a direct relationship on the success of Northants in this game, getting out of it with anything really from this position. They're both very capable. Rob Keogh will score a little bit more quickly than Luke Proctor once he gets himself in, but they've got plenty of time to bat, so there's no great rush. They need to get themselves in, and when they do get loose balls, they do need to score off them. There haven't been many to score from. Sorry, bowled really tightly, but they need to be ready to score when the opportunities present themselves.
Slip has gone across to leg slip for Proctor, for Cameron Steele. First ball of his next over. Proctor just dropping down in front of Ben Geddes at forward short leg, and there's no run. Steele into his 3rd over. 1 for 7. Picked up the wicket of Josh Cobb. First over after tea. Here's Steele in again. Flights that one up. Driven by Proctor. Away through the covers. Runs for him here. There's going to be a couple as Jordan Clark comes round from the front of the West Stand to field, and Northamptonshire are in surplus. They're in the black. 1 run ahead, 83 for 3. So everything Northamptonshire get from here on in. Surrey will have to score if they are to win this match. Steele 4 or 5 steps in, bowls to Proctor, who tries to play that one away on the onside. Now, did he get any bat on it? It went dangerously close to leg slip. Yes, he did. So it wasn't too far away from the man in there at leg slip. Again, a good bit of field placing. But Proctor picks up a single. He goes to 29. And Northamptonshire to 84 for 3. Field changes over for the right-handed Keogh. Rory Burns now in there at slip.
He's trying to gut that sweep out, isn't he?
Yeah, they've got a man on the 45 and a deep backward square on the boundary, but he can't prevent the sweep being played. However, they have kept it to a single. Dan Worrell out there comes round in front of the signal box from deep backward square to field. Jamie Smith doesn't take the throw, but fortunately somebody was there backing up, Ryan Patel. And they come through for a single. Keogh is 7, 85 for 3.
I think that was the Gareth Batty intervention, was to bring the guy up onto the 45.
Proctor facing this next ball from Steele, and he turns it past Ben Geddes at forward short leg for a single. Kemar Roach fielding down there at deep backward square, and Cameron Steele looking a tad infuriated when Proctor, yes again, nudges another one past forward short leg. Well, if he bats for any length of time, you better get used to it. 30 to Proctor, 86 for 3. Keogh on strike, and that's a full toss, and it's got to be called a no ball. Indeed it is. It's paddled away by Keogh out to deep square where Jordan Clark fields, and they're through for a single, but it is a no ball. Just a word of apology from Cameron Steele to Rob Keogh. So 3 onto the total, 89 for 3.
It was a funny one, that, because he was already on his knee with
was
Rob Keogh. So in
ready
the
to
end,
sweep.
it was a little bit like a tennis serve from him.
Just had to paddle it out in the end, out to deep mid-wicket. 89 for 3.
Oh, he's getting an official warning. Cameron Steele.
Next ball is played straight at forward short leg by Luke Proctor, but on the bounce, fielded by Ben Geddes. And that's the end of Cameron Steele's over. 3 overs for 15, 89 for 3. So Northamptonshire, as I say, now in profit. Keogh is 8, Proctor is 30. Northamptonshire's lead is 7.
Yeah, we talked about Gareth Batty coming down from his perch and getting a fielding change, and it looked to me that the fielding change was for the leg spinner bowling to Rob Keogh, who started sweeping almost every ball he faced, not quite. They put 2 men back, one at deep square and one at deep backward square, and Gareth Batty wanted the man at deep backward square on the single. And what that means is Rob Keogh's got to get the ball down when he sweeps it, whereas if the man is back, he's got impunity, he can just get any bat on it and kind of just chip it away into the leg side and he gets off strike. So really good thinking by Gareth Batty, no surprise.
Over the wicket comes Dan Worrell from the David Capel end. Nice looking shot from Rob Keogh, the drive. Doesn't really time it though. And Jordan Clark will come round to his left to do the fielding. Ben Geddes all on his own, sweeping out there on the cover point boundary road. Got some of the Surrey fans behind him there. See the Peter May boys flag again.
Yes, they've got a couple of banners down there.
They have. And, quite a few Surrey supporters made the trip to Wantage Road for this one. Worrell, arcing run, then over the wicket he comes, and Keogh across his stumps, gets bat on this, plays it down into the leg side. They were going up in the slip cordon if he'd missed that, but he got a good bit of bat on it. Rolled away towards Tom Curran. In there, in that sort of short mid-wicket position. Who then lobs the ball to Dan Worrell. We're in the 31st over of this Northamptonshire second innings. Their lead is 7, so really that equates to 7 for 3 at the moment. Northamptonshire. Dan Worrell striding in once more to Keogh. Keogh drives, nice looking shot. Just for one though, because Ben Geddes is out there for that shot. And they'll pick up a single, and that will move Rob Keogh on to 9. That was one of those that I was talking about yesterday, where if there was a photographer here and took a snap of that shot with sort of Keogh down on one knee driving, you'd have thought that's whistled off to the boundary, but there was a good shot for one. Ben Geddes was in exactly the right position.
He's moving really nicely, Rob Keogh. Just watching him at the crease, yeah, he's very still for Rob. There's always a couple of little movements going on with Rob, but very controlled, relatively quite still. And when he's still, that's a good sign. That means he's confident. When he's not so confident, the moving parts get bigger.
Round the wicket goes Worrell to Proctor. Proctor's a little late on this, just hits the toe end of his bat and nudges it away. Proctor reminds me a little of Dean Algar in that Algar's like this, absolute gritty, determined. When Algar was at Surrey, so 3 stints at Surrey, you always thought with Dean that if he ever got hit early, then that was it. He was on it, and he is a terrific cricketer, Dean Algar. But again, Proctor's a little like that, and he's just very gritty. As round the wicket goes Worrell to him, and that one's he's flicking away off his hip down towards fine leg. I don't think Ben Geddes will get to that. He won't, and that's going to run away for 4. So nicely played by Luke Proctor. He moves on to 34, 94 for 3.
It's worth mentioning that Luke Proctor's now gone past 900 championship runs for the season, and he's still got the rest of this innings and potentially 4 more knocks to go. So
Good boy.
That would be quite an achievement to get to 1,000.
Very much so.
And again, talking about historically Northants with the bat, we've had very few guys get 1,000, even when we played 16 champos.
Around the wicket goes Worrell to Proctor. Proctor's letting this one go off a good length outside his off stump. That settles into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Emilio Gay, I think that is away to our right.
It is, with the club sports psychologist.
Yep, having a long old chat. Away to our right, doing a circuit of the ground. Doing a jolly old lap.
The last player to score 1,000 first-class runs for Northamptonshire in a season was 6 years ago, 2016, Ben Duckett. Yep,
Yeah,
correct.
it's good to see Ben's back in the England ranks, and quite rightly so. He's been in the wilderness too long, I think.
And interesting also that Rob Keogh, with his 14th first-class 100 for Northamptonshire in this match, has moved level with Ben Duckett in the all-time list on 14 each. Here's Steele coming in and bowling to Keogh. Slip in place. Keogh drives pleasantly out into the covers, fielded by Patel at extra, and there's no run. There's a little gaggle of players on 15, including Rob Newton, who's in there with the likes of Valence Jupp and Mickey Norman.
Another subtle field change, anti-sweep field now.
Here's Steele in again, and Keogh trying to sweep, and that missed off stump and was taken by Jamie Smith.
That's a result of the field change, really, because he's tried to sweep that square.
He's now got, he's got like two in the ring almost at 45, a man just behind square and a deep square out just in front of square. And that's knocked up, that's good batting by Rob Keogh. He's just knocked that up to wide-ish mid-on where Amler fields and takes the single. But yes, it's a very, very much field geared towards stopping the Keogh sweep. Keogh into double figures, 10 to him, 95 for 3. The lead is 13. Brings Luke Proctor back onto strike, and Burns goes across to leg slip. Just taking great care positioning Kemar Roach at backward square, who fields that ball right on cue as it's just nudged by Proctor down past Geddes at forward short leg between Geddes and Rory Burns.
It's good this from Cameron Steele.
Right on it since tea, isn't it? Pretty much picking up the early wicket. Hasn't bowled many bad balls. Is Steele in again. Runs. Just knocked it down to backward square by Proctor. Fielded again by Kemar Roach, and there's no run. So I was just distracted by Essex losing another wicket at Headingley, which we'll come on to in a second.
I wonder if he might have a go around the wicket and try and hit. There's a bit of rough,
Yeah,
isn't
there
outside
is.
the left-handers off stump there.
Here's Steele in again, and that's hit on the full away by Luke Proctor. It's running out towards the boundary, and it's going to go over the ropes at mid-wicket for 4. Full toss and latched onto by Luke Proctor, who hasn't bowled many bad balls, but Northamptonshire need to make sure, and it's the point Phil made straight after tea, that if there are bad balls there, Northamptonshire put them away. Proctor did just that. He goes to 38 and 99 for 3 at the end of the over. So Steele's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 20. Yes, Essex now 39 for 2. Chasing 162 to beat Yorkshire at Headingley. Tom Westley has gone for 9, so it's Sir Alistair Cook and Dan Lawrence in now, which you think is again a pretty big partnership for Essex in that one. And in the other Division 1 game at Edgbaston, Somerset now 183 for 4 from 85 overs against Warwickshire, leading by 206.
Proper old school, that. Dan Worrell comes in over the wicket to Rob Keogh, who drives. That's a lovely shot. On the up, punch through the covers for 4. Ooh, that's a good shot from Rob Keogh. Minimum of fuss there. Just on the up, punched it away through the covers for 4. Shot of a man in form.
Wow.
100 up.
With a good stick as well.
Oh, just lent on that. Absolutely whistled off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. So Keogh's on to 14. This partnership now worth 31. Very good runs, and the lead moves on to 21. Rory Burns now plugs that gap. So there's only the one slip now, because Burns has come out from second slip into the covers. Jordan Clark goes to short extra. Short mid-wicket as well, as Worrell is in, and Keogh, again, very studiously, gets right in behind this. Plays it out into the offside. There is Jordan Clark to do the fielding. Chat between Jamie Smith and Ryan Patel. Looks like 3 Surrey batsmen have sort of been buried up to their necks behind Jamie Smith, because the 3 helmets are just behind Jamie Smith at the moment. Sort of in military precision there, aren't they, those 3 helmets?
If the ball hits it and it's like a plant, do Northamptonshire get
I was wondering
15
that.
runs instead
Bounces
of
on
5?
top of all three. As Keogh will just open the face of the back, guide this one down towards Ben Geddes. Lots of shouting as Ben Geddes' throw almost goes straight over the top of Jamie Smith. But Smith, good take from him. And they pick up a single. One more to the total, 104 for 3. Proctor comes back onto strike.
It's a great question, though.
Funny you say that, Radders, but I have actually thought that. If it hit the first one, I know it would be travelling, but it sort of some way magically rolled across all three.
Well,
Would that be 15 runs?
I doubt it.
But
It's an interesting. Any umpires listening, please do let us know.
Yes.
At back and across, at Old Man Rad.
as round the wicket goes Worrell to Proctor. Proctor's forward will get a single. Just pushes this one down through backward point. Up comes Gus Atkinson to do the fielding. One more to Luke Proctor. He moves on to 39. 105 for 3.
So, I mean, the nature of the penalty is that the helmet has interfered with the progress of the ball, hasn't it? So there's 5 runs. So if it then hits another helmet, that's also interfered with
and
the
it's a
progress
different helmet as well, isn't it? That's the other thing.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's ever happened. Maybe 2 helmets, perhaps.
I didn't know I'd find that as interesting as I have.
No, I find it. I actually also find the aerodynamics of it quite interesting as well. As over the wicket once more comes Worrell to Keogh. Short ball. Keogh's flicked it off his hip. Fine on the leg side, and that's going to run away for 4. It's well played by Rob Keogh again. Got off his feet actually there and just helped it down, tucked it down off his hip. Fine on the leg side. Good little passage this for Northamptonshire.
It is. We've had a few loose-ish deliveries. Nothing terrible. There's a full toss by the leg spinner, which is entitled to bowl. It's the hardest thing to bowl. Leg spinner, he's going to bowl the odd full toss, the odd drag down. That's no drag. Worrell's just been not quite at his best, hasn't he, since the interval.
Worrell once more is over the wicket past umpire Hartley. And Keogh's had a nibble. He's trying to run it through that big gap down through the backward point region. It goes past his edge and it's taken by Jamie Smith, who goes to get the 3 helmets. Adrian's let us know via Twitter that once it hits the first helmet, it's a dead ball, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it?
It just looked rather like, and it's one of the many fascinating things about the game of snooker that just love watching it on television, and the commentators say he spotted a plant, and there's like
triple plant.
3, and you think, well, how on earth has he spotted that, and it can't possibly work, and then of course it almost inevitably does. But the cricketing world loves an umpiring stat. I have to say there are only 2 questions. We talked about the supporters forum the other night, Mark, that I went to down the other end of the ground as Steele starts a fresh over. Short of a length, turn round the corner by Luke Proctor down to Kemar Roach at backward square, and there's no run. And there are only 2 questions asked on the cricketing side of head coach John Sadler, one of which was about a point that we did raise on commentary during the T20 game against Leicestershire, which Phil and I were on at the time, is Steele. That's another full toss, whipped away by Proctor. It's gone out to deep mid-wicket, and they're through for a single. Proctor to 40, and Northamptonshire to 110 for 3. And that was the infringements, the incidents at the very end of the match that finished up with Leicestershire losing points. And should that have been penalty runs, which I know was investigated by club and ECB and so on, and decided that it wasn't, but that was raised the other night. Another sweep by Keogh, and he's nailed that one away through mid-wicket. That's gone well in front of square. There's the 3 fielders, 2 behind square, 1 just in front, but that's gone away through mid-wicket for 4. It takes Keogh up to 23 and Northamptonshire to 114 for 3. The lead inching up now, 32 runs ahead.
Good batting that from Rob Keogh, isn't it? Because we've talked a lot about that sort of the way they've tried to cut out the sweep, and he's just gone in front of square there. Short arm jab, really.
Jordan Clark just making his way back just in front of square, and there's another sweep by Keogh. This time it finds one of the 2 men just behind square, and there's no run as a result. Yes, Phil, you and I were on at the end of that game at Grace Road, and I know it was something that we talked about on commentary, but it was investigated, but it still obviously rankles 1 or 2 supporters. Here's Steele in again. Another sweep by Keogh. He's gone in the air. Is he going to be caught? He is caught by Jordan Clark at deep mid-wicket, and the sweep that's been productive for Rob Keogh proves his undoing. We said about the previous one going out in front of square. Well, he tried it again. He didn't get on top of it. It went up in the air, and Jordan Clark taking a good running catch at deep mid-wicket in front of the West Stand. That's a huge blow for Northamptonshire. Keogh goes for 23. It's a second wicket for Cameron Steele, and Northamptonshire are 114 for 4.
Well, I think Gareth Batty has a share in that wicket. To be honest, he was the guy who instigated this concept of, OK, if he wants to sweep it hard and square, and that's a risky shot because he's putting pace into the ball, he can have that 4 or have a chance for 4, but we're not going to let him just knock it around the corner for a single and get off strike. And so they changed the field to block up the single, so Rob Keogh had to sweep harder and square. He got one away, that over, in the second one he didn't quite get on top of, and perished. A decent running catch by Jordan Clark, but really interesting little passage of play, sort of game within a game there. And Surrey have benefited from the coach's great experience, I think.
That's why I love this game so much, because there was so much going on in that dismissal of Rob Keogh. We saw Gareth Batty. He doesn't often do it, actually. He normally just sort of sits with his feet up, watching away, and then we saw him come down, have a word with Jordan Clark, and then they changed that field, and Keogh worked it out, and then went in front of square, and then tried it again. Good catch from Jordan Clark. Big wicket for Surrey, that. 114 for 4, so the lead is 32.
Yeah, huge wicket for Surrey. Now Ricardo Vasconcelos comes out to the crease at number 6, made 18 in the first innings. He's had quite a testing year one way or another, with breaking his thumb in the championship match against Kent at the end of May. Had a bit of a poor run, lost his place in the side against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham, relinquished the Red Bull captaincy. Now finds himself keeping wicket, and he's facing Cameron Steele round the wicket with a leg slip and a forward short leg, and gets a very friendly delivery first up from Cameron Steele, almost like one off the mark in a benefit match. It was a little half tracker, and Vasconcelos able to paddle it away through those fielders on the leg side down to the boundary for 4. So Vasconcelos off the mark straight away with a boundary. 4 to him, 118 for 4, but Cameron Steele won't worry too much about that. He's picked up 2 important wickets since tea. Cobb for 11, Keogh for 23, 118 for 4. Northamptonshire 36 ahead.
Yeah, and again, it might have been that. Look, I don't mind if a couple of boundaries in front of the square. I don't care about that. But it might create a chance, and that's exactly what it did. And it's a good catch from Jordan Clark, sort of running around to his left. The other thing there for Keogh as well is a short boundary away there on the leg side, but he didn't quite get enough on it. And we're going to get Tom Curran into the attack now. But that's why I love this game so much, is that, you know, you sit here and you watch it, but the thinking at times so good, and the communication and message that gets out there. So, Tom Curran then into the attack down there from the David Capel end.
Yeah, it's a productive shot for Rob Keogh, as we talked about earlier. He is a good sweeper, but the field really did for him, didn't it? It was great thinking, blocking up that kind of easy tuck around the corner. He had to sweep hard and square, got a couple away, but the state of the game, Surrey can absorb that because it did bring risk, and it led to his downfall.
So Tom Curran running towards us, comes round the wicket to Proctor. Proctor lets him go outside his off stump. Again, you've got those 2 men catching, one at short extra cover, one at short mid wicket. We're sort of in that period of the game on this pitch again. Vasconcelos is down to have a chat with Luke Proctor. Little punch of gloves between those 2 gentlemen. Dan Worrell, possibly not his best spell after tea, but Surrey won't worry too much about that, in the fact that he's picked up that first wicket of Young, and they've got a couple from Cameron Steele after tea. As round the wicket comes Tom Curran to Proctor. Proctor's pushing away into the offside. There is Rory Burns to do the fielding. In there at short extra cover. You can see how strong the breeze is, actually, when you look at the flag, the Northamptonshire flag there fluttering away. And Wendell's flag as well, fluttering away there. Wendell sat down now. He's come in his whites today, it looks like. He's got his white floppy sun hat, white shirt, white trousers. Tom Curran is in. This one's left alone. Outside is off stump by Luke Proctor once again.
Was it not the case, Phil, that Wendell did have a go in the nets at one point?
Oh, crikey. Yeah, so this is a good story. It'll take me a while. Might take a few deliveries to get through the story, but it started in the winter, and Wendell used to come in and watch the winter practice up on the balcony.
As Tom Curran, arms pumping, he's in. Oh, turns Proctor a touch, straightened on him. Proctor, that one just squirts away into the offside, and there's no run.
And I think we were kind of a little bit short on resources to in the spin net in particular. And again, the lads are into, Rips was the head coach, and the lads are into it. Oh, let Wendell have a go. He's a good bowler. He gets lots of wickets locally. That went, yes, Ripley, I can come and bowl. And eventually, after a few weeks, Rips caved, and down comes Wendell.
Round the wicket goes Tom Curran. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Luke Proctor.
And he was okay.
Yeah.
He was okay. You know, he did a job, and it was great. And it meant that we could, and some of the bowlers could face spin, and we've got the spin mats down to give him a bit of help with turn and so on. He was fine, very vocal in the centre point, so there was a bit of distraction in that, but that was great. So Rips thinks he's done a good job, everyone's kind of happy, and we move through to the end of the winter, ...
Round the wicket comes Tom Curran. This one's left alone again by Proctor. Good over that from Tom Curran. She's going to probe away outside that off stump of Luke Proctor. End of it, maiden over. Northamptonshire 118 for 4.
I kind of hope Rips is not listening to this, because Rips knows how this story goes. And anyway, so then we start practicing outside, and we're coming into the season. We have an inter-squad game, as I'm sure most places do. And Wendell comes in on his bike as we're doing warm-ups and looks across and sees this inter-squad game going on, and stops and looks and thinks, well, I should be out there. And he's a pretty loud character, so he made that point known very
vocally,
with non-stop.
Here's Cameron Steele starting a fresh over, bowling to Vasconcelos, and beats him around the line of off stump. And I just wondered, did that beat him on the inside edge?
I think it went past
Just
him.
went past him.
Yeah.
Steele already back at the end of his mark. Yeah, just did go past the outside edge. Here's Steele in again, bowling to Vasconcelos, who's pushing that out into the offside. Thought about a single, but Jamie Smith quickly round from behind the stumps to retrieve, and there's no run.
So the lads are now getting stuck into Rips again. Yeah, that's not fair, Rips. You've used him. He's been bowling in the winter. He's bowled lovely. You haven't picked him for this game, which started out as a bit of fun. However, the pressure was building.
Another close catcher coming up for Vasconcelos. Now a slip and a leg slip and a forward short leg. Rory Burns is in at slip. There's a leg slip as well. And the man under the lid as Steele comes in over the wicket. Bowls. Vasconcelos swings at a short ball. It's beaten Jamie Smith. It's gone down to the boundary. And that's going to be 4 byes. And it beat leg stump and beat the keeper as well. And runs away to the boundary. 4 more onto the total. 122 for 4. The lead is 40.
So at this point, Wendell gets off his bike and marches across the outfield where Rips is hitting catches, and sort of walks up to him and says, "Oh, this is not fair." And the lads are, as I say, joining in, finding this hilarious. And I know Rips extremely well, and I thought, "Oh, he's not dealing with this so as well as he normally would do."
Here's Steele running in again to bowl to Vasconcelos, who's full defensive, back down the pitch, no run.
And so Wendell demands an answer for his non-selection. A bit like Alex Hales has done recently. with less credentials, probably.
Here's Steele in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, and that's turned, and I just wondered how close that has gone to the stumps. Vasconcelos playing it defensively, it went off an inside edge, it rolled dangerously close to leg stump. I'm just going to have a look on the replay and see how close. Oh my goodness, very, very close indeed.
It's gone between them.
I think it's gone through the stumps almost.
It just shaved leg stump. Here's Steele in again, Bowls to Vasconcelos, pushes it out into the covers. Doubtless relieved to take a single until he realises it's the last ball of the over. Vasconcelos and Cameron Steele exchange what I'm sure are pleasantries when Vasconcelos gets down to the bowler's end. End of the over, 123 for 4, 5 to Vasconcelos, 40 to Proctor. The lead is 41.
Okay, so let's get this story finished off. So Wendell is now kind of getting power from the lads' support. Ripley, I need to be playing.
I should have a contract.
You should use me. And why am I not playing? Why am I not playing? And Rips decided to answer with this: because you're not a good enough fielder. And I thought, that's interesting. I don't see Rips following the local league around on a Saturday. I'm not sure he's actually. And went, well, you've never seen me field. So Rips, well, I'll give you some catches. Oh,
No,
crikey.
did it not go well?
No.
Oh dear.
So Rips gets the sponge bat and some balls and just smashed the ball as high as he possibly could.
There's Tom Curran for the David Capel ends coming round the wicket to Vasconcelos, who's letting this one go outside his off stump.
And the ball goes up, and Wendell's not a young man, and he's not used to balls being hit that high, and he's under pressure, and he's in his civvies, and the ball hits the ground, and no skin is involved. It's just gone straight to the ground. And I thought, well, that might be enough to convince everyone that we should move on now, go on with the game. At which point Rips shouts, "None out of one."
Round the wicket comes Tom Curran. Vasconcelos is letting this one go outside his off stump.
Gets another ball and the orange bat and just smashes it again. None out of two. We got to about 7. And one of those, I think that's probably
enough now.
Rips.
Well, he's there. He's got his ball with him over there at the moment, doing some catching practice.
No lasting damage to the relationship.
No,
They
good.
still get on
He's an
fabulously.
amazing fella, is Wendell. Great support. As round the wicket comes Tom Curran. Vasconcelos across his stumps, clips his leg side. Worrell dives to his right. Just getting back to that with Vasconcelos there, where the ball sort of went through his legs. I'm just wondering
Touched
whether
the
it
stumps.
touched the stump
Yes.
and the bell didn't come off.
It's possible. Again, he's one of those, judging by the reaction,
Yes.
unfortunately to say, from the camera angle we've got, he couldn't really see, but it's possible, yeah. There was certainly a degree of anguish around the close catches.
Curran's in once more. Vasconcelos lets him go. Just going to probe away here is Tom Curran. Just hitting a good line, good length. Vasconcelos walks off towards square leg. Well, of course, there was that Tom Lawes extraordinary one we were talking about on the first day against Warwickshire, where McDonald, who was bowling quickly, absolutely smashed into his off stump, flew to the third man for 4 byes because the bell didn't come off. But it literally hit the middle of the off stump. Extraordinary. Round the wicket goes Tom Curran. Vasconcelos, forward he comes. Plays this up towards mid-off. There's no run. You can hear the breeze there.
It is
can't you?
getting up a little bit
yeah.
now, isn't it? Coming up from over our sort of right shoulder here, isn't it? Just coming more or less down the ground. So Tom Curran is actually going to be bowling into the breeze.
Just doing the hard job here is Tom Curran.
He's bowled a lovely length. I think
He
his
has.
length's been immaculate.
Hasn't conceded a run yet in this spell. He's in here, and Vasconcelos lets this one go outside his off stump. End of the over. And 123 for 4. Northamptonshire lead by 41. Thank you to Phil, J.A. Burke, Joseph, and Humboldt Penguin, who have also told us on Twitter that if the ball hits the first helmet, it's a dead ball. So there we are.
There we are. Thank you to you all. The Northamptonshire supporters who might be supporting Essex in their match against Yorkshire, I'm afraid are in for a disappointment because Essex are now 57 for 4. Lost another wicket. Sir Alistair is still there, but set 162 to beat Yorkshire. I've just nipped up a couple of runs, so 60 for 4 now, need another 102 to win.
Come on, Rosso.
Here's Steele starting a fresh over to Luke Proctor, who's playing that into the leg side for Ryan Patel to field at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Still a leg slip and a forward short leg for Luke Proctor.
He has come round the wicket though, which I think trying to hit that rough patch, isn't he?
Steele going a little bit wider of the crease, and that's nudged on the bounce to forward short leg by Proctor. And There's no run. Faraz Cushy is now in with Alistair Cook, Matt Critchley out for naught. Stephen Patterson has got extraordinary figures there, which I'll share with you in a second after this ball. Doesn't bowl many bad balls, does he, Pato? Goes for the reverse sweep. It's gone up in the air, off the pad. Again, it's not a stroke you see Luke Proctor playing an awful lot. Went for the reverse sweep, bounced up off the pad. Nobody made an effort to catch it, which is rather surprising. You'd have thought in those circumstances when there's a bit of a flurry of bat and pad and everything else, somebody might have caught it, but nobody went for it. Anyway, no damage done. Steele in again, bowls to Proctor, who's playing it up to Patel at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Stephen Patterson's figures there, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 13. So he's going at, what, 1 and over, just over 1 and over.
Metronomic, isn't he?
Absolutely. And they've lost another one, 60 for 5. Here's Steele in again, bowling to Proctor, who just turns that round the corner.
It's quite interesting, this is exactly what Phil said quite a long time ago with Cameron, but he's almost got a target to aim into now, coming round the wicket to the left hand with that rough stuff.
He's using the crease cleverly as well, and that's again wide of the crease, but just giving Proctor a little bit of width, which he hasn't generally done, but he's able to play that out, just relieve the pressure a little bit for a single out to Clark at deep cover. Nicks the bowling, because that was the last ball of the over. 41 to Proctor, 5 to Vasconcelos, 124 for 4. The lead is 42. Cushy has gone for naught, LBW to Ben Code. And now it is Adam Rossington in with Sir Alistair Cook.
Made a really good 100 against Surrey, Mr. Rossington, this season.
He can play,
quarter, not half.
He can play. It'll be interesting if Patterson is still going. Now Rossington has come in. There's only one way Rossington is going to play Patterson, and that is aggressively. He does not think medium pacers should be allowed to bowl.
Yeah, it was a fantastic 100 for him a few weeks ago. As round the wicket goes Tom Curran then to Proctor. Proctor's, it's a lovely length, lovely line. I think Proctor's just about pulled the bat inside the line of that, which is good batting, but you don't want that early in your innings because he's sort of getting his angles right now, is Proctor. But again, it's good bowling from Tom Curran. He hasn't conceded a run as yet in this spell, Tom Curran. But yes, in that game against that 271, Essex were all out for in that first innings. Rossington made 100 coming in at number 6. As round the wicket goes Tom Curran. Proctor again just pushes this one away out towards Cameron Steele. Sorry, just building up the pressure again now.
He's a talented lad, Adam. No doubt about that. I always felt he needed to. We're talking about development and learning, and we talked about Emilio seeming to get better every innings. I thought Adam needed to learn a little bit quicker. Wanted to play a certain way, but needed to just learn how to apply what he'd got.
Curran's in again. This one's left alone once more by Proctor. He's almost saying, if you want to go after it, go after
That's exactly what he's saying, exactly that. So it's, whilst the line is, people might look at that and say, well, the line's not great. Actually, the length is the dangerous thing. It's still a dangerous length if it's fifth stump if you decide to attack it. He's not quite hanging it out there, but he is hitting a great length.
Yeah, and it's ball after ball at the moment from Tom Curran. Into his 7th over, it's gone just for the 9 runs. As here he comes again to Proctor, goes back of a length this time, and Proctor's up on his toes in behind this one, just tucks it down into the leg side. Ryan Patel likes that at slip. But Surrey, as I say, will be very happy to have picked up a couple of wickets since the tea break. Still lots of work to do for both sides here into the final session of this 3rd day, and a whole day to go tomorrow. Tom Curran round the wicket he comes, and that's good leave again from Proctor. But if you did again one of those little heat map things, just be a big red circle where every ball's landing at the moment, wouldn't there, from Tom Curran?
And I think the other thing about that, he's accurate. He's been really accurate, but also there's plenty on the ball. It's not just simply bowling it up and down. There's plenty. They're challenging deliveries, challenging dot balls. That's the dream, really, for a captain, for a fielding side. Is if your bowlers are bowling challenging dot balls, and you're in the game.
Yeah, and then for Rory Burns, he can just set his field. As round the wicket again goes Tom Curran, and in behind this one goes Luke Proctor, another maiden. That's 3 consecutive maidens from Tom Curran in this spell. And Northamptonshire 124 for 4 here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Northampton.
Yes, talking of 5 Sports Extra, my apologies to Phil O'Rourke, who did tweet earlier and didn't get around to it. He just spotted it, but saying how much he's enjoying the commentary, and thank you for that. And I hope you're still listening and enjoying it. It is fascinating stuff. Also, as mentioned, I had a tweet I spotted from Dr. Steve O'Brien, a visiting professor of nursing at the University of Northampton and regular contributor to BBC Radio Northampton, big cricket man, well, cricketer in his day. First ball of a new over from Cameron Steele, played back down the pitch by Vasconcelos, and there's no run. And he says he's finishing the gardening. He's now watching the live stream of this match and listening to us with a drop of a very nice looking 80 shilling beer in his own little bar that he's got at home. Doc's Bar.
Drop of 80 shilling.
Drop of 80 shilling. Back down the pitch, plays Vasconcelos' next delivery from Steele. Yes, he's...
You normally get that north of the border, I think.
He said, it's a taste of Scotland.
Yeah.
And he's got, I think I'm right in saying, Steve's got his own bar at home, Doc's Bar. Short of a length, turned away on the bounce to forward short leg, not fielded cleanly by Ben Geddes, but gets in the way of it effectively enough and prevents a single. Vasconcelos stays on 5, 124 for 4. Still have 25 overs to go in the day's play after this one, so
I think we'll get them in today as well.
Every chance we will. Every chance we will. Here's Steele again, flighting that one right up, driven by Vasconcelos up to Curran at mid-on. They come through for a quick single. Curran, for once, doesn't pick the ball up cleanly. He's human, after all. And Vasconcelos is able to come through for the single. 6 to him, 125 for 4, and the lead up to 43.
We can't blame the old touchline from the football pitch there with the new outfield either.
No, the way one or two are used to. Here's Steele bowling short, pulled away by Luke Proctor, but only as far as Kemar Roach, who's probably about 2/3 of the way back to the boundary there at deep backward square. And they're through for a single. One more to Proctor, 42 to him, 126 for 4.
Fascinating that. Rory Burns there has sprinted out from his position and slipped for the throw from Kemar Roach to do the backing up.
Good awareness. Steele in again, bowling to Vasconcelos, who's pushing forward out in the general direction of mid-off, but Steele comes across to intercept off his own bowling. That's the end of another over from Cameron Steele, who's put in a good stint for his side after tea, picked up 2 important wickets, Cobb for 11. Key over 23, he's bowled 8 overs, 2 for 33, and Northamptonshire 126 for 4, so leading by 44.
Yeah, I love that. I saw you spot that, Mark, out of the corner of my eye, and it was a kind of a nothing bit of cricket in a way, because it was slip coming out to back up, and in the end he wasn't required, but it showed the intensity and the concentration and the professionalism and the standards that he sets as captain. If he's prepared to make that run, then he can expect others to do so. It's the sort of thing that you might have to do all season and field the ball once, maybe not even once, but you have to make the run every time. I thought it was great cricket.
Kemar Roach is into the attack, replacing Tom Curran from the David Capel end, coming into Luke Proctor, who's turning this one into the leg side. So I think that spell of bowling from Tom Curran was 3 overs, 3 maidens. And now Kemar Roach is back into the attack, down there in the distance. Yes, still plenty of cricket to be played today. But it's been an intriguing day. It really has. Just the one slip in there, Ryan Patel. So same field as Tom Curran had, as Proctor's just waiting for this and then guiding it down into a vacant gully area. We'll take a single as Cameron Steele comes round to do the fielding. Rory Burns, the captain's now stood up at mid-off. So he's up there with his bowler, Kemar Roach. Here's Rory Burns.
Essex now 68 for 6.
Oh, that's all happening very quickly.
Sir Alistair Cook is out. A 4th wicket for Steve Patterson, who's bowled 12 overs, 4 for 21.
Well done to him.
Get him off.
It's round the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and Vasconcelos lets this one go outside his off stump. Well, Yorkshire, of course, come to London next week.
Yes, that's right.
For Surrey's last home game of the summer. So Yorkshire, the visitors for the last home game of the summer for Surrey, and then a trip to Old Trafford. Take on Lancashire.
Essex have lost 3 wickets and 10 balls.
Yeah, that's rapidly coming towards a conclusion, that one now, isn't it?
Washington and Snater in now.
As round the wicket again goes Kemar Roach. You can hear that grunt of effort again there from Kemar Roach. Again, just going outside that off stump. The Yorker there, I think he was. One taken by Jamie Smith away to his left-hand side.
Somerset, meanwhile, at Edgbaston are 212 for 4 after 92 overs. So they have a lead that's stretching up now to 235. George Bartlett, 50 not out off 154 balls.
Solid. As round the wicket again goes Kemar Roach, left alone by Vasconcelos. Ooh, and that's kept low on Jamie Smith, and that will have hurt the fingers of Jamie Smith. Saw Vasconcelos himself have a couple of those yesterday. There was one point where we wondered whether it was the physio coming out to see him or the psychologist just to cheer him up, poor lad. He did some mileage yesterday, didn't he?
He did.
With the gloves on. Every throw seemed to be on the half volley into the dirt as well. Kemar Roach is in to him, and Vasconcelos lets this go. He's just creeping in towards that off stump in that over. It was Kemar Roach, but end of it. Vasconcelos 6, Proctor 43, 127 for 4. Northamptonshire, that's a lead of 45.
Well, either in the dirt in front of him or sailing over his head.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty easily done, isn't it?
Now. Umpire's just having a chat about something. I don't think they need the lights on, and I don't think they need to worry about the light or the weather conditions in any way, shape or form at the moment. It is the most gorgeous evening. And as Mark mentioned a few moments ago, it's not a cloud in the sky. It really is gorgeous. Now, not so gorgeous for Luke Proctor with a leg slip and a forward short leg plus the keeper for company, and Cameron Steele starting another over. They worked it away into the onside, and Proctor immediately was saying push, push, thinking about 2. In the end, I think there was only ever 1 there. Takes Proctor up to 43, and Northamptonshire to 127 for 4.
Just a bit of news. We were discussing with Eva Gray yesterday about that postponed game from last Friday, the Rachel Hayhoe-Flynn Trophy.
Here's Cameron Steele round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, who plays it down just wide of Burns at slip. Burns himself sets off in hot pursuit, sliding stop, but can't stop the single. Vasconcelos goes to 7, 129 for 4.
I don't know this for fact, but I would have thought this has been the decision for all those games. That game has now been cancelled. The postponed one, and the points have been shared between both sides, which makes sense.
Steele in again, bowls to Proctor, who props forward, goes down off a mixture of maybe an inside edge and pad out into the offside. Smith comes round to retrieve, and there's no run.
So the final round of Rachel Hayhoe-Flynn Trophy games will be this Saturday now.
Sunrisers were due to play here on Friday, of course. Is Steele in again, bowls to Proctor, who's turning that around the corner. More work for Kemar Roach to do down at deep backward square. And well, again, it was good thinking about the backing up the throw, because having not picked it up cleanly first time, it's an easy single. He threw it in over Jamie Smith's head, and it's a bit more difficult to get over Jamie Smith's head than it over Ricardo Vasconcelos's, with the best will in the world. About a foot difference. But again, there was fortunately somebody there backing up, so it's only a single. 130 for 4. Steele in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who turns that out towards deep mid-wicket. And again, there's an easy single to be had. One more to Vasconcelos, who is 8, 131 for 4. The lead ticks up to 49.
I'm just seeing if I can pick the googly, because Vasconcelos can't. So I'm just wondering whether there's usually some kind of sign, and it looks a little like Steele just drops his front arm a wee bit on the googly.
Well, that was a full toss, and it was driven up to Tom Curran at mid-on by Proctor, but mid-on is fairly deep. about halfway back, so there was an easy single. One more to Proctor, goes to 46. Vasconcelos to 8. Northamptonshire 132 for 4. So they're 50 runs in front. We have another 23 overs to go today, which, if we get the distance, is going to be pushing 6:30, you would think.
Did you make a note, Radders? There's no reason why you should have done. When you mentioned that Luke Proctor got to 900 first-class runs, what number he was on at that point? I'm wondering whether he might be able to get to 1,000 in
yes,
this innings.
I did notice that. Hang on, I'll tell you in just a second.
Kemar Roach it is from the David Capel end to Luke Proctor, and again he's on or about that off stump. That's left alone by Luke Proctor.
He was on 24, so he's now 922.
The umpires are on the radio quite a lot to the scorers. That previous conversation was quite animated by the two umps, and then they've been on the radio. So maybe there's something not quite right with the scoreboard or something.
Not much. I
I'm
mean,
going to put the lights on. I wouldn't have thought.
I wouldn't have thought so. The over rate is +1, which seems about right. With good dose of Cameron Steele this afternoon.
Round the wicket goes Kemar Roach again. Oh, and Proctor, little inside edge onto that front pad. He's moving Proctor across here, isn't he, Kemar Roach, across his crease.
We talked about it on in the first innings, Mark, didn't we? That we were talking about the over rate there, and even though Surrey at that stage used obviously predominantly the seamers, had a little bit of 6 overs of Cameron Steele, but the over rate was still very good. They were just so purposeful and really busy between the overs, and I suppose that's the sign of a side that is enjoying what they're doing.
Yeah, as Kemar Roach runs towards us once more. Around the wicket he comes. That's left alone by Proctor. Going the other way.
And confident and want to get at him. But it was very noticeable that there wasn't that sort of slightly dilatory wandering between overs that you sometimes get, especially at this time of the year.
Yes. There have been some sides over the years that don't half take a long time to get through there. But I remember I've often said this story, but Shoaib Akhtar's first game for Surrey, I think it was -9 at lunch. As round the wicket goes Kemar Roach again. Oh, and he's gone across his stumps here. Proctor flicked at that leg byes, 4 of them off the thigh guard, but he's just got to be a little bit careful there. We were talking about the one that hits the thigh and goes down, and he's jumping across his stumps, but it means now it's 4 more to the total.
Mark, in terms of over rate, this is the place to talk about over rate. We were denied promotion purely as a result of points deducted.
Yes, that's right.
Through slow over rate. When Notts got promoted, we were actually ahead of them, but for points deducted in the game against Notts, amazingly.
Round the wicket comes Kemar Roach once again. Proctor is turning this one into the leg side, and there's no... Well, Mark Ramprakash was captaining that game. Shoaib Akhtar's, and almost before lunch, he sort of just stood at mid-on with his head down, seeing what the error goes. Shoaib's first over was absolute lightning. Then he sort of got a bit slower, but kept coming in off his long run. And it took a bit of time to get through them. But a terrific fella, he really was. As round the wicket once more comes Kemar Roach, and that's left alone again. Outside is off stump by Luke Proctor, who then rehearses a drive down the ground. End of the over. The lead's 54. Come on then, gentlemen. What would Northamptonshire need here to just... Something up around the 200 mark, I would have thought, just to make it interesting.
I was just thinking 180.
180, 200?
Preferably about 350.
350, yes.
But I think that may be a little way off.
I'd say 180 is the absolute minimum
Yeah.
with this batting lineup.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And they'd need all the luck going. But, well, stranger things have happened. We've had an extraordinary day's cricket here today, and there's, as I say, still plenty of time left in it as Cameron Steele starts another over from this indoor centre end, driven by Vasconcelos. Crisply enough, back down the pitch for Steele to field off his own bowling. Still these 3 close catches plus the keeper, leg slip and a forward short leg. Steele round the wicket, in bowls to Vasconcelos. A little bit short of a length, and he plays it just wide of leg slip. It's going to run down for 4. And it was in the air. And it went very quickly. That's the first thing to say. But, well, technically, I suppose, half a chance.
There's another googly, I think.
Which is, again, I'm not entirely sure he picked. It was a little bit short. It did go just past the left hand of the man in there at leg slip.
Dan Worrell in there.
He's gone down for 4.
Like Brian O'Driscoll at centre, just gave him the eye there, didn't he? He went the other way.
144 for 4. Vasconcelos into double figures to 12. Steele in again. Bowls to Vasconcelos. Pushes forward again. I don't think he was entirely convincing in terms of which way that was turning. He's pushed it out into the covers for a single. He's got down the other end, which is probably, from his point of view, quite a good idea.
Good way to play the spinner, isn't
Absolutely. Play him like a great batter, as Sir Leonard used to say. The scoreboard is now going backwards, so it's all over the shop this afternoon. It'll get there eventually. Here's Steele in bowling to Proctor, who, well, calm amid the storm is Luke Proctor as ever. Just turns it down to Kemar Roach at deep backward square for a single. Proctor up to 47. The score is approximately 142 for 4. We'll go with that for now, as a working hypothesis.
Getting there eventually is every day of my life these days.
Again, I think it's that 4 button that's stuck on the like the old typewriter keyboard. We did mention it on the first day. Here's Steele bowling, and that's found the edge of Vasconcelos' bat, and he's living dangerously against the spin of Cameron Steele. It's running down towards the boundary at third man. It's just closed, just hauled up about a foot inside the rope. Dan Worrell chasing back towards the new pavilion. Picks up, throws back. 3 runs to Vasconcelos, albeit somewhat fortuitous. 16 to him, 145 for 4. And Vasconcelos, at the moment, is not looking remotely comfortable against the leg spin of Cameron Steele. But he's still there. Luke Proctor facing the next ball. Again, just squared up a little bit by that one. Goes off the face of the bat down towards backward point. They decide against a single, and that's the end of another testing over from the leg spinner. 10 overs, 2 for 47, 145 for 4. Luke Proctor has made 47. Ricardo Vasconcelos has made 16. The lead is now 63. There are 21 overs left in the day. And I shall just be updating BBC Radio Northampton in a moment or two.
Just seeing the way that some of the returns are being dealt with, some of the throws from the outfield. Just Jamie Smith's just letting them hit the dirt before he picks them up on the half volley. I'm thinking reverse swing is in the mind.
Well, also, this.
Just update BBC Radio Northampton. Northamptonshire now 145 for 4, so they are in profit. They're leading now by 63. Luke Proctor, who's having such a terrific season with the bat, is again holding the county together. He's on 47. Ricardo Vasconcelos on 16. He's had a few anxious moments against the leg spinner Cameron Steele, and it's been Steele who's picked up both the wickets to fall since tea, having Josh Cobb caught at mid-wicket for 11 straight after the break. That was 72 for 3. And then Rob Keogh swept and got a little bit of a top edge and was caught at deep mid-wicket by Jordan Clark off Steele for 23. That was 114 for 4. We've still got at least 20 overs left in today's play, so it could be a late finish, but it's an absolutely glorious day, so a good chance we'll get them all in. 145 for 4. Northamptonshire lead by 63.
Just noticed Jamie Overton's out there for Hashim Amla, which is an excellent sign.
It is.
Doing a bit of 12th man duties is Jamie, so he's up there at mid-on.
Well, you and I saw him this morning, didn't we?
Going through his paces as well, so that's great.
Watching from the gantry.
As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and forward once more goes Vasconcelos and plays this one out into the offside. There's Tom Curran to do the fielding. Moving away to his left. Yeah, I was just looking there, and I'm right in saying here that Surrey have chased down 5 times in the Championship to win this season. So they've done it on a couple of occasions very tough. The one at Scarborough was the one really Aaron Hardy it was in his one Championship game, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Vasconcelos. It's definitely a name to keep an eye on, Aaron Hardy. Very talented cricketer, and for a first game in Championship cricket alongside the very cool, calm and collected Ben Folkes, got them over the line in the last over at Scarborough. So
What does he do, Aaron Hardy?
bats and bowls. Yeah, he's a very good all-rounder, just medium pace.
Okay.
Yeah, and bats right-handed, very, very good cricketer. Here is Kemar Roach again. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Vasconcelos. Taken low down to his left by Jamie Smith. Looks like Jordan Clark's getting himself warmed up. So Gus Atkinson as well was sort of doing some stretching exercises.
Adam Rossington will not be winning the match for Essex today because he's out. 93 for 7. Rossington falling second ball of the innings to George Hill, who came into the attack, picked up Rossington's second ball.
Roach is in. Vasconcelos again, not tempted by this, just again going outside his off stump. Vasconcelos letting that one go. Well, it looks like Yorkshire will get an extra day off before next week's game.
Looks very much like it. Shane Snater has hit 14 not out of 10 balls, including 6 and 2 fours. He's going about it sort of route one, but they still need another 69 to win, Essex, with 3 wickets in hand. And they're still, well, about the same here, so there's about 20 overs to go in the day. So there's
going to be a result there, I think.
One way or another, you think that will be probably be over today.
Mathematically, Essex could still win the title up to this game, but
yeah.
I think that's going out the window now.
Looks very much like it, but it means Yorkshire, if they do wrap that one up, will certainly, for the time being, go ahead of Northamptonshire into 5th place. Obviously depends were Northamptonshire to get a win here, of course. They would go back ahead of Yorkshire, but if Northamptonshire only get a draw and Yorkshire win, then they will be just ahead. It's very, very tight. Here's Gus Atkinson back into the attack to replace Cameron Steele, who's put in a good stint for his side. Picked up a couple of wickets, but now Atkinson back into the attack. Starts off with a short ball pulled down to deep square by Luke Proctor for a single. He goes to 48 and Northamptonshire to 1. 46 for 4 brings Vasconcelos back on to strike.
Is this Atkinson's thing? He bangs it in?
Yeah, he seems to have done that role in this game.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems to be his role in this game.
Picked up a couple of wickets with it, with that delivery as well. Is Atkinson again bowling short, and Vasconcelos sways out of the way, goes through to Jamie Smith. There's just a slip in as far as the close field is concerned, slip on a forward short leg.
I suppose as well that sort of, with that reverse swing stuff, if Atkinson is going to just bang this ball in again, that might help that a bit later on. He's going to be 3'2" by the end of this game, is Gus Atkinson.
Here he is again, round the wicket, bowling to Vasconcelos, short of a length, and swayed out of the way again by Vasconcelos, goes through to Jamie Smith. It's 96 for 7 now at Headingley. Snater, I think again, I don't think Shane Snater only plays one way really. And then it's Allison, Cook and Porter to come. Well, Allison's in there at the moment, Cook and Porter to come. Atkinson in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, short, and Ricardo Vasconcelos, rather a curious leave. He was down on one knee, almost as though he was thinking about giving it the little ramp, but thought better of it, not least because there is a man down there at deep fine leg in front of the Spencer Pavilion. Now changing the field, and the man who's been down at deep backward square is coming up to, well, it's that leg gully position again, isn't it? So slip, forward short leg and the leg gully, and as Atkinson bowls to Vasconcelos, guess what, short of a length, bounces over Vasconcelos' head and is taken by Jamie Smith.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? Because I think Vasconcelos naturally wants to have a go here.
Yeah,
I
well, he did in the first.
Yeah, he did in the first innings. I think he's sort of saying to himself, "Don't do it, don't do it."
He just helped it on its way, didn't it? The first innings, straight down Ryan Patel's throat, almost exactly where Kemar Roach is fielding now, just in front of the Spencer Pavilion. Is Atkinson in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, short of a length, and just bounces a little bit on Vasconcelos, who plays it pretty well in the end, just drops it out on the offside. And there's no run, and that's the end of another over. 16 to Vasconcelos, 48 to Proctor, 146 for 4. The lead is 64.
Well, I think it's a good tactic for so many reasons, one of which is Vasconcelos got out that way in the first innings kind of softly. He won't want to do that again. There is a little bit of up and down, as we've said, and it helps get the ball reversing. So there's plenty of reasons to go to that tactic, and they've got the the bowler who can execute that plan as well. So again, good thinking, good execution from Surrey. I've been impressed with them today.
64's the lead now for Northamptonshire. It's going to be Kemar Roach. We've got a gentleman up on the top tier has gone for a wonder, which has been spotted, might be sponsored, I don't know, spotted by Luke Proctor. He's off to the loo, that gentleman is Kemar Roach. Round the wicket he comes, and Proctor's up on his toes to a short ball. Plays it very well again. Just drops it down into the leg side. It's good innings this again. But you obviously see a huge amount of Luke Proctor, but I've seen quite a bit of him over the years, and this is a typical Luke Proctor innings, really, isn't it?
It is. He really has been excellent this year, and we say the catalyst was pushing him up to number 4 for that game at Chelmsford early on, and made 100 on a difficult pitch in difficult circumstances, and really hasn't looked back since. He's been excellent this year.
Vasconcelos is 16 not out as Roach is round the wicket, and that's fuller of length. Vasconcelos drives up towards Rory Burns.
Well, Wendell's obviously woken up as well.
There he is.
He's now got the flag is being brandished, and he's offering
advice,
free advice as well, I would imagine. You don't think that gentleman possibly going down to answer the call of nature?
Could have been Kevin House.
Well, I did wonder.
I
did wonder. It might have been.
It's that time of the day.
You're kind of hoping that it is.
I really hope it is. As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach once again. And he's across his stumps, but it's well played by Vasconcelos. Gets bat on it. Don't want to miss that. That's why Kemar Roach has ended up with his head in his hands, but actually he's got a good bat on that. And that had whistled away down to the boundary rope for 4. Kemar Roach, for a second there, thought he was through him. But he's got a good bat on that. And that's 150 up. 151 for 4. The lead is 69. But yes, Wendell's sort of back on his feet now, shouting advice. Whether it's to Rory Burns or the 2 batters out there in the middle. As round the wicket again comes Kemar Roach. This one's left alone outside the off stump. One of my favourite moments of this season was at Scarborough on the 3rd evening. And Surrey picked some wickets up. Well, you know, it's always lively from the benches at Scarborough anyway, always lively. And it was the last over, and Rory Burns spinner bowling. Rory Burns decided he wanted a short leg, so a bit of a delay while the helmet came out for Dan Worrell. Lots of shouts towards Rory Burns of get on with it. As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and Vasconcelos forward, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Rory Burns stopped the whole game, sort of very politely, sort of shouted back, if it's all right with you, I just want to get a leg slip in, if that's all right with everybody. It was brilliant, completely stopped everything. It was very well done.
I like that.
Yeah.
Well, I was just wondering what's the name of the gentleman that shouts "Come on, the Ree"?
The Grumbler.
The Grumbler.
The Growler.
Right.
No, the Growler. The Growler.
We hear him every now and again.
Yes. As round the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, punched off the back foot by Vasconcelos, and it's a good tumbling stop in there. Cover on sort of the artificial matting that's covering one of the pitches from Tom Curran into the over. Have a sort of shout off, 151 for 4.
That's what I was thinking. In the way that they have the mascot race, with the counties having representatives, just wondered if they ought to have a sort of, the mascot, the best known supporter, and they have some sort of bellow off or something. It'd be quite fun.
Yes.
Stand in each other's face and shout.
Seen on the live stream, James Taylor there as well with Azam Mahmood and Gareth Batty. Great to see him back. Started the season brilliantly.
The back trouble, isn't it?
Yeah, he did. He got a stress fracture, poor fella. But he's going to take an awful lot of wickets in Championship cricket for Surrey.
Brother of Tom. 151 for 4. Is Gus Atkinson starting his 5th over. Round the wicket bowls to Proctor, who's in behind it, nudging it down in the direction of Ryan Patel, who comes round from slip to field. Proctor on 49. Once again, we've said it so often this year, Proctor is really holding the whole thing together. 49 off 127 balls. Missed out in the first innings, unusually. Here's Atkinson in again, bowling short to Proctor, who ducks underneath it and goes through to Jamie Smith. We're talking about the fact that there's an absence of cloud, but of course I think sunset is time the sun actually officially sets. But it's not that late now, is it? And we've still got a lot of overs to go.
How many minutes are we losing a day?
4.5.
4.5 minutes of sunlight.
But yeah, it's interesting to see whether we do get all of those in. Short of a length, pulled away by, swatted away really by Luke Proctor, and that is a single, and that's his 50. And again, he's worked incredibly hard for these runs against a top quality attack, and acknowledges the applause from around the ground. And Proctor is 50, 152 for 4. The lead is 70. It's 7th time he's gone past 50 this season, and in 3 of those cases he's gone on to get 100.
It's been a very good innings again from him.
It was a warm round of applause, that wasn't it? The home crowd know a fighter when they see one.
Vasconcelos on strike now. Wendell's in very good voice. Atkinson bowling short to him. Vasconcelos was trying to pull the bat out of the way, and somehow he's got 4 down to backward point. He was trying to pull the bat out of the way and just froze on the shot, if you can imagine it.
He timed that incredibly well.
That's hit the middle of his bat. And he wasn't even looking at it.
And it's just run away. There we go on the replay. He was trying. He was thinking about pulling it, then he was leaving it, and it's actually run off the face of the bat, and it's raced away through backward point for 4.
He has genuinely middled that.
Yeah, he's timed that really well.
Whilst looking the other way.
Looking in the opposite direction. Well, Ian Botham used to do it quite successfully a time or two. 24 to Vasconcelos, 156 for 4. Is Atkinson outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos. I wonder if he's ever, and he's got quite a number of first-class runs, I wonder if he's ever made 4, hit a boundary whilst actually looking in the opposite direction.
The thing is, though, again, it was sort of, I want to have a go at this, but then again, I'm not going to have a go at it, and then, oh no, and then the bat was just there. But actually, to be fair to him, it hit the middle of the bat. It could have gone anywhere, really, but as it was, it whistled up to the boundary for 4.
Could just have gone straight up in the air, but it didn't, fortunately for him. There's Atkinson in again, short, and again, Vasconcelos thinking about the pull, but pulls out, gets everything out of danger, goes through to Jamie Smith, end of the over. 24 to Vasconcelos, 50 to Proctor. As we've been saying all day, Mark, you can't take your eyes off this. It is absorbing stuff. 156 for 4. Sunset at this time of the year in Northampton, or tonight, is around about 20 past 7. So it's, I don't know. I think we're going to be okay. We've still 17 overs to go. It's another hour's worth. And again, Surrey are benefiting from the fact that they are getting briskly through their overs, and it means that they're more likely to get the full quota in.
Yeah. The other thing to say about the short ball tactic is you see it employed from time to time. Atkinson is really accurate.
Yeah.
They're not nothing bouncers.
No.
These are really good bouncers. The batter's got to make a decision. He's got to react very quickly because they're coming through at decent pace, and he's caused problems with that short ball tactic.
We were talking yesterday about how Neil Wagner has turned it into an art form for New Zealand, and he's a fascinating. I listened to an interview with him, and he can swing it. He's a good swing bowler at pace, but he sort of said to himself in that New Zealand side, well, I'm not going to. We've got Bolton, Southie and all that lot, but he's turned that into an absolute art form now. As Jordan Clark is back into the attack from the David Capel end, coming into Proctor. And Proctor's letting this one go, so that's the end of the spell from Kemar Roach, but a good partnership this, worth 42. So 42 is the partnership.
I was mentioning this, Mark, because we just noticed Surrey Cricketer put something on the socials about it. Mickey Stewart Oval next week.
Yeah, I think
isn't that lovely
brilliant.
for the match
Absolutely
against
brilliant.
Yorkshire.
Yeah, it will be known as the Mickey Stewart Oval to celebrate Mickey's 90th birthday. So, it's round the wicket once again. Comes Jordan Clark. This one's turned into the leg side, and Surrey have confirmed that Mickey will be there himself on the Wednesday, day 2 of that game. Against Yorkshire at the Mickey Stewart Oval. He's getting the freedom of the City of London as well next week.
Really?
He is, yep. Then he's getting the keys to the Oval as well,
great.
which is very good.
That's a lovely touch.
And I'm hoping that they rename Alex Stewart's Gates after Mickey for those 4 days. As here comes Jordan Clark once more in round the wicket to Proctor. Proctor punches out into the offside, and there's no run. No,
Have you mentioned this to the gaffer?
I did say to him, I'm looking forward to saying I walked this morning through the Alex Stewart gates into the Mickey Stewart Oval. Very nice, isn't it? So, and actually very good from sort of the lead sponsor as well to allow that to happen for 4 days. So yeah, wonderful tribute to the great man, and he'll be there on Wednesday. It's round the wicket once again. Oh, it's Jordan Clark, cries a catch it. It's an outside edge. It turned Proctor around, but they've just got the one slip in there at the moment. That has flown off down to the third man boundary rope for 4 runs. Good bit of bowling from Jordan Clark. Proctor moves on to 54, and it's 160 for 4.
Yeah, not for the first time today. The new bowler comes into the attack and just picks up the intensity and the skill level and the challenge from the guy who's gone before him. So he's kind of relentless, really. There's no weakness in this attack.
Lead now is 78 for Northamptonshire. Around the wicket again goes Jordan Clark to Proctor. Proctor across the stumps, pushes this one up towards Kemar Roach, stood up there at mid-on. So by the end of today, we will have had 64 overs.
Yep.
So new ball will come into play.
About an hour into tomorrow.
Yeah, which could be absolutely crucial. Well, it will be, because we've seen the new ball has done a bit of damage on this pitch.
Northamptonshire will be happy if they're still
going at that point.
Yep.
Yeah. Around the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. And Proctor's turning this one again off his stumps. Very much off the middle of the bat as well. Down towards Ben Geddes, who hurls the ball in. Jamie Smith didn't actually get to that one, so the backing up is done by Tom Curran. End of the over. And 161 for 4. Vasconcelos 24 and Proctor 55, and the partnership is worth 47.
Mickey Stewart turning 90, was it next week? And early this year, one of Mickey Stewart's, he would have been his teammate at Surrey briefly, Raman Subbarao, turned at 90 as well earlier this year. So 2 great men of cricket. 161 for 4. The lead is 79. 16 overs to go today. Still bright sunshine. Northamptonshire fighting to stay in the match as Atkinson comes round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, who just dead bats that up towards mid-off, fielded by Tom Curran, and there's no run.
I'm just looking at it as well. What's going to happen is when Mickey is there, that supporters won't be able to access the outfield like normal during the tea on that day, and will be asked to remain in their seats, and then I think Mickey will go out onto the outfield and ask for a round of applause for the great man. So that's a nice way to do that as well, isn't it?
That'd be a dry eye in the house, I would imagine. Here's Atkinson, wide of the crease, fires in another short ball, and Proctor ducks underneath it, goes through to Jamie Smith. Essex have gone past 100 up at Headingley, 101 for 7 now, 61 runs needed to win.
Sounds like a lot, doesn't it? Still 61 with 3 left.
It does.
Or it's 2.5 good overs with Snater facing. That's the other way of looking at it.
It's a pity the county championship's so dull, isn't it, really? And nobody cares about it. Here's Atkinson. In again, bowls to Proctor outside the off stump, left alone. Still good carry, despite the fact that this ball is into its 50th over. Atkinson really bending his back. He's now going to switch to over the wicket.
He's a strong lad, isn't he?
He is.
Set shoulders on him. He's hit the pitch hard.
Just to say as well, I mentioned about Mickey getting the Freedom in the City of London. He was due to get that on Monday, but of course now the funeral of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, so there will be a new date for Mickey.
Okay. Here's Atkinson in, bowling very short, and Luke Proctor with rather a look of resignation down the pitch. Just watches that sail over his head into the gloves of Jamie Smith, and there's no run. Just an air of a man who knew what to expect there, I think. Proctor on 55.
Yeah, that was one of the least challenging short balls, but he hasn't bowled many of those. And it's really difficult to be accurate consistently with that ball, and he's done very well with it.
Proctor's been out there 3 hours now for his 55 runs. Atkinson in bowls to him, and he's pushing that out into the, well, he's trying to, I think, push it out into the offside. It just in the end dropped down almost parallel to the crease, almost at his feet, just onto the next cut strip. So there's no possibility of a run there.
He really did stun that into the ground, didn't he?
I was looking out into the covers because I think it just sort of hit perhaps one of those footholds in the next pitch and just rather stopped dead. Partnership worth 47 between these two. Is Atkinson in again? Bowls full toss. Is he appeal for LBW? And he's out! And it's the full toss that's done the job. And Atkinson gets his man not with a short ball but with a full ball. And he's got Proctor for 55. That is a big, big wicket. And Northamptonshire 161 for 5, 79 runs ahead. Proctor will be so disappointed to have missed out, but he's gone leg before wicket to Atkinson. 161 for 5 it is.
Yeah, he's worked hard for that wicket and thoroughly deserved it because he's done the hard yards. He's come and bent his back and hit the middle of the pitch consistently. As we've said, he's challenged with numerous short balls, hurried up both batters at times. That one was an attempted Yorker that he slightly got wrong, but it was extra pace. He's got a strong shoulder, did him for airspeed really, and hit him low on the front pad right in front, and that was hitting the base of middle and leg, I suspect. Absolutely no problem with that. That's not going to be reviewed, even if there were reviews, which there aren't. But had there been, it wouldn't have been. And he has gone, and you kind of think that's a big moment.
Yeah, it
is,
is, and it's a terrific bit of bowling from Gus Atkinson, in the fact that we've all been talking about he's gone short, and then all of a sudden the full ball, and Proctor wouldn't have really been expecting that at all. So even though it was a low full toss, it was quick, and obviously Proctor was just waiting for the short ball. So that's a really good bit of bowling from Gus Atkinson.
Well, it wasn't. We commented, didn't we? The previous ball, that the short ball had gone in, and Proctor's looked at him as though he could say, "Come on, come on, can't you do anything else?" Well, he did, and he got him out. So 161 for 5. Saif Zaib comes to the crease. Made just 4 in the first innings, falling victim to the leg spin of Cameron Steele. We were saying this is Zaib's first championship match since the game against Surrey at the Oval back in mid-May. Struggled a bit in red ball so far this year. Just made 97 runs, 65 of those in one innings in the first match of the season against Gloucestershire. Very good time for him to get a score now.
Jordan Clark is round the wicket to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who plays this off his hip. Out into the leg side, there is Jamie Overton. Still out there is Jamie Overton. No Hashim Amla on the field of play at the moment. Probably still feeling a little bit fatigued after his 133. I suppose if anybody deserves a feet up, it's Hashim Amla. And also the other thing with that is it gives Jamie Overton a chance just to have a bit of a run around as well, which is good to see. Away there at the moment, a deep backward square, so Saif Zaib comes on to strike for the first time. That lead now is 80. 80 for 5 it equates to, as Jordan Clark is in and Saif Zaib gets a short one. It's taken by Jamie Smith, and again it's good pace from Jordan Clark. This ball's in its 51st over, and it's good, strong bowling from Jordan Clark.
Yeah, he's fit, isn't he? As you could say about Atkinson as well, to keep hitting the middle of the pitch with that intensity. That's a strong man's game.
As I say, but when Overton and Clark are either batting or bowling together, it's like a couple of nightclub bouncers. As round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and forward goes Saif Zaib. Plays this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Do you need to put a tie on to interview them afterwards?
Just call them sir. That's all I have to do. My favourite bit from Jamie Overton this season was the game at Taunton, where he bowled a lightning spell, and actually his brother struck Craig, really vicious bounce, brilliant bit of bowling, and Craig had to go off, then came back on, and then put him on his backside the next ball. As round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. This one's pushed out into the offside by Zaib, and there's no run. And in the end, actually, poor old Craig Overton, concussion broke to goals, and he had concussion and missed a week. Then he did it to Josh Davey as well. Davey came in, did exactly the same thing. Anyway, so obviously everyone was getting very excited about, can you ask him the question about bowling to his brother and all this good stuff. So I said, got lively with your brother there. And his answer was, we just didn't play it very well. We'll move on from that then. As round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and this one's pushed into the offside and there's no run. But that's the thing with Jamie Overton as well. It is this season, he's lost none of his pace. He's found that fuller length. He's swung it, but he's also got that short ball in him that is horrific. It's very good to see him out there, and it'd be tremendous if he's ready for Yorkshire next week and for Lancashire as well.
It can't be far off, can he?
No, not if he's going through all of that.
Yep. Today as well, one before the game, one at lunch.
Round the wicket goes Jordan Clark again to save Zabe. Oh, now they've gone for the caught behind down the leg side and brushed the pad, because Jamie Smith takes that diving away to his right, but umpire Hartley keeps the hands down in front of him. End of the over, 162 for 5. Yeah, I just think it clipped the buckle or just the edge of his pad there. Save Zabe. Good over again from Jordan Clark, testing over. Surrey just chipping away here at the minute. And the lead is 80 for Northamptonshire. We've got 14 overs remaining today. So a job here for Vasconcelos and Safe Zabe at the moment.
Gus Atkinson starting his 7th over, 1 for 23 so far. Bowling to Vasconcelos, plays it down to point, and there's no run. So 14 overs, well, 13 overs and 5 balls to go in the day now. Vasconcelos needs to be there at the close, you feel, for Northamptonshire if they're going to have a realistic chance. Unless somebody lower down the order plays an absolute blinder, but you feel Vasconcelos is the key now. Here's Atkinson bowling short. Vasconcelos pulls away through mid-on, runs for him here. Long chase for Rory Burns down to our left. They've come through for 2. That's all they'll go for. And Safe Zabe, who's usually very, very quick, I have to say, looked quite happy to stay exactly where he was.
He really did. I think there was one for the throw there.
I think there was one for the throw.
That's one of the widest throws in the history of cricket.
And I think it's very unusual to say Zabe is usually so quick and so busy. On that occasion, he was quite happy to stay.
He did a few short strides in there, didn't he?
At the non-striker's end. Vasconcelos to 27, 164 for 5. The lead 82. Atkinson short again, and Vasconcelos sways out of the way. Goes
Good
through.
Cricket.
Well, it's intensive. It's intense cricket.
It is intense. That's the word that was on my mind, Andrew, actually. It is very intense cricket. And every bowler, as I said before, they've picked the baton up from the previous guy, maintained the same skill levels, albeit all the bowlers are slightly different, but they've bowled their stuff with good intensity, good accuracy, good execution. And there's been very, very few poor balls bowled for Northampton to score, and hence the run rate is just over 3.
Atkinson over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump to Vasconcelos, who leaves well alone, pushes it into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Yeah, I remember saying when we were commentating on the last day of the Yorkshire match here, when Northamptonshire had bat pretty much all day to save the match, and did so largely thanks to Will Young and contributions lower down the order. But you were saying at the time that if anybody says that county cricket lacks intensity, Atkinson is in, bowls to Vasconcelos, a good short ball. It just followed Vasconcelos a little bit, and he did well. He got everything out of the harm's way, dropped the hands, and it went through to Smith with a satisfying, from a bowler's point of view, slap into the gloves. But he was saying if anybody says that county cricket lacks intensity, they really should have watched Harris Ralph steaming into Will Young on that last day and try telling them that it didn't matter.
Or watch today's play.
Or watch today's
It's been
play.
high skill, high quality, really intense cricket.
Watch this match, to be honest, which has been a terrific game. Here's Atkinson in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, turns it nicely away down to deep square for a single. Cameron Steele down there in front of the old scoreboard, and one more onto the total. Vasconcelos to 28, 165 for 5. It was the last ball of the over as well, so Safe Zabe will be able to watch from the non-striker's end for a bit longer. He's yet to get off the mark. 28 to Vasconcelos. 165 for 5. The lead is 83. We have 13 overs left in the day.
Yeah, the penultimate ball of that over, the short one, Vasconcelos played that really well because it was a cracking short ball. He ended up swaying, sort of backpedaling towards Ben Geddes, and I don't know what Ben Geddes said, but they both ended up having a bit of a giggle about it. But certainly stretching his back out here is Vasconcelos, as Jordan Clark is round the wicket to him, and that one's short outside the off stump. Vasconcelos has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with that. You've seen it, and this as well. Azhar Mahmood is down there with James Taylor now with a drink for Gus Atkinson. Just a couple of messages probably going. Azhar Mahmood, the bowling coach. James Taylor's been sort of making his way round with that bottle of water to whoever wants it. As Jordan Clark is round the wicket once again. Vasconcelos drives, thick edge, but it's all along the carpet. Down there to Gus Atkinson. Very natural cricketer, Gus Atkinson. I've always said he could bowl the ball of the century or be hit for 4, and he'd still just turn around and walk back to the top of his mark and run in again.
Good trait to have as a bowler, that. What's his background?
Surrey boy.
He is, yeah.
Come through the system.
Well, good for him.
Yeah, no, and he's just a good cricketer. Really is. As round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and this is safe driving. Good stop from Cameron Steele, and it's ricocheted away, and the throws come in from Tom Curran. And they'll get a single, and Safe gets off the mark. But a very good stop that from Cameron Steele. Flung himself to his left. Nicely timed that from Safe.
At Headingley,
I was just looking myself.
Essex 119 for 7.
43 required.
43 to win, 3 wickets.
Oh, what a great game that is. 3-day game, mind, but what a great game. As round the wicket is Jordan Clark. Slower one here to Vasconcelos. First one of those we've seen.
Really well bowled as well, wasn't it? Because I like the slower ball to be full. And it was, because you want someone to mistime it and chip it up in the air. And he bowled that beautifully.
He did indeed. It might go to tomorrow, of course, because of light and all those good things.
12 overs to go in the day. Shane Snater, 32 not out off 26 balls.
Well, that's one way to go about it. It's the only way he goes.
Route 1.
This is short, pulled by Vasconcelos. Hasn't really got hold of this at all. That's gone straight to Dan Worrell in there at short mid-wicket. I'll always be grateful to Shane Snater because I've never, being an only child, and both my parents are only children as well, I've never really understood what a cousin is. But of course, he got Jason Roy out.
That's right.
And then it was explained in the paper why they were cousins. And then I worked it out. So thank you to Mr. Snater for that. As round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. Yorker, that's well bowled, well played by Vasconcelos. That was right up there in his block hole. But he's dropped the bat on it. And you saw a puff of dust as well as he got the bat down into the turf. Good over again from Jordan Clark. End of it, 167 for 5. The lead is 85.
Just losing the sun a bit now, aren't we? As it goes down to our right. A bit of cloud, I think, out around there, and it will probably be just dipping down behind the buildings. So I don't think there's a problem with the light at the moment, but the lights are not on, the floodlights are not on.
It's been a real test for the Northants batters, hasn't it? The Surrey bowlers have challenged kind of all aspects, really. They've challenged skill, they've challenged application, and they've challenged heart as well with the short ball tactic. So all aspects of batting have been challenged here, and the spinners bowl pretty well as well. So there's been challenge from all aspects.
This is what we found in the match down at the Oval, of course, earlier in the season, as Atkinson round the wicket is in bowling short to Safe Zabe, ducks underneath it. There's a slip in for Zabe, a leg gully and a forward short leg. And that was, we were talking earlier, Phil, about Emilio Gay really digging in there, being hit 3 times on the elbow, and I think 5 or 6 times in all, and hanging in there and getting 50. And I was saying in the interview after the close of play with John Sadler, the head coach, that was again another little step in the right direction for Emilio Gay. Atkinson bowls again short. Safe Zabe sways out of the way and goes through to Jamie Smith, and plenty of encouragement for Gus Atkinson.
Just to add to that now the round of Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy fixtures that were obviously cancelled and postponed last week, every game of that round now, the points will just be shared.
Okay.
So there'll be one more round.
It would have been very difficult to
Yes.
rearrange, I would have thought. Here's Atkinson in again, bowls short of a length, but Zabe just able to. It was outside the off stump, so he didn't have to play it anyway.
How many overs on the spin is this from Atkinson?
That's a good question.
Bowled, I think this is the fifth of the. Was it the fifth or the sixth of the
Sixth,
fifth?
I think.
Sixth. He bowled 2, I think, didn't
Yeah.
he? This afternoon. He's put a shift in.
He has.
Yeah, put
In
a
a
shift
big
in.
way for his
Yeah.
side. Here's Atkinson again, running away from us into Zabe. That's wide outside the off stump, left alone by Zabe, who now leans nonchalantly on his bat.
I want to see him hit that for 4, I think, at this stage of the game. For me, that is a short wide ball. You have to hit that for 4. There's no sweeper out. You've got one man to beat at point. And actually, with the length on the line, you should not be nicking that ball.
But this is when it feeds into, in terms of him coming back into the side, being a bit short of runs, is Atkinson in again, bowls, and that's driven nicely by Zabe for a single. But a pleasing looking stroke out to extra cover. Tom Curran trots round to retrieve. And that's one more to Zabe. Well, he's off the mark, in fact, isn't it? It's his first run, 167 for 5. Yeah, I think it's difficult, isn't it, Phil? Because you can't, in a sense, divorce the match situation here from the fact that you've got a young player in there who's been out of the red ball side since, what, the third, fourth game of the season. Gets an opportunity to come back in, out cheaply in the first innings. Here's Atkinson in bowling to Vasconcelos outside the off stump, and that one just dying as it gets through to Jamie Smith, who takes it. And I suppose, Zabe almost thinks as though, is this going to be my last chance this season?
Yeah, all of that's fair, I think. But also, you're not getting many balls to hit for
No,
4.
very true.
So
No, point taken.
Essex
entirely,
need
but,
39.
Yeah. Oh, right. 37. 125 for 7.
36, actually. Seriously, 36.
Here's Atkinson in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, and again outside the off stump. And Jamie Smith does really well because that again just dies on him a little bit, and it finishes up having to take it on the stop it on the bounce. Doesn't take it cleanly. Not an easy one to take. I wonder if that will be sweater over for Gus Atkinson, at least for now. 8 overs, 1 for 29. He's certainly done a terrific job. 170 for 5. 11 to go in the day. Vasconcelos is 29, Zabe is 2, and Northamptonshire's lead is 88.
Yeah, and just to go back to the safe Zabe leave, it's a lot of commentary on a leave, but you do have to score.
Yeah.
You have to score. You have to take those opportunities and stay positive.
Jordan Clark's going to come round the wicket here to save Zabe. He's letting this one go outside his off stump. If that is it for Atkinson, that'll be 8 overs, 1 maiden, I think 1 for 29. You'll look at those figures and think, oh, he's bowled tidily there. It doesn't tell the story of that spell of bowling at all from Gus Atkinson. He has worked his absolute socks off for his side there.
And in terms of the contrast and perhaps why Surrey are where they are, and Northants are where they are, is Northants don't have that resource. They don't have that bowler who can come in and bowl that spell.
Jordan Clark around the wicket once again to save Zabe. Oh, and he's had a nibble at this one. Beats the outside edge. Lovely piece of bowling.
It's a beauty.
Again from Jordan Clark. Has to play at that. Safe Zabe. Just goes past his edge. I just wonder if the lights might have to come on because the sun sort of dipped behind some clouds now.
I think it's also probably gone down because there's a lot of buildings over that way down the terraced houses.
It'd be a bit much for not one of the buildings down for this game, wouldn't it? Just to keep us out.
You do find this at this time of... you would have played club matches here, Phil, at this time of the year, and it does get very murky.
Round the wicket again goes Jordan Clark. This is flashed away off the back foot by Safe Zabe. Down there to Gus Atkinson. They'll pick up a single.
Yeah, the white seats, now there's completely white seats around it, help. When they were blue and you're on the far side of the ground, that's not a lot of fun.
I've seen, like, when the County Colts used to play here, I've seen matches, pushing 9 o'clock, and it does get just when the sun goes down there. Interesting at Lords, incidentally, in the Division 2 match, Glamorgan, we mentioned, making a really good start, 122 for no wicket. They're now 160 for 6.
Dear.
in their second innings against Middlesex, still 16 behind.
Jordan Clark into Vasconcelos, who's playing this one late down towards Gus Atkinson. Takes another single, moves on to 30. 172 for 5.
Meanwhile at Headingley, Essex are 135 for 7, 27 to win.
Goodness me.
What a game.
Well,
What a game.
You're just sort of in a way hoping they might just get through that tonight, because otherwise tomorrow morning, that'll be very exciting.
Good for the freelancers.
Sort of, yeah.
Come back for another.
Absolutely. As round the wicket once more goes Jordan Clark. That's tucked away by Safe Zabe off his hip. They're thinking about 2, but there definitely isn't 2 there, because that's the war alarm. And they'll just get 1.
Probably ought to explain that reference, so that some of our colleagues obviously get paid as freelancers. You get paid per day, and if the game, in some employers at least, if the game finishes early, then you miss out on a day's earnings. So always hoping that the game goes into the final day.
Yep, perfect, eh? 1 over. Thanks ever so
That's
much.
dream time, that
Thanks
is.
ever so much. As round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. It's driven back by Vasconcelos, and Jordan Clark feigns to throw the ball back aggressively, and Vasconcelos was heading off to jump behind Graham Lloyd there.
Peeled right away, didn't
Yeah, he was off to dive behind
kept
Graham
behind the
Lloyd.
umpire.
Yes, yeah,
Stand
don't blame
still.
him at all.
Stand still.
This is what I mean with
Stare him
Jordan
in the
Clark.
eyes, yeah.
He's, as I say, the old nightclub bounce a bit there. But,
Well, that's a very nice shot of the sun behind the clouds. Lovely on the live stream. For those of you watching on the live stream, it's very artistic
it's a
camera shot.
wonderful bit of camera work, that.
I have to say, it's the only time I've ever seen a batter get a standing ovation from the press box on this ground was Jason Lurie. Do you remember left armour played for Sussex, and managed to hang on through the last half hour with Sussex 9 down against Northamptonshire at the end of, I can't remember if it was the second or the third day. I think it must have been the second day because it was a 3-day match. And he then forever after was known as Jason Lurie, the freelance's friend, and he managed to take the game into the last day. And I have a funny feeling I think he was dropped in the last over, but he hung on in there, and they had to come back the next morning for 2 overs or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, Gus Atkinson has indeed taken his sweater. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29. Dan Worrell coming back in for presumably a final little burst today. 10 overs left in the day. Sun's back out again, so maybe we shall be okay. The shadows are very long as Atkinson is now out of the attack. Worrell is in, and the first ball zips away wide of the off stump, left alone by Safe Zabe, goes through to Jamie Smith.
I'm going to make a naughty confession now.
Go on
There
then.
was a game once, a few years ago, where I think we came back and Surrey needed 4 to win on the last morning. And then I think they'd lost 1 wicket, so we knew what was going to happen. And I'll be honest with you, I'd done my post-match before the day had started. It was all done.
Press send. Here's Worrell in again, bowling to Zabe, plays it out into the covers. Fielded there by Tom Curran, who's fairly tight in there at short extra. There's a slip in, but there's a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover in place for Dan Worrell. Hashim Amla's back on the field, so
He's got his long sleeve sweater on.
yes, I don't think it's that. I mean, it's quite chilly, and the fact that the forecast, I noticed going into the weekend, is for the temperature to drop quite sharply down to this part of the world, sort of 15, 16 degrees, where we've been used to mid-20s, but I don't think it's quite that cold. Here's Worrell in again, bowls to Zabe, pushes it down towards backward point. That's a good run.
That's a good run.
Come through for a single. Geddes coming round to field. Zabe is 5, 174 for 5, the lead 92.
Interesting the difference pace makes, isn't it? So the previous ball of the over was a good line of length, and Safe Zabe very much forward over the ball in defence, sort of nose over the top of the ball. He wasn't getting that far forward when Atkinson was bowling, just ready for the short ball and the extra pace, just kind of taking the feet away a little bit. So it's a nice kind of little, I can't quite relax, but you can at least get forward and get over the ball with the slightly slower pace of Worrell.
Vasconcelos on strike on 30. Worrell in round the wicket, bowling to him down the leg side, turned away by Vasconcelos, and that's going to run all the way for 4. Just got inside the line and tickled it away down towards the Spencer Pavilion. Kemar Roach is down there, stood absolutely no chance of cutting that off. 4 more to Vasconcelos, 34 to him, 178 for 5, the lead 96.
Seen a lot of leg glances for 4 today, haven't we?
Yeah.
Which is sort of low bounce.
They're off for the light at Edgbaston, where Somerset are 263 for 4 in the Division 1 match against Warwickshire. They're 286 ahead, but they are off for the light there now. Here's Worrell in again, bowling to Vasconcelos, plays defensively out into the offside, fielded there by Tom Curran in that short extra cover position, and there's no run. Take it you'll be having a word with TC this evening.
Well, I'll do my best. They tend to leave very sharpish.
Well, the problem...
I grabbed Cameron Steele as he was getting in the car last night.
Well, the problem I had last night when I actually wanted to do Rob Keogh after he got a 100 and picked up that important wicket at the back end of the day, and I was told you can't speak to Rob, he's in a bubble bath.
Yes, well, that happens some.
An ice bath, I've
yes,
come to expect, but not necessarily a bubble bath. Here's Worrell in, bowling to Vasconcelos, who covers up, plays it back down the pitch, and booted on by Dan Worrell up to Amler at mid-off. That's the end of the over. 178 for 5. Vasconcelos 34. Zabe is 5. The lead is 96, and we have 9 overs to go.
When I first started this job, the sort of first port of call was Kingstonian in the Vauxhall Conference. Jeff Chappell, wonderful man, wonderful non-league manager. Always used to have interviewed Jeff in his towel, actually, as he was coming out the shower. So, yeah, that's the way that used to work.
Well, when I first started doing rugby in the old, pre-professional days, you could actually get players as they came off the pitch.
Yes.
And this is at Franklin's Gardens. This was Northampton. And they just wander off the pitch. And he said, "You have a quick chat." I remember Paul Grayson was a great player when he first came to the club. Was always very good like that.
Jordan Clark round the wicket he comes to Safe Zabe, and that's clipped away by Safe Zabe. Off his legs out towards deep backward square. There is Worrell to do the fielding, and Jamie Smith's not going to enjoy this now because that throw with the sun setting.
Yeah, that's a tough place for everyone, that really, for the keeper in particular. And then if you're fielding on the boundary that side, it's really
horrible.
Really difficult. Yeah.
Well, we had the T20 game at Taunton in bright sunshine, floodlit game this year, and hardly saw any of it, to be honest with you. Didn't make much difference to my commentary, but genuinely from where we were sat, couldn't actually see what was going on out in the middle at all.
Leg slip's gone in.
Yep, there's Rory Burns, got himself into that leg slip position. Jordan Clark just wants his mid-wicket a little deeper and his extra cover a little deeper as well. Coming round the wicket to Vasconcelos, and Vasconcelos flashes this one down towards Gus Atkinson, who does the fielding as the throw comes in. One more to the total, one more to Vasconcelos. He's played really well here. He sort of got himself through that short ball barrage. He had his moments, particularly the 4 where he wasn't even looking at the ball, but still managed to middle it.
The no-look
Middled it away through backward point, but he's still there. That's the key thing from a Northamptonshire point of view. As Jordan Clark's in, there's the short one, and you heard the grunt of effort there. Safe Zabe ducked underneath it.
Played it really comfortably, ducked under it well, but he does periscope the bat, by which I mean the top of the bat is pointing up above his helmet as he crouches. I'd like to see that under head height, because it is there, and you've seen it in the past. It generally goes north if it does hit the periscope.
Round the wicket again goes Jordan Clark. Oh, there's the Yorker. That's nicely bowled again by Jordan Clark. Slower one as well, I think. And just Safe played it very well. Didn't get too committed to anything, and then just dropped the bat down on the ball.
Just thinking about the Surrey attack and the way the bowlers have bowled in pairs and partnerships. Probably in terms of accuracy and consistency, perhaps Worrell's been the weakest, but I look at his numbers and he's still 10 overs, 1 for 32. So that tells you a story. If he's been the weakest of the set so far, he's gone up 3 and over and got a wicket, and got an early wicket, got the captain. Essex need 19.
Rory Burns has gone a little finer there at leg slip. He's almost taking that himself because it was down the leg side, trying to get Safe to play off his hip there. Is Jordan Clark. Good take from Jamie Smith, diving in front of Rory Burns at leg slip. So that's getting very tense.
It's a good ploy, isn't it? It's a good ploy, but it's so hard to bowl that perfect ball to get that caught off your hip at leg slip, and then it comes like a shell.
Yeah.
So well, he's a good catcher, Rory Burns, no doubt.
Waits again. Save. Over the wicket goes Jordan Clark to him. He's clipping this one. Square of the wicket out towards Worrell. Rory Burns was moving in there at leg slip to his right. Oh dear, and Worrell again. James Smith's just not seen that, I don't think, that throw. And Worrell takes off his cap because he's going to have a bowl from the indoor school end of the ground. 181 for 5.
Jason Roy's cousin is doing Northampton some favours at the
Still
moment.
going, is he?
He's 50 not out.
Well, mathematically, if they win that, mathematically, we were saying earlier, they're out of it. Mathematically, they're still in it.
Oh, they could be, couldn't they? My goodness, it's just an absolutely enthralling climax to this county championship season, and well, it's good to think we've still got another day here and a couple more games to go. It is going to be Dan Worrell to continue from this indoor centre end. Come on, Marie, says the growler. Tom Curran is now going through warming up exercises, so maybe he's going to have a little burst on the basis that he's had such a good day. There's only one way to finish it. Short ball and save, just getting inside it, and it goes through to Jamie Smith. I mean, it would just be perfect, wouldn't it, if from the point of view of the story, if not from Northamptonshire's point of view, if Tom Curran came into the attack and nipped out a couple of wickets right at the end, going through a fairly robust and almost frenzied bout of calisthenics there, including some squats at the moment, and it looks very painful to me. If I did that, I'd never play the banjo again. 181 for 5. Here's Worrell around the wicket, bowls, and that's nudged down towards backward point by Save, and they pick up a single. Zabe is 8, 182 for 5. The lead is now 100. So another little milestone to tick off. Batters have different ways of keeping concentrating. Alan Lamb, let's face it, one of the very, very best. So I think worked in sort of 10s or 20s, depending on the situation, and just to keep focused and little targets. Northamptonshire, I think, just to get through to the close. There's Worrell bowls, and that's a lovely drive by Vasconcelos, but only as far as Geddes in the covers, and there's no run. But Northamptonshire, the lead at least is into 3 figures now. 5 wickets standing, 7 overs after this one to go today, and then another 96 tomorrow.
Kind of looking at the card from Northampton before the game, you know, Lewis McManus is a miss, isn't he?
Big miss.
And it shows what a good signing that's been for Northampton. He's already a big miss.
There's Worrell in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, plays it up to mid-on where Amler fields and there's no run. Yeah, and I suppose the other point to make about that, Phil, is the absence of Lewis McManus through injury has led to this rejigging of the batting order and Cobb batting at 4 thing, and it's been a little bit of a one thing leading to another. But I mean, I think Lewis McManus, John Sadler described him fairly early on in the piece as a leader in terms of on and off the field. And
100%.
I think he is a very, very impressive man and a very impressive cricketer. Here's Worrell in again, bowling to Vasconcelos. I think he took a bit of the pace off that one, and he just runs it down towards backward point. Geddes fields again, and there's no run. Stays at 182 for 5. Unfortunately, Lewis McManus, as he was explaining to us yesterday when he joined us in the commentary box, broke a finger on the Royal London Cup match against Derbyshire, which was actually the last match played here before this one, about 3 weeks ago, and thought it was going to get better. He didn't think it was particularly bad at the time, though he did go off. He said it just didn't get better, and in the end it was quite a bad break which needed surgery, so he won't play again this season. But he has signed for Northamptonshire, 2-year contract, I think. Worrell round the wicket again, bowls very full. I think it was actually a full toss, driven by Vasconcelos up to extra cover. End of the over, he does a wee bit, doesn't he? Yeah, 182 for 5 at the end of the over. Vasconcelos is 35, Zabe is 8. Worrell's bowled 11 overs, 1 for 33. Picked up the wicket of Will Young early on. 182 for 5, and we have 7 overs to go.
Tom Curran's getting his wish. He's back on at the David Cape.
You just wonder with the day he's had, don't you?
Well, you do.
Tom Curran.
You do.
Just wonder.
Is it written?
100 before lunch this morning. And took that catch off Will Young, where he had a bit of a juggle but still hung on to it. Now he's going to get a go with 4 overs available from the David Capel end tonight.
I bet he'll have a word with Jason Roy as well when he sees him next to the previous Surrey batter to get 100 before.
Yes.
Anything you can do.
Yeah. As round the wicket then comes Tom Curran to save Zabe. And Zabe's forward, punching this first one straight back up the pitch. And again, you probably heard the grunt of effort there from Tom Curran.
I wonder, out of all those names you were talking about earlier in the list of those that have scored a 100 before lunch, I wonder if any of them it was their maiden 100. It would take quite a long time.
That
take
would
quite a
take
long time to
time.
research, but it's an interesting thought.
What an innings it was from Tom Curran this morning. As round the wicket he comes once again to save Zabe. He's punching off the back foot. He was thinking about a single there, but Rory Burns is round to do the fielding. And now, because this ball is softer, it's that whole thing as well of trying to time it. And, you know, those fielders in front of square really do come into this. The short mid-wicket, the short extra cover. And even Cameron Steele there, it looks like he might be getting warmed up to have a bowl. He's in the game there at sort of cover point at the moment as a catcher. Tom Curran is round the wicket once again to save Zabe. Forward he goes, plays this one out towards Rory Burns at that short cover position. If he's going to drive, he's got to make sure he keeps it on the carpet.
Who would be of the attack? Who would be the key reverse swing bowler? Would Tom Curran go do a bit of reverse?
Yeah, I would actually say Worrell. If it's going to go,
right.
Yeah, definitely Worrell. Tom Curran can do it, but I would definitely say Worrell. As round the wicket once again comes Tom Curran. That's a nice looking shot from Safe Zabe. He's got it in front of square and through the offside and away for 4. And he's played that really well because he has checked it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Made sure it was on the carpet. And it's gone over the boundary rope and away for 4.
I mean, that's Safe Zabe there. That great hands. Oof.
Yeah.
Comes inside the ball, sort of slaps the bat around the back of the ball, adding pace to it. It's a great cricket shot.
Terrific shot from Safe Zabe.
Yeah, he's always been very, very, very good through the offside. And what I've found in the last 2 years, his leg side play has improved significantly. So many more options now.
He's on to 12. The lead's on to 104. Around the wicket once again goes Tom Curran to him. Forward he comes once more. Plays this one out towards Rory Burns in there at short extra cover. Kemar Roach as well if it starts reversing. Definitely be looking at Kemar, especially with the Kemar Roach action as well, because it's that slingy action. The thing with Kemar Roach, if he gets it to go conventionally as well, it's ridiculous. We're talking with Lewis McManus, who was playing for Hampshire last year against Kemar Roach when he bowled an incredible spells. Around the wicket goes Tom Curran. Zabe's playing this one into the leg side off a goodish length. Yep.
It was a knuckleball.
And round goes Jordan Clark to do the fielding.
Yeah, I think we are getting a bit of twirl on this end. I think Steele is coming back on. That's a good move, I think.
Yeah. It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow, isn't it?
Isn't it just? Looking forward to it. I have to say, today has been one of the most enjoyable days of the season. It's been just such a lot of good cricket to watch, and it's been terrific stuff. Really have enjoyed today, and I say every chance of another good day tomorrow. Just thinking about hundreds before lunch and maiden hundreds, it doesn't quite qualify because it wasn't a first-class match, but I can think of an instance of a batter making their first century for Northamptonshire and it being before lunch.
Rob White?
Well, no, I was thinking it wasn't a first-class match. It was Lancelot Townsend Driffield.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say that.
Yes.
Playing for Northamptonshire against MCC at Lords in 1900. It was obviously before Northamptonshire were first class. He was then an undergraduate at Cambridge, and he did make 100 before lunch, and Northamptonshire won by 10 wickets in 2 days, coinciding with the relief of Mafeking.
Well, there you are.
But he did make, he made 109 before lunch.
What year would that have
1900.
been? 1900. Sorry, I didn't hear that bit.
Yeah, May 1900.
Yes.
Were you there, Adders? Okay.
They're in spirit, but it was his first county 100, but obviously it wasn't a first-class match, so it doesn't count. But
And he rode his horse back
well,
to the manor.
he was the son of the rector of Old, village of Old, between Kettering and Northampton.
Wow.
We're still very thriving cricket club there.
It is, yeah. It's a nice little club, that one.
It is. My son played there this year. Now, Cameron Steele back into the attack. Slip, leg, slip, forward, short leg. Bowling to Vasconcelos. Props forward. Plays it back down the pitch. Steele fields off his own bowling. 2 wickets in his bag already. Cameron Steele, in fact, he's taken the 2 wickets to fall. Or the first 2 wickets to fall since tea. Cobb for 11. Keogh for 23. Atkinson then dismissing Luke Proctor for 55. That's tucked round the corner by Vasconcelos. Off Steele, and he's going to get a single as it goes down to deep backward square, fielded by Roach. 1 more onto the total.
This is going to be quite interesting now because Save is a really good reverse sweeper, and the field is set for the reverse sweep. If there is such a thing, in that there is no one anywhere near getting a reverse sweep unless it goes straight up in the air off a glove or something.
Still the slip, leg, slip, forward, short leg. Steele in bowls to Zabe, who goes onto the back foot, just drops it down to Rory Burns' slip on the bounce, so there's no run.
Wendell's on the march.
Wendell is on. He's actually, yes, he's. I just wonder if he's maybe going to deposit the flag back in the office, which I think is where he leaves it, because he can't take it home on his bike with him.
That's right.
Here's Steele in again, bowls to Zabe, turns it past the man at forward short leg. More work for Kemar Roach to do down at deep backward squares, around about 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. In front of that sort of street graffiti van that you were talking about
Yes,
yesterday.
street art.
Street art. sorry.
Street art.
One of
does
the
that- what does it
catering
sell?
vans.
Do you know what it sells?
It's, I think, burgers, I think.
Tacos.
Was it tacos, right? Oh, that's what Eva was saying
Yes,
about.
yes.
Next ball from Steele, pushed defensively by Vasconcelos to forward short leg, and there's no run.
Have you covered that significantly? Do I need to add anything to it?
No, Eva Gray was telling us that when she played here, they all spent a lot of time at the taco
Oh, okay.
van.
Steele round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, turns it out to deep mid-wicket this time, where it's fielded out there by Gus Atkinson. Having a well-deserved breather out there in the deep, and that's the end of the over. Vasconcelos keeps the bowling.
That's probably Steele's poorest over. Actually, there was no threat in that over at all, thankfully. I'm pleased to report. Also pleased to report that Essex need 5 to win with 3 wickets left.
What a game that's been. Vasconcelos 37, Zabe 13, 189 for 5. The lead is 107, 5 overs to go.
They've really hauled that bat from nowhere, haven't
Haven't
they,
they just?
Essex?
Snater
Goodness
63 out of 45.
Oh, dear. Yeah, that would be a massive blow for Yorkshire.
Well, it'll mean whatever happens, they stay behind Northamptonshire.
Yep. As I said, they're coming to London next week. So we're going to get Tom Curran. We've got 5 overs remaining today. He's coming round the wicket from the David Capel end to Vasconcelos, who's turning him off his hip into the leg side. There's Jordan Clark doing the fielding.
Mind you, I won't believe it till it's over. I remember was on air with our friend and colleague Jonathan Doidge when Northamptonshire lost by 1 run
Yes,
at
I remember that.
Headingley last year, so we'll wait and see what happens.
I think I was listening to that on my way to somewhere.
Bad luck.
Yeah, it's very good. Very good commentary. Very tense commentary.
It was very tense.
Yeah, it's very tense. So to pull over. As round the wicket comes Tom Curran once again. Vasconcelos taking that off the stumps, covers up, plays it down into the leg side.
There are still Northamptonshire supporters who blame me for that, because I did mention, I think the ball before, that Northamptonshire had never lost a first-class match by 1 run. And I will say I did qualify this so far.
Yes.
And then, of course, they did.
Essex have just lost a wicket.
See, that might not be over yet.
No, I know.
As round the wicket comes Tom Curran and Vasconcelos. That just hopped on him a touch more. It's nicely bowled from Tom Curran again. And it's just hopped at Vasconcelos.
I think it was a cross seamer. All bowlers have bowled, they've bowled their regulation stuff. They've all tried things, and their execution of their variations has generally been pretty good as well, hasn't it?
they've all been good today, haven't they, in their own ways. As round the wicket once again comes Tom Curran, and Vasconcelos pushes off that back foot, and Cameron still dives, doesn't get anything on that. I think that's going to go away for 4. That's a very good shot from Ricardo Vasconcelos. Just punched it, kept it on the floor, and that's run away for 4 as a gentleman very kindly bends down, picks up and lobs the ball back to Gus Atkinson. But that's a very good shot from Vasconcelos.
Yeah, it was a good shot because, as you were saying earlier, the ball is old and soft now. Timing that ball in front of square. It's high skill that from Vasco.
Yeah. Right on top of it. Punched it away. Wendell's got his flag on the go. As round the wicket comes Tom Curran. And Vasconcelos is forward. Again, solid looking defensive shot. This gets his head right over. It's almost nodding at the ball there. Is Vasconcelos. 193 for 5. So that leads 111. I suppose what Surrey would say to themselves as well, though, is they've had to work hard on this pitch to take these 5 wickets. So there's still not a huge amount going on with the ball. As Tom Curran is in round the wicket. That's short. That's pulled by Vasconcelos. Good shot. All along the floor. Rolled his wrists on it. Oh, here comes the throw from Dan Worrell. Poor old Jamie Smith. He's sort of putting his hand up to Dan Worrell with a grin on his face, saying, I'm not quite sure how I'm meant to take that. End of the over. 4 to go this evening. And Northamptonshire are 194 for 5. That is a lead of 112.
Nathan has been on, Nathan Thadani, to say, does Ben Duckett's century for Northamptonshire against Leicestershire, he thought it was against Leicestershire, in the first session of a day-night game, count as a century before lunch?
Oh, interesting.
It's a very interesting question.
That's a very good question.
My first thought is it probably doesn't, but I don't know. I certainly stand to be corrected on that one. It's not one I've given any thought to at all, so thank you for that, Nathan. Here's Steele starting a fresh over to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's in behind that, playing it back down the pitch. Still the slip leg, slip forward, short leg. Man out there sweeping on the cover boundary, being engaged in conversation by Wendell whether he wants to be or not. Mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Vasconcelos is hit on the pad. Big appeal for LBW. Hit him outside the line, I think. But it did turn.
Googly again.
I think it was the Google. And, well, it's hit him. My first thought was he's just hit him. He's just managed to get himself outside the line marginally, I think. Not out anyway. Vasconcelos survives on 42. It's a full toss driven up to mid-on, where Clarkfields threatens to shy at the stumps at the striker's end. Doesn't let go of the ball. Lobs it on to Steele, so he to continue. Wendell waving his flag. Here's a short ball from Steele, cut away by Vasconcelos for a single. Goes out to Dan Worrell, who is the man sweeping in front of the West Stand, completely in shadow, and he's the one who's getting the ear bashing from Wendell at the moment.
Yeah.
43 to Vasconcelos, 195 for 5. The lead goes up to 113. I think that we were saying yesterday, as Wendell, it's a wave of exhortation rather than celebration, isn't it, really? Here's another short ball from Steele, and this time Zabe is onto the back foot, playing it out to Worrell at deep cover for a single.
I'm just thinking Wendell will be really good at like open golf or something, because they sometimes have people like that, don't they, when the ball goes in the rough and they stand there with a flag waving where the ball's gone. He'd be really good at that.
They wouldn't miss it, would they?
No. He must have very strong wrists.
He's got massive hands.
Has he?
That's why he spins the ball so hard, yeah.
Vasconcelos on strike, pushed out into the covers by Steele, who has to do the fielding himself because there's nobody remotely within reach. There was Hashim Amla at mid-off, who certainly wasn't going to go sprinting to try and save the single there. Other than that, you've only got Worrell out there sweeping on the boundary. So an easy single to end the over. Vasconcelos is 44, Zabe is 14, 197 for 5. Northamptonshire lead by 115, and there are 3 overs to go in the day.
Yeah, massive hands for waving his flag, not so good at the catching. Actually, after I told that story, I got a message from David Murphy, formerly of this parish, very, very fine wicketkeeper. And yeah, he was adding his 2 penneth. He said it was 1 from 10. He said I got the punchline wrong. It was actually 1 from 10.
David Murphy, of course, held the hat-trick catch, David Willey, to win the
Oh yes, of course.
that Western.
That was a great catch.
T20
Yeah,
gaming.
yeah.
And
final
so, okay,
against Surrey.
for an extra point,
Yes.
who did he catch?
Tremlett.
Very good.
Yeah. He's now obviously preparing for his next game for the
Yes, the
England Legends. As round the wicket comes Tom Curran, slower one here. And Vasconcelos plays it down into the offside. And again, what I like about that from Vasconcelos, he's sort of nodding at the ball.
Yeah.
As he plays the defensive shot, he's sort of just nodding at the ball.
Today's match in that tournament has been rained off,
Oh,
abandoned without a ball
that
bowled.
Devastating, weren't they?
So not England not playing, of course,
No, of course,
but
they'll be devastated there.
Essex need 3 to win. 159 for 8.
2
2 to win.
on my phone.
It's round the wicket comes Tom Curran. He's got 2 catching now in the covers, one being Rory Burns in his helmet, very close in. As again, he's bowled another slower one there, which Vasconcelos has let go. So Rory Burns is sort of catching just in front of square at cover point in a helmet, very close in.
I really like this cricket from Surrey. I have to say, I know I've been complimenting them all day, but that's because they've warranted it. You know, we've got a very skillful white ball bowler actually getting some of his white ball skills out here, because there's little else for him with the ball and with the pitch at the moment. So he's mixing up, bowling mix-up, and he's got a field well set for it.
He's in again, and Vasconcelos has just waited for this, guides it down towards Gus Atkinson. He does the fielding, and they'll come back for 2 more. Vasconcelos moves on to 46, 199 for 5. It's for him to do this. Rory Burns in the gully. The year that Surrey won the championship, what was that, 2018? And he got himself in the gully, in that helmet. Might not be that helmet, but in a helmet, close in, and took a brilliant catch in there as Tom Curran's in once again to Vasconcelos. Lets this one go, Vasconcelos. Outside is off stump and walks off towards square leg.
It's gone very dark all of a sudden, doesn't it, actually? It's gone quite
The sun's
gloomy.
disappeared now.
Scores are level at Headingley.
Can't beat you on that. The scores are level on my phone as well, Rudders.
So 1 to
8
win.
down, 8 down.
8
is it?
down, that's right.
Somebody will be getting the call that I had from John Sadler at Cheltenham. What happens if it's a tie?
That's round the wicket once again. Comes Tom Curran forward. Goes Vasconcelos, plays this one down towards backward point.
Is when Northamptonshire game against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham was getting very, very tight. And fortunately, probably, I didn't pick up the message until obviously Ed Seaborn and I called the finish of the match, and you then sort of look at your phone and it was what happens if it's a tie. Probably just as well I didn't pick it up at the time. I don't know.
Round the wicket comes Tom Curran, and that's flicked away by Vasconcelos down into the leg side, and that will bring up the 200. So 200 up for Northamptonshire. The lead's 118. Good partnership this. 39 between Sabe and Ricardo Vasconcelos, and we have 2 overs remaining in the day.
So what did we say earlier? So I'm just looking at the score, 63 over 17 to the new ball. You know, it's imperative. The guys will be setting themselves little targets, the batters that is, and obviously the target has been for quite a while to be there at the end of the day, and then the target will be to get to the new ball. What are you telling me, Radders?
Essex have lost another
Oh,
wicket.
you're kidding me.
Wow.
161 for 9.
Oh,
1
oh,
run
no.
needed.
Who's
Last
out?
pair in. Sam Cook. Snater's still in.
But he's not on strike, I
But he's
guess.
not on strike.
Goodness me.
Here's Steele. In the here and now at Wantage Road, bowls to
Can't bear this.
Vasconcelos, who turns it past
I can't bear it.
the man at forward short leg.
I can't. I don't
Just
know what to do. Radders, what happens if it's a tie? I don't know.
concentrate on this one.
Okay.
One more to Vasconcelos, 48 to him, 201 for 5. It has gone very gloomy now. The sun's gone behind a cloud, but we've only got 11 balls left in the day. We did think we'd get through all of them. Well, just thought the umpires looking at each other there, but perhaps with the leg spinner on we'll be okay. Flighted well up by Steele and played off the face of an angled bat by Zabe down towards the man Rory Burns. Sets off in pursuit from slip, and they're through for a single. Zabe goes to 15, 202 for 5. The lead up to 120.
Wonderful day of cricket.
It
this
has been an absolutely cracking day of cricket here. So much to enjoy. Here's Steele in again, bowling to Vasconcelos, who's playing it on the bounce to forward short leg. And there's no run.
Well, it's going to be a really good day of cricket tomorrow now. And Northamptonshire, all credit, they've hung in there today, haven't they?
Yep, they have. There were one or two occasions when he thought this could just completely get away from Northamptonshire, and they've just about managed to, as you say, to hang on by the fingernails. That next ball is short, and it's cut away by Vasconcelos down to Worrell at deep cover for a single. 49 to Vasconcelos, 203 for 5.
As that very, very correct saying goes, Radders, tomorrow is another day.
Tomorrow, can I make a note of that?
Yes.
Use that. Tomorrow.
Yeah, it is, though.
Certainly is.
Good James Bond film, that.
Here's Steele over the wicket, driven by Zabe. It was a full toss. He's just driven it up to Amler at mid-off. He'll feel a bit frustrated because he's missed out on 4 runs there, but nevertheless, he's still there. 203 for 5. Last ball of Steele's over, then we'll have one more to go. Here is Steele bowling to Zabe, short of a length, punched away nicely by Zabe. Will get at least a couple of runs this time as Hashim Amla sets off in pursuit out towards deep extra cover. Doesn't exactly sprint after it, so they're able to come through for 2 easy runs. Zabe is 17, 205 for 5 at the end of the penultimate over of the day. The lead up to 123.
Yeah, it sounds, as you guys were saying just then, it sounds healthier than it might have done. And I'm really impressed with the way Northants have applied themselves. In fact, I'd say that comment generally goes throughout the year. We've lost relatively few matches. We've drawn a lot of games that perhaps in previous years we might not have held on for. So there's a bit of spirit in this group. There's a nice rear guard from Luke Proctor, which has sort of led the situation to where it is right now. Oh, crikey. Yeah, you're pointing out.
Yeah, Ben
Silly
Geddes.
Point. Yeah.
Ben Geddes is at silly point under the helmet, right under Vasconcelos' nose for this last over from Tom Curran of the day. And that's tucked away by Vasconcelos off his legs for a single, and that's his 50. Very well played, Ricardo Vasconcelos. He had to get through a really tough period against Gus Atkinson. And he got through that, and he's 50 not out, and he'll want to be there tomorrow morning. There are 5 balls left in the day.
96 balls, 6 fours.
Yeah, well played. Very well played. Leads 124, but yeah, as I say, Ben Geddes is very close in there at Silly Point. As Tom Curran is in, and Safe Zabe is turning this one into the leg side. Curran looks a little bit frustrated as that one's worked away by Safe Zabe, and it looks to me like Andrew Radd scored the winning goal in the World Cup final. Zabe has 18.
Shane Snater's done the next best thing. Essex have won by 1 wicket.
Wow, what a game.
At Headingley, Snater 68 not out off 51 balls. Gets the freedom of the borough of Northampton.
Yes, what a game of cricket that's turned out to be in 3 days.
Fantastic game.
As round the wicket goes Tom Curran, and Vasconcelos plays this down towards Gus Atkinson. Pick up another single, 1 more to the total.
Means if he was a freeman of the borough of Northampton, he would be able to drive a flock of sheep over the South Bridge.
Is that what you're allowed to do?
That's right.
Excellent, eh?
And you know that, Radders, because you have that.
Should do. Definitely should do. If you ever do, Radders, you must promise us that you'll actually take that on. As round the wicket comes Tom Curran to save Zabe. And there's that cry of effort again from Tom Curran. They've moved Geddes from Silly Point to short leg now. There are 2 balls to go today. Tom Curran has had an extraordinary day with the bat. He's bowled very, very well as well. There are certain cricketers that make things happen. He's got 2 balls here, Tom Curran. As round the wicket he comes to save Zabe, and save Zabe is forward, playing this one down into the leg side.
Vasconcelos was
sitting on his back. He doesn't want to face the last ball, Vasconcelos, but Zabe scored him through.
Yeah, I'm not a night watchman, Zabe should be saying.
So Through he goes for the single.
Well, on the basis that he gets through this ball, fingers crossed, I hope I haven't jinxed him there. This has been a really, really fine innings from Ricardo Vasconcelos because it's played out of character. He's normally a very attractive shot-making batsman at the top of the order. And actually, this has been a real dig in. He's had to get through the short barrage, which was well directed, as you say, from Atkinson. He's got through that. He's ridden his luck a little bit, but he's really dug in. He's played an uncharacteristic innings.
Last ball of the day. Tom Curran is in. Ooh, and Vasconcelos lets this one go. It wasn't too far away from that off stump, but it's a very good leave. And what a day of cricket that has been. 209 for 5, Northamptonshire close. That's a lead of 127. Vasconcelos, 51 not out. Safe Sabe, 19 not out. And, well, this morning belonging to Tom Curran, of course, that magnificent 100 before lunch. His maiden first-class 100, the 133 as well from Hashim Amla. And then Luke Proctor got his head down for 55. He was out to Gus Atkinson. That was 161 for 5, but a 48-run partnership between Vasconcelos on 51, Safe Sabe on 19, and Andrew Radd closing tonight on 209 for 5.
Yeah, wonderful day's cricket, and all to play for tomorrow. The umpires and the players leaving the field in bright, very gorgeous evening sunshine. It's a lovely September light. The covers, as you can hear, are going on. They're presumably going to cut the outfield as well. But that is close of play. Hope you very much you've enjoyed the coverage on BBC 5 Sports Extra. And we now hand Sports Extra listeners back to Kevin Howells in the studio. And for everyone else, many thanks indeed to Phil Rowe. Been great to have you with us today, Phil. And hopefully not too much longer before you're back in the box with us. And from myself and Mark Church, we'll be back on parade tomorrow. Joe Gardner will be joining us here in the commentary box. 209 for 5. The lead is 127. Have a lovely evening and join us here back at Wantage Road when play resumes tomorrow at 10:30.